Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series 2019. I am your host Bryce Egan Paul. Joining me once again for round number 2, Corey Vandy Bassi. Welcome back to the desk.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back. Thankfully it's not 1,000,000 degrees today. It was more normal.
It's definitely feeling like 1,000,000 degrees in the room currently. The
Yeah,
aircon...
I'm actually very hot.
Yeah, I definitely put that on too late.
It's better.
But look, that's all right. Yeah, we are into week number 6. We will take a look at the schedule, see what's happening with the games for the day. Interesting week last week. See if we can top it this time. AV Academy versus the Tigers is going to be the first game, first cat out the bag there. Mprox Gravitas Academy going to be game number 2. UQ Union versus Legacy Genesis is going to be the third game of the day. UTS Order Academy, Bombers Academy taking on the undefeated Dire Cubs, the only team to kind of hold that spot at the top of the ladder. 0 losses, definitely feels good for the Dire Cubs there. And Mammoth Academy versus Chiefs in last game of the day, which I think will be very good. Both of those teams sitting at 4-1 right now.
Some spicy games up ahead. You and I are definitely looking forward to the Mammoth versus Chiefs, but also Mprox versus Gravitas looks like it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, why's that?
Well, basically because they're very, very close, but also neither of them performed very, very well last week.
Yeah,
Just gonna go and say it.
Yeah, a bit of a roughie. I feel like
had a rough
Gravitas,
patch.
without their jungler last week, did look like a different team. But that is a couple of games away. The first one is going to be AV versus QUT. That's going to be the first one here today. A couple of roster changes here coming from AV. I believe a little cheeky competitive ruling may have gone astray there. So Jungle is going to be Elo. He's going to be subbing in to another role for this team. I believe he started as top laner.
Yeah,
and then
he's
now
slowly moving his way around the team
Yeah,
in the
it's
different roles.
kind of played everywhere, so he's going to be facilitating that one. And a new face in Kental is going to be picking up the mid lane mantle, given that that's where Elo was last week. Now he's gone to jungle, so we've got someone
Do you
new
think
coming
he got
in.
punished because of mid-Yorick? He actually played that really well.
Yeah,
as well as he
yes,
could have.
Yeah,
Yeah, versus the Rise.
he was popping off. He just needed a couple more teams. Like, I feel like those kind of picks, like that looked very good up to a certain point, and then it really does require like a certain type of team fight to work. Like he needs someone to go in and basically be an Aatrox, just be this big, like, enormous guy that everybody kind of has to focus but doesn't want to and, like, draw some attention. And he just has to come in and start whacking you on the head with some shovels and can actually get things done. Unfortunately, it was not the case there.
It wasn't going to be the case, but it was fun to see. But I'm wondering if his team was like, all right, you did good, but let's try in another role.
I mean,
it feels like a bit of a demotion to me. It's like you only got to play mid once, and they're like, we're relegating you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think the intention was for him to play mid. I think it certainly was a bit of a coming in, being able to fill the position, and I think he did that admirably, rather. On the other side of the coin, the Tigers did pick up their first victory of the season last week, so certainly on the up and up here for the Queensland boys.
Yeah, it's got to feel good finally to get that one win. It's just UTS, unfortunately, still yet to pick up that win.
Just UTS?
Just UTS. They can do it. I believe still. When they do it, I will bring that UTS hoodie in.
Yeah.
But until then, I'm keeping it hidden.
I feel like this is 2 weeks in a row where last week Max came out of the dead and he was like, one of the first things he said was just like, oh yeah, look, like it was a game versus UTS. Like, this sort of victory. No, you guys, what are you, the guests coming in thinking they own the show here? Just talking mad shit, but we are into the champ select for game number 1.
So blue side bands, we do see that Vayne Sion coming out, and then red side with the Silas Aatrox. So again, taking away some flex picks. Vayne's an interesting one to me. I mean, it feels very targeted.
Big Vayne player, has played it a bunch this season already. Vayne Kaiser are really the go-tos. Interested to see what this band's going to be. Maybe something like the Rise has seen a lot of first pick priority. Akali still up and available in terms of the OPs. Hecarim has seen a bunch of priority in the OCS, so we are kind of getting back into the swing of competitive League of Legends internationally. So now, like with the LCK starting back up, the LPL starting back up, there's a lot more competitive drafts, as I throw my pen away, to look at as a player in the OCS, and like teams, you have like a lot more stuff to pull from. So I think coming into this week now, we will probably see a little bit of a difference to the trends we've been seeing so far.
You called it. That's the Rise removed completely off, so that's 3 for 3 in terms of those flex picks.
Okay.
We were hovering the Yorick, and now we get the first Yuumi. It is the first Yuumi.
Yes, this is the first Yuumi. We have seen a couple of bans, but it is going to be the first one to be played, and I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit off camera, and I was like, ooh, I don't know. I feel like she either just does super well or she's just garbage.
Yeah.
But there's been enough time now where surely people have figured out a kid.
I mean, but so many champions are super good or they're literal garbage. Like Aurelia springs to mind. They lock that one in. She either gets super mega ahead.
So popular.
From,
especially in mid. No one really taking it. Like, it's rare that people are taking it top, but, like, she just crushes mid, especially if it's going to be that mage matchup.
Yeah, I will say with the Sejuani, pair that together, you get the passive that's super potent, especially like with the Aurelia, I'm saying. And also Froggadog, he's a guy that can certainly pick that one up. So you mentioned the mid Aurelia, not just locked down into that situation, but yeah, to touch back on the Yuumi, this is something that I think we've now seen enough play internationally. We've had enough time. A lot of the people in the OCS willing to pick this one up. We did see a couple of bans last time, but I'm super excited to see what they pair it with, what sort of AD carry they do want to go with in the bottom lane. Ezreal and Sivir, in my eyes, are two of the big ones. You kind of go for that double skill shot lane and can be fairly oppressive. Likes to be picked up with an AD carry that can take the TP as well, so certainly options galore here for AV Academy.
Not wanting to perhaps lock in the ADC just yet, favouring perhaps that mid
That would be a brave choice.
I feel like this is just a hover. Surely they might lock in their ADC. And yeah, Ezreal is something that we said goes really well. I was also thinking Kai'Sa I've seen go very successfully with Tekka, and that's also if you're choking out Fane's hero pool. But yeah, so Ezreal picked up, and here you go. This is the combo that you wanted to see with that Yuumi.
Yeah, 100%. This is a super prominent lane. They do lock it in with the Skarner as well, so both teams are kind of opting into the early jungle matchups. I will say, fairly standard there from AV. That makes a lot of sense. They've got Elo coming in. He just plays a big beefy tank with one button. That's super easy to pull off. But on the other side, Hi Goodbye, he's played the Shaco. He's played some interesting stuff.
Yeah,
but
off-meta things.
Yeah, now going back to the Sejuani, I feel like he does look a lot better on those kind of champions. Already pairs well with the Aurelia, so Tiger's putting themselves into a fairly standard, what seems to be a front-to-back sort of comp here.
So now just focusing on perhaps taking away some other top picks, the Kennen band coming on out, seeing how AVA want to respond. I guess if you are going to be versing that top Aurelia, there's kind of two ways you can go, right? You either out-farm her or... Ooh.
We lost it.
Oh, we lost it.
It's dead.
Yeah, you either out-farm her or you just want to pick someone that can play safe against her.
Yeah, like you can opt in for a fairly volatile lane, but I feel like given that you've locked in Aurelia Sejuani, that as a duo, very oppressive, very hard to go toe-to-toe when you've got something like a Skarner who maybe needs a little bit more time. Not sure what the issue is, by the way, folks. We did hop out of Champion Select, but we'll be back in shortly, and I believe I've been told the picks will be the same. So
yeah, that makes sense. That's
nothing changing.
You're like, you can't change your mind on Yuumi.
Yeah.
It's been locked in. We all saw it.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a roughie. If you get like a cheeky round two, you hardcore win the draft or lose the draft, probably pull out your internet cord. And just like, oh, yeah, sorry, guys, my bad.
I always hate where you get into those solo queue games and you got that one guy who keeps pinging his ping aggressively. I'm like, why didn't you check this before you jumped into your solo queue?
Nobody checks before. What?
You should.
You check?
Well, I mean, like, if my internet's been spotty and I just happen to notice,
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's...
Because otherwise it's unenjoyable for me. I don't want to play with 10,000 ping.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't want to play with 42 ping.
Yeah, but
I was
you've got that
complaining about this
Jarvan and he's
last
literally
week.
just, like, pinging, and I'm like, we know you've got 1,000 ping.
I mean, like, psychologically, it's possibly the worst thing you can do.
And I love when he messes up the plays, he's just pinging the ping, and you're like...
That's what he's doing. You just put it out there, and then you have something to blame it on.
We get it.
Yeah, but, like, telling your teammates that you're lagging makes them angrier at you. And it just turns out to be a really bad time
I'm that
overall.
aggressive. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, just don't lag. As simple as that. Just instead move out of Australia, go to a country with good internet.
Yeah, I was just thinking Google Fiber. America's so lucky.
Yeah, Google Fiber, what is that? Like 1,000 up, 1,000 down?
Yeah, something like that. Something ridiculously fast. And then when we've got NBN fiber class connected to copper nodes, I feel like every gamer at home is just like, we know this.
What was the proposed, as someone who probably knows very little about the rollout of the NBN?
Oh, I can tell you all
Yeah, I'm assuming you know more than me.
Me.
What was the proposed, first... Like, what were the download, upload rates that, like, the proposed first iteration of the NBN?
I think it was minimum 100, and that was just because it was all going to be done with fiber. But then, as we know, the election kind of changed parties, and then Liberals were like, we've got a different plan for it. And then they're like, actually, this is taking too much time. Tell you what, we're going to make use of the existing copper nodes.
Does that make sense?
And they're like, we've bought all this expensive fiber, and we're just connecting it to copper nodes. So that's why you've got, like, all these weird Frankenstein...
Yeah, just bottleneck it.
Yeah.
Just build.
You got fiber to the curb, fiber to the premises. You have HFC. It's just a mess. And the reason I know so much about this...
What's HFC?
It's like...
it's like a cable?
It's an acronym. It's the one connected to, like, your pay TV or something like that. It's like a hybrid.
Oh, okay.
Someone out there can correct me on that one. That one I know is just new. We're getting back into it.
Okay.
Oh.
So we've got a bunch of new champions. It's not an Ezreal, it's not a Yuumi. The first three bans are the same. Obviously, they've redrafted the first three picks.
I feel like I'm getting ripped off.
Yeah, this is... Okay, Kai'Sa was locked in, Ezreal was locked in.
Oh,
okay, so we are... Okay, so they've completed the draft. And they've gone through and now they're just locking in all
they
their
must
champions.
have just pre-done their... Maybe you just finished it in chat
Yeah.
or something, and then we're just getting to see them lock it in. Okay, so we're rushing through it. That's
Yeah.
fine. The most important thing, we still get that Ezreal Yuumi.
Yeah, that is true. I will say also that these guys are absolute noobs, and they didn't pick it in the order which they picked it the first time. They just locked in their champs. So, gonna have to call you out. That's that's like scrim etiquette. That's something you learn over the years of playing scrims. You got to stick to the order. Otherwise, the coach can't get the screenshot of the draft in order. That is the worst time.
Well, wasn't it last week that we saw like Thresh mid and Silas support, and it was just freaking out everyone? It was one of the games, where they just...
Wait, what? Like OCS game?
Yeah, last week.
Oh, with the scoreboard order?
Yeah. And we're like, oh, okay. And it's definitely not Silas support, but I'm just like, it's moments like that.
Oh, with the bombers.
Yeah.
Because
I couldn't remember which team it was, but I remember seeing it and I was like, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, it was like Bushy playing Silas mid,
Yeah,
Luch was
yeah.
80 carry,
That's
Zenk was
it.
support, and I'm looking at the roles like, where are these guys all
And even
going?
Max, he was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. So we do have the complete comps on your screen. Take a moment to take a look. Hecarim versus Poppy in the top side. Jungle matchup, of course, is something we saw. We talked about where the Aurelia potentially may go. Tiger's going to put that one in the mid lane, and Kentai on his first iteration into the OCS rather is going to be picking up the Syndra. So fairly stable-ish matchup in the mid lane there.
Oh. I mean, I do like the fact that we do have that Poppy. We saw it, like, even last week, the Poppy just getting a lot of value in terms of those team fights, being able to change the flow. If a fight's not quite going your way, just catapulting, I think it was a Galio into Narnia. Just having that disengage tool, so handy.
Yeah, super high impact ulti, right? Like if you land that on a priority target, you fling Kai'Sa, you fling an Aurelia out of a team fight, then completely changes the game. Even Sejuani in this game looks like a decent target because it just removes the front line and then you have 4 different people to hit on. So certainly a lot of options for Tekka up there in the top side. Nami, of course, was going to be the lock-in into the Yuumi. And I'm most interested, right? It's the first Yuumi that we have seen. I'm a support main, but I feel like in terms of matchups into the Yuumi, like we're not cemented yet. A lot of people come out very early in a champion's life cycle and be like, oh yeah, like Braum release. This guy is OP, he wins versus... And then like 2 months later, the pros and like LCK, LPL are like the top tier of League of Legends completely have different opinions on like what was expected. So Nami obviously is going to be the lock-in here for Vicaria, but interested to see kind of how this one plays out.
I think Nami could be maybe a toss-up to that comfort pick, but also to help, because with Yuumi, she's just so effective. A good Yuumi with that poke. So to just have that sustain, even if you are unfortunately copying some of it, you don't get bullied completely out of lane. That's like the biggest thing that I find, especially with the Ezreal as well. It's just so much poke coming your way.
Yeah, especially like when you do pair it with the Ezreal, that makes sense. She kind of functions similar to a Zyra-ish in lane. Probably more like a Sona when you take in the heals, but in terms of like out of range Q poke that you cannot fight back with unless you outrange the Yuumi, which is incredibly difficult. Then it's just like Zyra throwing plants at you. There's nothing really you can do to avoid the damage. So in this case, they go for a healer to kind of absorb some of it. The other port of call is just like lock in Alistar, right? You just headbutt her in the face, like you just combo.
Alistar in ages.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone's scared of him, to play him.
Yeah, with Morgana being so highly prioritized in the meta, he's very hard to pick. And I feel like when Ali is in the meta, he's a blind pick more often than not, right? It's not counter pick Alistar very often.
Yeah.
Because that just doesn't sound like
it does.
the most potent thing in the world.
Ooh.
Yeah, but like I feel like it is an option. You can actually combo the Yuumi as she W's back onto her AD carry, and you will break the cycle. Because Yuumi is like literally 0 HP, doesn't take flash, doesn't build boots, incredibly squishy.
Super vulnerable.
Yeah, so like you can actually, like the speed of the combo is enough for you to be able to break the...
I'm learning something.
What's it called? You and me.
Yeah.
So you can kind of deny her.
Nice.
Going back to the AD carry there. Not sure what's happening with the game just yet, of course. We did go through champion slates, all 10 of them locked in. I believe we will be sticking...
HFC.
Yeah. Maybe. Who knows? But we will be locking in with those picks and bans, I expect, but we'll be getting into the game shortly. But until that time, we can just shoot the shit. How's your solo queue been going? You been playing much League?
No, unfortunately not. I have the most exciting news. We got a puppy.
Oh,
I've been
true.
telling everyone.
Yeah.
So I've basically just been waking up at 2 a.m., 5 a.m. every day. I haven't touched my computer in like a week and a half. It is a bit of a bad time.
Yeah, okay.
So it's the time that I get to study and practice commentating and everything is literally when my puppy is asleep. He
like
sleeps from
small
2 to 5
hours of like
2 to 5
chunks.
p.m. He gets 3 hours, and it's like the most blissful 3 hours.
Yeah, that's like a couple of games.
Yeah.
And then you're like,
but like, it's not even. I'm just like,
games.
I've got to watch all the thing. I've got to make my notes. I've got to practice. And then he's already up and he's like, I want dinner. And I'm like, you're so cute.
Also, if you're just yelling at your computer, probably not conducive to a sleeping puppy.
Don't worry, he's going to get old. I'll be back on the game soon enough. In fact, when I get back to Sydney, I'm going to grind that solo queue.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting back on the train right now. I feel like a lot of people, at least in high elo, will be dreading having me on their team. Look, I'm just hot trash right now.
First time Yumi.
I've just genuinely just been bottom feeding in Diamond 1 for like a week, and it's just a really sad time. But, of course, we are into the game. Game number 1, AV Academy versus QUT Tigers. Eventually, folks, we finally got there.
Look, it's all about building up that anticipation. As I said, this is going to be a good one. These teams, unfortunately, they're both 1-4. So I feel like both of them are really going to be hungry for this win.
Want to be stacking up wins on wins. It's kind of interesting how the ladder is shaken out, where you have like these big chunks of teams. Direwolves, they sit at the top, or Dire Cubs, I should say, but then you have a block of 3, Gravitas, Chiefs, and Mammoth with 4 wins. Legacy, Emprox, and Bombers have 3. And nobody has 2 wins. There's just a big bunch of people, UQ Union, AVA, Order Academy, and QUT, all sitting on just a single win, trying to differentiate themselves from one another, I expect.
Yeah, you want to just break the streak. You want to get that second win and be the first one to do it. And, I mean, QUT, they got that first win last week.
Yeah, keep the momentum.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep riding it.
Alrighty, as we get into the laning phase, so no one was trying for any cheeky invades, everyone guarding the paths just to make sure no shenanigans going to be going forth.
A couple of interesting things I want to hit on, just because we do have a little bit of time, right? I've been seeing a little bit more of sweeper starts, just kind of in general. Junglers normally do it level 1, and they ward something, they ward dot push the enemy jungle, go back, pick up a sweeper, and then just have that trinket to start ticking away at the cooldown. But I have seen a couple of supports actually picking that one up very early in the game. Normally the kind of rule of thumb is like, yeah, get to Sightstone, then I can afford to go the sweeper. But we have been seeing not necessarily the Yumis and the Namis of the world, but more of the tankier supports, maybe the Tahm Kenches, the Alistar, stuff like that. Picking that one up earlier than expected. So we don't see any of that this game, but we do have a Yumi. She doesn't have a flash.
Oh, now we get to judge the drawing skills.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty good, threading the needle.
1 for 1. He's also rocking the skin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, if you're going to play Yumi without that skin, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I feel like this lane, the most obnoxious thing is Ezreal gets to take TP and then you still have a heal. Like Yumi changes the way you play support. Now, I was speaking about this earlier, right? But you don't build boots. You don't want to take flash because you're always attached to an ally and you can just jump from ally to ally, so you don't really need it. And there's never really a time where you ever want to be in a combat situation, aka when you would use flash, without a friend to be on, right? So flash just isn't all that useful, but it does mean you go for the double combat summoner here in the heal and ignite. We have seen more aggressive variants with the heal and exhaust, rather. We do see more aggressive variants with the ignite, but more commonly you see this one.
Plenty in solo queue with the exhaust ignite, and it's just the bane of my existence. But yeah, so just empowering the Ezreal and what he can bring. Yeah. But already, even in that bottom lane, you can see the sustain that Vicaria is able to give Feint. Just make sure that even if they do get the poke, we'll heal it right back up.
Yeah, they're able to push in fairly early. They've already got lane prio, start whacking away. Probably have a little bit more wave clear early on in the game with the Kai'Sa versus the Ezreal. So it makes sense that they do have small amount of priority here. Junglers are going to end up on the same side of the map in top side, though. Kentai is actually going to
deep ward?
Yeah, he's going to ward the Raptors and also spotted out Hi Goodbye Sejuani doing the golems with the plants. So very nice kind of slip into the top side there.
Yeah, pretty chill in the mid lane. I mean, Aurelia, very, very scary. Will sort of start to scale up if you give her that opportunity, but it's all about playing safe. I hate that matchup personally. When I'm in mid and I have to verse out Aurelia's mage, I'm just like, all I have to do is farm.
Are you a mid player?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, I feel like Aurelia is the scariest mid to verse as an off-roll.
Really?
Yeah. Like
she's just scary no matter what. Like, you give her one kill and I'm just like, oh my goodness, my lane. It's just, there's never just one.
One of those guys.
Yeah, one of those guys.
Yeah, but junglers, not really useful pre-level 6 here. Skarner, of course, has the stun if he can get into melee range. Sejuani needs a little bit of time to build up that passive as well. So, not the scariest pre-level 6 gankers. Does mean that the Aurelia has a little bit more freedom in the mid lane than you would otherwise expect. So, Unspecialized been able to utilize that fairly effectively right now. Has a tiny little bit of a CS lead, but it's really all you can point to as the difference in this mid lane right now. But Syndra just kind of sitting back, farming up with the orbs. Does not have all that much mana, but the Biscuit's going to help in that department.
I like that ward that Hi Goodbye did as well, just so you can keep tabs on the enemy jungler for Elo. But Skarner, I mean, pre-6, I don't find him very, very terrifying. It's just once he's 6, then you're really just like, all right, we need to be very aware of this guy. If he sees that opportunity, he'll take it, but for the most part, Should be able to cruise on.
Yeah, like he can punish you for super overextending.
Yeah.
Like once he's level 4 and he has kind of this base, right? Like yes, he's gone for the slow smite and the blue one there.
You'd be spotted in that
Blanking
try.
on the name, but does have the boot, so his predator is now online. He can get 2 places if he really wants to, but combat effectiveness not the greatest. As you mentioned, he's going to get spotted out though, and they are going to be trying to clear out a bunch of this vision on the bottom side. Elo still hanging around to try and defend his bottom lane, who's now pushing in.
It's funny, because Hi Goodbye has the perfect name for it. He was literally just like, hi, goodbye.
Yep. Hits a ward, leaves that one away. Very nice bottom side vision here from QUT. Given the Aurelia had the priority, gets himself a recall there. It's no TPs in the mid lane. It is the Ignite versus the heal, so gets himself a reset with the pressure that the Sejuani did provide, and gets himself a cheeky little Merc Treads by, so...
Not too shabby. I'm having a look at how Relopal... it's funny with Yumi plays. I find that they're either very, very direct in the way that they're targeting and drawing their Qs, or it's just like they do the little like loop-de-loop into your face.
Yeah, Relopal is definitely a loop-de-loop sort of guy.
Yeah, he strikes me as one.
Kind of gets to cast this one backwards and zooms that all over the place before he goes towards his target.
Not bad. I mean, so far, I guess it's been pretty slow, but I mean, that's something to be expected as well. Once I feel that we see level 6 coming on board, in fact, right now, the ultimate comes out from Froggadog, straight onto Tekka. The Ignite is ticking away. Hi Goodbye is trying to get there. He doesn't even need him, gets the first blood.
And a straight up solo kill there for Froggadog. Hits him with the Ignite, knows the damage output there, and gets the flash too. TP is going to get the Poppy back to lane without losing too much, but once again, Froggadog on the Hecarim. Normally we see that in the jungle pick up, and he's going to take that one into the top lane. Very nicely played.
And we go straight to the pause.
Relopal's dead.
Yep.
He's DC. He's the problem. He's the problem with Champ Select. He locked in the Yumi. Now he's lagging.
I wonder if he's got a cat. Maybe his cat is like sabotaging him. Have you noticed there's never dogs that sabotage things? It's always cats.
Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, your dog will accidentally chew the cable, but like cats will literally just like
Intentionally
walk
chew the
over.
cable?
Yeah, like intentionally claw a cable, sit on your laptop, knock over things on your keyboard. So
Is
many
that-
friends I've played with, and like, sorry, my cat just did this. I'm like,
Is that
"What?"
their fault? Or is it the
No,
fact that they are just strictly smaller than most dogs?
I think it's just that cats are jerks sometimes, and they
I
know
mean,
it.
yeah, they're definitely the
They've been
worst
worshipped,
animal.
like ancient Egypt worshipped them. They know that they're better than us.
That's actually a very good point. I never had a cat or a dog.
What?
That's a bloody sad
Not even
time.
as a kid?
Yeah, no. I'd fish. I think I've spoke about this multiple. I think it's on the OPL broadcast, but yeah, I had fish.
Just recap for new me. Like,
and then
I haven't heard this.
we went on holidays as a family, and I believe this story is correct. And my dad.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, you don't remember it right?
Well, I mean, I don't remember exactly, but I believe this is the correct story, and I'll probably get called out if it's not.
Okay.
But my dad always listens to like broadcasts. And
so
then,
nice.
yeah, and then he like, anytime I say something that isn't true, he's just like, you're talking shit. What is that? Like, he just calls me out immediately. No,
Can we
but
teach him Twitch chat?
we went on holiday and then we came back. And whilst we were on holiday, we put the like, because instead of getting friends over to like feed the fish, because you need to feed your animals when you go away, we just
Yeah.
put them in our neighbor's tank. Which is
Okay.
like, I mean, I was a child, so don't blame me, blame my parents. But then on the way back, we were literally in the house to pick them up because they obviously had a fish tank and they had nice friendly fish that
Yeah.
were not so friendly after all.
I was
'cause
gonna say they ate them.
They literally ate them as we were there picking up the
Ooh.
fish.
That's
Like
really
not even like immediately they were put in and they got chomped and then there was a bit of an awkward story. Like we were there to pick them up after the holiday.
They got eaten.
And they just got
Were you
got
a little
nommed.
bit traumatized? Are you a bit sad about that?
I feel
Or
like
you
I have an
don't mind
awful
the fish?
memory. I don't remember. Was I cut? Probably. It's not. I don't think it was a defining moment in my childhood.
Well, I remember
But-
when I went to Singapore and I had a bird at the time. It was a cockatiel, and I
Okay.
loved it to bits. And we went to Singapore, and I came back, and they're like, "Oh, your bird passed away." And I was like, "I knew this one cousin couldn't be trusted."
Oh, you
and
gave
I
it-
was like, "Okay, well, where did you bury him?" He's like, "We threw it in the bin." And I was like,
Oh.
devoed as a kid. I was like, "What?"
Yeah, that's a train wreck.
That was.
You didn't even
still
get
don't
the.
trust
You didn't
him.
even get like the.
You know,
what's
like
it
if you
called?
at least had a
Closure. You
burial-
didn't get the closure.
Exactly. I was like, A, you neglected my bird probably and it died,
Yeah.
and B, I threw it in the bin. I'm like, you could have lied to me.
Was it a loud and annoying bird?
No, it was very sweet. My sister's was the
Ah.
scary one. She had a budgie and it was just horrifying. My mom's like, isn't it cute? And it was like biting her hand off. I was like, I don't want to touch
So
that.
what's a cockatiel?
You
You
know, like cockatoos, how they've got
Yeah,
the crest?
yeah.
Imagine like a really
They're
small
just tiny
one.
cockatoos.
And we're back.
We are back. No birds in this game.
No, yeah, I was
unfortunately.
gonna say, unfortunately. I'm sure there's like tiny, you know, you can see like the frogs, the ants and stuff like
The critters?
that. Yeah. Oh, good stun there.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. Followed up by the ultimate. Coming on out, just trading a little bit, not wanting to dive too far
There it is.
until he waits for the reset. That's going to be the first...
Oh!
Well, sorry, not the first blood, second blood.
Yeah, and Unspecialized gets away with murder as well. Flashes out of the turret aggro, so does not get taken down. Burns the heal from Kentai, and just another straight-up solo kill here. The solo lane is from QUT. Really pulling out all the cards here, and whilst that's happening, that's an Infernal Dragon, so they're just getting everything.
Value upon value upon value. It's with Aurelia, like I always have to respect. I'm like, oh, you know, maybe he might not die for it. Just waited for the cooldowns, went straight for the kill, calculated it.
Yeah. Well, you can see him kind of making the decisions on the fly, right? You're trying to bait out the Syndra stun to then hop on over after that fact. He starts it off, hits the stun, lands the ulti, gets the resets on his Qs, and you can see a little bit of happy feet back and forward, but as soon as he pops the ignite, the heal is not coming out before that point, so he doesn't get the extra bonus there, and Specialized sees it, flashes out, so...
It's gold in the bank. This is the Aurelia possible snowball coming on through. You don't want to let it get too out of hand, but, I mean, the saving grace is that we're keeping it pretty well in terms of that CS.
Yeah, certainly. Nice bit of vision out from Froggadog, does rotate down the river.
Front
knows
Tekka.
exactly what is going on, but not able to deny that one. So the blue buff is in full control of QUT, and you can see as well, High Goodbye is tracking from his bottom side up to top lane. So if he chooses to, has the Sejuani ult now, has an Aurelia and a Hecarim that all can potentially get priority in their lane. So I would expect a contest onto this blue buff, but it's not going to be the case. They're just willing to concede this one, hand it over.
But still getting vision tabs on where exactly everyone on the map is. That definitely speaks volumes. And bot lane just trading still. Just trading.
Yeah, very hard for either of these lanes to really commit on one another. Double healing support means a lot of the poke is not going to stick that much. I feel like Yuumi is a champion that kind of shows you how in sync the laners are together, like on the same team, right? And I feel like Styled, there's that work that I was going to be saying, needs to step up as soon as Real Opal casts the Q so he can get that extra range. Of course, he's kind of gated to where your ally is standing when you are attached, so the ability to communicate that one, move around, and give that Yuumi the extra bit of distance. Let's kind of go the extra mile there, but as I was saying, they do just have a W to be able to heal that one up.
It's nice that the blue went over to Kentai, just going to help him clear the wave, just keep it pushed as much as possible versus Unspecialized, and not really give him that opportunity to make that play again.
Yeah, potential gank here at the top lane is going to be spotted out by a very nice ward there from Tekka. Probably placed that one as Froggadog was walking back to lane for the blue buff, so... Given a full HP Poppy, Bone Plating is now procced, but Sejuani Hecarim probably don't have the damage to burst that one 100-0, not going to go through.
Wouldn't want it to. Same in the jungle. It's weird though, because now we've seen Elo, as you said, hit that level 6 for a while, but it's just the vision that we have QT across the map. He's really limited in what ganks he can do. Yeah,
I'm kind of expecting something to happen to the level 6 mark, but as you mentioned, we are past that point. I feel like mid lane is probably going to be the hottest property. You can see Pink Ward on the top side of the mid lane for QUT Tigers is kind of an avenue for High Goodbye to get in. A very deep ward there from AV will spot that side out, but neither of these level 6 ganking junglers able to pull something off just yet. First one of the game has not stuck. Oh, Real Opal hits a minion.
High Goodbye again, just a little bit close into Elo's jungle, but knows that he can get away with it, either to get vision and also clearing out a lot of the wards that AVA are trying to put down.
Yeah, and I feel like Nami does certainly have the advantage in this regard, right? Being able to build boots, you can see already has the brown bags, whereas the Yuumi, just sitting out of Fog of War, he's kind of saying, like, I don't want to show the fact that I'm in lane right now. The W range is fairly large, so if Feint ever tries to go on style, then the Yuumi can be there, but without boots, and especially once Vicaria gets to that tier 2 boot mark, it really is going to be very difficult for Real Opal to kind of keep up in the vision game without access to his jungle. This was an attempted gank.
Not quite connecting for the stun, unfortunately.
And once again, I pointed it out just before, a little bit of communication error from the bottom lane of AVA here, and Ezreal didn't step up as the Yuumi ulti was cast. You need 3 waves of that ulti to be able to CC someone down. That could have been the layering with the Skarner. That could have been another kill to get AV on the board, but kind of fizzles and they lose the Rift Herald.
Yeah, High Goodbye. Pretty happy with that one. Picks it up for free. Actually goes for the gang. Misses ultimate completely. Kentai gets the flash off. And he's fine. Elo is now going to try to see if he can make anything happen. But no, just slowly chasing him off.
Yeah, Predator not popped. Actually used it in the bottom side as well.
Still
so it doesn't have the extra speed.
And finally disengaging.
Yeah, Rift Herald certainly was a danger there as well. Both of those skill shots got flown off into Narnia. Very nice flash from Kentai, gets himself out of the Aurelia ulti, but he's going to lose the Summoner and some control in this mid lane.
A little bit of poke, but now Unspecialized knows that the stun is down when you're most vulnerable with Syndra. It's really weird, right? With Kentai, it's sometimes when you're that jungler and you're going for that gank, you're expecting the flash immediately. Like you could see, he was just like predicting where he might go.
Yeah.
But I feel like Kentai wasn't even realizing what was happening. He's like, oh, and then he flashed.
There's a very small margin of when the Sejuani shows in the bush and then the ability comes flying out to be able to react to, but in that situation, you don't need to. If you're in the whip range of that Sejuani, you can apply the slow, you can apply the red buff. Aurelia has non-committal CC to be able to throw. So like burn Aurelia stun, then throw the Sejuani ulti afterwards, and you can kind of cover pre-flash and post-flash with the CC there. So opportunity certainly looked for, very close by the Tigers, but not able to land that one. Oh, turning circle on that one.
Tight. See, I told you, cats. Yumi's just making a little mess as she recalls.
Yeah, I was going to say, was that the recall noise?
Yeah, the
that
noises.
was so loud.
Yeah, it was just like...
Compared to like Ezreal Q was flying out, Kai'Sa's CSing, the Yumi noises popping off.
She's helping me make my point. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I do like that skin.
Yeah, agree. I don't have that skin, unfortunately.
Oh.
A little bit sad about it. Of course, the Yumi build is going to be the Chalice turned into the Athenes very early, kind of akin to something like a Sona or a Karma. You need to be able to deal semi-relevant damage as a support to be warranted in picking up that item, and Yumi, with the Q poke, can do just that, can then utilize the passive with the heals there, probably go into an Ardent, maybe a Death Cap later for the straight AP values.
Also paired with style, he's picked up that Sheen, and that's where he really starts to come online.
Ulti's going to land. It does
Nice chonk.
bunch of damage. Vikari just going to pop a pot immediately. Next dragon has spawned. It is a good one. It is going to be the Mountain, and a fight looks to be breaking out here. QUT starting this one up.
AVA are trying to surround it as well. They do have vision on High Goodbye, and just trying to make sure that Feint can't collapse onto them with Vicaria.
Yeah, Tigers, though, they've brought down the top laner. Syndra's actually on the mini-map going to use the stun. Reload ball, very nice dodge. Oh!
Sejuani ultimate is going to connect, but unfortunately no one can collapse on it.
Yeah, and the fancy feed is just way too much there from the cat. He gets onto the Ezreal. Sure, Sejuani ulti wax styled into the face, but CC burnt, dodged out of everything, and yeah, they do kind of have to disengage from the dragon. They're going to start this one back up, but without a main engage tool in the Sejuani, this is much more difficult for the Tigers.
Clearing it out. You still have High Goodbye in the Dragon Pit, now starting to run away.
Predator.
See if they can reset. A little bit of poke comes across, and Starve just bullying them out.
Oh, and this is just the weight game here from AV. You can see mid lane, Aurelia has huge wave advantages, able to just constantly crash this one into turret, and Kantai is just like, look, I just want to farm these waves, guys. I can't walk through the river. I cannot face check the Aurelia. So every time that the Tigers do disengage from the dragon, AV are happy to let that one happen. Go back to lane, catch the waves. As long as they're not stacking dragons upon dragons here, they're kind of safe enough to just sit back and farm their lanes as much as possible.
It's got a QT as well. Like, they started the Drake twice, but neither wanting to commit. Instead, now popping the Rift Herald in that top lane.
It's a little bit of an expiry Herald. Pops it very deep in his jungle. We'll probably get a crash, given that Aurelia is already floating up top side, but plating long gone. We are already 15 minutes into this game. It's been a little bit jagged, given the pauses and stuff like that, but plating has fallen off. That is a very unfortunate place for Shelly to stop.
Yep.
They're not even going to get a crash. Or maybe they will.
Shelly's getting very distracted, and Specialized and High Goodbye there, seeing if they can try and escort it in. Shelly's channeling,
There we go.
and there's the crash.
Very close to the Poppy passive, throwing the buckler and getting the eye. She kind of turned around at the last remaining moment to be able to deny that one. So, big bunch of damage hits the turret, but not going to fall down anytime soon. And this is just a very slow game.
Come top as well, though, just to escort Shelly in. Not even for any plates, because we long past that.
Yeah, well, you kind of, like, expiring Rift Herald is never a situation you want to be in, right? They're kind of one of those things that it happens and you're like, okay, what can we do with it? It's obviously not a premeditated move, and they kind of have to try and make something happen. They have the priority already, so look to top side. They kind of force AV to come and react, show three faces in top lane as well, so it does just end up being a 3 versus 3. Shelly cracks the turret, wants to deal a boatload of damage, but we are starting to get towards some of these item breakpoints. A very expensive build now started up by the Hecarim, has a 20 CS lead, and Triforce now completed with the tier 2 boots. Aurelia should probably be very close to finishing her Triforce as well.
The Mountain Drake has been started by High Goodbye. They do have the vision. But now Elo has spotted them.
Are they going to fight this one? The Syndra is walking over, so you can see AV certainly toying with the idea. Hecarim channeling down and walking from topside once again. Elo's in the vicinity.
Poised. Will go in. High Goodbye is still trying to get it down. The Drake is going.
Slide
Israel
fight.
ultimate is gone. The Nami wave is there. It's going to be dragging over to the red side. Elo is completely destroyed as the rest of the members of AVA try to disengage. Tekka actually wants to go in. He gets the kill. Unspecialized, tries to re-engage in that backline, gets him out, almost goes down, finally goes down and drops to Style. But now Frogger is there, threatening him and taking it out. It's going to be a 3 for 3.
Yeah, and basically 4 versus 5 GUT. They almost wipe house there, but just enough of the damage does go through. Frogger, first one to react to the play, and Kentai actually rocked up to the play with 20% HP. Not sure what happened off the side of the screen, but maybe found himself an Aurelia or a Hecarim in the jungle, and that's certainly not a place for Syndra to be. So Tigers, they do win the Smite fight, they do get the Mountain Dragon and walk away with the victory in the team fight.
It's just Hecarim in a nutshell. Just literally walked up and was like, "What's up, Ezreal?"
Yeah.
He just ran him over.
Yeah, wandered in from top lane. You can see Tekka TP to the River Bush and then got a very nice flank, took down Unspecialized, but Frogger didn't even have to burn the TP, and given the lead he is now accruing for himself, right? He's working on his second item. He still has that TP now advantage over his opponent, so still has that global map pressure and continuing to have a very strong start to this game. 2 minutes until Baron spawns, and we see probably the next big objective to fight over.
Should be happy with that. I mean, a Mountain Drake and still trading for those kills could have gone a lot worse for them.
Yeah, it certainly can. I mean, your Aurelia was pre-Triforce, right? Like, you haven't even hit your realistically, like, best item spikes across the point. You want Feint with a Manamune Kai'Sa. He wants to be stacking that one up just much like the Ezreal. Hit the Muramana breakpoint. Triforce now completed for the Aurelia, as I mentioned, but both of these teams kind of happy to play a fairly slow early game, right? Like, Ezreal, Yuumi scale incredibly well. Sejuani, when you have 2 melee solo laners, also in the same boat. You pair that with a Kai'Sa. This is kind of 2 team comps opposed, one versus each other, but they kind of do fairly similar things here, so kind of expect a much slower game with the gold lead is realistically only 2,000 apiece.
I was going to say, that gold lead, I was expecting it to be so much more, but it's both of these teams just really pacing themselves. And we saw that from AVA as well, where they took, was it the 4 teleports, and they just stalled enough to get that win?
Yeah, that was an interesting game. I don't think it was AVA. I think it was
Not AVA, sorry.
Order Academy.
Sorry, yeah. With the A at the end. But
picked up a Sona with TP. That was an interesting choice. He actually DM'd me afterwards, and he said his hands were cold, and he didn't mean to take Klepto.
Oh, that was an accident.
So,
I thought
I'm
it was
sitting there
intentional.
like, man, this guy's the greediest support I've ever met in my life. Like, he's rocking the Sona already, taking the Klepto and the TP.
But my point about that was just that these teams are very happy to just stall it out. Not a lot of engaging happening unless fighting for the objectives, even where the Rift Herald, just as you said, had to be spawned out of desperation. Yeah,
well, I feel like coming into this game, if you take a look at where the teams stand, like on a broader picture, right? You see QUT, yes, they just picked up their first victory. They are finding some comfort now with Haigenbai on more stable junglers like the Sejuani. They do look more cohesive, more like a team, as opposed to like a bunch of individual players, right? But then you look at AV, roster drastically changed for this week. So you kind of expect to come in Elo substituting into the jungle position, right? He wants to play something standard, something safe like the Skarner. He's not going to be picking up the Elise or the Lee Sin anytime soon, I expect, but kind of ends up with both of these teams coming into this game here today versus each other with a sort of justifiable, fairly safe standpoint, and you kind of do get this sort of game, right? 8 kills total right now. 2K is still the lead. 20 minutes, so the big purple worm is up and available, but you can kind of see these leads brewing. I feel like the Hecarim is kind of only getting stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
High Goodbye has been in that top bush for ages, waiting for Kentai to just push up just a little bit. Now Unspecialized joins in. They've committed so much time, but that ward is there.
That's just a very good read from the Syndra. Oh, this is actually going to be a catch.
They're going to bump straight into these two, and Aurelia procs his ultimate. The Yuumi ult means that they cannot collapse, and Relopal gets away with that.
Yeah, very nice use of the book there, and CC's up multiple members. The flash does have to be burnt by the Skarner, so gets himself to relative safety. Mid lane is now the prize that QUT have set their sights on, but without a wave, and given how much time they spent here, AV certainly able to react so far.
Ezreal ulting. Dishes
big
a
chunk.
nice chunk over there. Also followed up by the stun from Kentai. They dish out the damage to the wave.
Yep.
Really stopping the push coming out from QT.
And pre-Baron buff, it's so hard to commit to a turret. Versus the Ezreal, versus the Sivir, versus the Yuumi. They've got all of this non-committal wave clear. They can kind of just throw. Syndra can even then pick up the cannon, so you don't even get the extra tiny bits of damage that a cannon minion can provide. So very difficult task there for QUT and not able to get much done.
Clearing out vision now, AVA, but also just posturing. So still waiting for their ultimates to come back online. It's only 2 burns, so we saw Styled using that to clear the wave and chunk them and then relocal.
And you can kind of see this 1-3-1 setup is going to be the setup of choice here for the Tigers, right? You've got double very strong side lane solo lanes. Hecarim building a lead versus the Poppy, or as best he can. Aurelia, you can see, is kind of forcing Kentai to just sit underneath his inner turret. That wave crashes, he goes and catches it, then groups up with the rest of his team on AV, whereas Unspecialized is spending a lot more time in the side lane, and you mentioned it just before, High Goodbye has spent a boatload of time just sitting in bushes around the Syndra, so it does ultimately mean that nothing has happened towards top side, but that just means Kentai has been playing it very well, right? He is the one at a disadvantage into the gank situation. He's constantly in that 2v1 scenario and hasn't given them an opportunity so far, so...
He's done very well.
Giving his first berth into the OCS here and into relatively tough matchup in the Sejuani and the Aurelia. Have to commend him on his play so far.
Look at the amount of vision that AVA have in that top lane as well. A lot of the members waiting in the bush. So Elo, you can see, also joined by Relocal.
Yeah, actually has a cat in his shoulder and face checks the bush with the Sejuani. The reset is going to come through. Interested that the boots is actually going to be completed here for Relocal, so... Not going for the boots-less build and didn't go for the free-ass boots either, so actually bought those ones. Goes back, finishes his Athenes, and Yuumi just scales so disgustingly well. Once you get to like 3-ish items and you get a bunch of levels, he's now level 11, right? So he's got rank 2 ulti, and the CDs kind of start trickling down to just spamming out abilities, jumping from person to person, and your ulti. Super broken in the right environment.
Yeah, just so as we saw when everyone was trying to collapse into that jungle path over there, just completely stopped it with one ultimate.
That's like best case scenario. Your ulti is like perfect width for that kind of choke where you're just kind of like funneling through and not a lot of room to dodge in that sort of situation, so.
I like the sound effect that she made. What did she say? Like, oh no, 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 or something like that?
I didn't hear it.
I don't know if she does it with this skin, but like just normally she's just like, oh no, no, no.
I feel like we're 3 seconds away from her just being like, hey, listen.
Oh, Elo over here saying, hey, listen to me, actually forcing out the ultimate from Vicaria. But Elo, he's still not going to be deterred, forcing out another ultimate, this time from Sejuani to lock him in place.
Disaster from AV Academy. The TP comes just slightly late, and Elo gets denied twice on his contest there. Look to try and pin the skewer into something. Tried to get the fish, but Sejuani said no. High Goodbye now dashing over the wall, trying to defend this turret. Stun lands.
Stun goes on High Goodbye. It's not the member that they do want. The ultimate does come out from Unspecialized, forcing them back a little bit, but they do get a little bit of a chunk off the turret.
Yeah, but a very nice defense there for the Tigers. You can see Frogdog in the side lane is just left alone with the turret. That CS lead now growing to 30 and has some time alone to get the work done. So finishes his 2 items, doesn't have to expend the TP, so is going to have that advantage once again in his top lane. So QT certainly come out the victors in that situation.
Bit by bit, Frogdog opened up that bot lane, as you said, which means that High Goodbye ran straight to this air Drake and could probably solo it. No one's really going to be nearby to contest, and they don't have the vision.
Sejuani used to be just the worst jungler in the game at doing objectives because your passive was on such a long cooldown, but now that only applies to champions, so with the percentage damage she has, she can actually tear through a dragon so long as she can tank it for long enough. So it's going to be able to take that one down. Turret for turret is the trade.
So like AVA, they did finally spot out, saw the Drake was being taken, tried to get value in the top lane, which they did, but QT also responded right back, getting a turret in the mid lane. So QT, bit by bit, they're starting to come up ahead in these micro trades.
Yeah, and they are like very small, right? That was a big team fight brewing, and the Skarner was moments
he had his
away.
Flash. He was just, you could tell, he was spamming it. He's like, come up.
It's kind of that catch earlier where Yuumi saved him in the choke and he had to burn the flash. If that was available, then flash for flash does not matter when you have a Predator, right? You're just zooming at your opponent. That is a dead Nami, potentially a look at Baron, but that wasn't the hand that was drawn, so a very different game right now. Neither team at 26 minutes has realistically looked to start that one up, despite kind of wrestling over that control for the last couple.
Lots of discipline from both teams. Every time we think we're about to get a team fight brewing, as you said, just the disengage coming out. But it forced 2 ultimates to keep Elo at bay.
Yeah, certainly. Nami have the Sejuani for the disengage, as you mentioned. It is going to be, I feel like we're trending towards one of these games where, like, not a lot has happened for the first 25 minutes, right? This is going to be starting up a Baron. He's just going to try hit him with an auto attack, and that's exactly what happens. But, like, we're going to have, like, a one team fight wonder. Like, somebody's going to burn all their flashes, somebody's going to pick. Here we go,
Elo's keen to do
Vicaria.
it! Empowered by Yuumi, the Q does connect, but Vicaria's under the turret.
And Feint plays that very aggressively, utilizing the stealth he gets from the upgrade there, and kind of playing on the knife's edge right in front of Elo. Has the QSS, so not the most afraid of the Skarner. Very nicely played, and once again, they disengage the Predator.
And then they trade priority. So before, AVA had priority, and now with that, QT can clear out the Baron Pit, regain vision control. It's just the dance.
Yeah, and the dance is winning for the Tigers strictly because the Poppy doesn't have access to TP. Every time something is looking like it may happen, Tekka has to leave top lane, or bot lane rather. He has to start walking over to the player or he's never going to get there. And Frogdog is just getting chunk after chunk and hitting more waves than his opponent. So sitting on 3 items now is a fairly large Hecarim. Only getting larger for the time being, and probably has about 2 minutes left on the TP disadvantage he's kind of fighting through right now.
Poor Tekka. Feels like he's just on guard duty, but he is until that teleport is back up. Hi, goodbye. He spots them, but not yet willing. I mean, Unspecialized is in the top lane.
Yeah.
So it's more just for safety.
3 items completed here from Styled, and actually has a pickaxe, so not willing to go for anything like the QSS there. There is a lot of like non-committal CC. I was talking about it earlier in the 2v2 mid, but that's an Aurelia ult. That's an Aurelia stun rather, or a Sejuani ult that could just come flying over the wall and doesn't pay the price for the QSS just yet. Isn't quite scared enough to be at that point, but this is actually a Baron started up for the Tigers. AV have some idea.
AV, they're starting to poke on out. Hi, goodbye, undeterred. Baron is at about half. Rest of the members now gathered from AVA. It's going to be the bot lane is left alone.
Stun lands up to Sejuani.
Does. Aurelia opens up with the ultimate.
Ulti.
The Sejuani ultimate connects, followed up by the Nami wave, but Yuumi is keeping them at bay. Now that Yuumi's ultimate is done, the rest of the members of QT don't want to engage.
And that one single choke just bites Tigers once again. Frogdog, I think, is on a bit of vision and collapses
jumps
here.
onto Kentai. The rest of the members are trying to flank him. Big ultimate coming out from Frogdog. Kentai is so low. He's trying to get taken out by Feint, but Frogdog might go down. Instead, Elo is first to drop. Start in a lot of trouble, and Specialized gets the shutdown onto him.
And the flank for the horse once again does wonders. Unspecialized once more. Flash.
He goes, jumps under the turret. Might have overcommitted a little bit too much. No, he's going to be all right.
Barely lives. The rest of the team, meanwhile, is taking down the Baron. A little bit of HP is still there for the Sejuani, and the TP back from Frogdog may just be enough to secure this, but contest is coming. Only 3 members, but the chance is there.
They're getting healed up bit by bit. Frogdog, they're asking him to tank it. But this is going to be the Baron going over to QT.
And eventually 30 minutes is on the clock, or just about. And it took them a very long time, but the single team fight is there. They take down 2 members, the front line there from AV, and they find access to the Baron Pit. So a Mountain, an Infernal, an Air, and now paired with the Worm. Items now completed here for the Nami once again. So item breakpoints kind of hit across the board, and now with the Baron buff, QUT looking to break open this game.
It's, I was looking at the bot lane as well while that fight was brewing. Tekka was trying his best to stop Frogdog from teleporting away, but eventually you saw, as soon as Frogdog broke through, it just changed the flow of the fight completely.
Yeah, because that was actually AV turning onto Frogdog, right? They knew he was coming. They knew the TP had been called and he was on the flank, but basically one hits Kentai on the Syndra. The fight kind of gets forked off in 2 different directions, and Relopal, I think, had to save someone on the right wing, and then the left flank just gets completely boomed by the Tigers, so a little bit of a roughie. You can see the Yuumi effectiveness in that one choke. When AV can group on top of each other and QUT kind of just walk at them from one direction, fights look very good. They can just disengage and kite back over the Syndra Balls, over the Ezreal, but as soon as it does get split up, you have a Hecarim on one side and Aurelia on the other, and it is just so much tougher.
QT blowing this one apart. That's going to be the second Mountain Drake over to them as well, and already the gold lead went from about 2k, 3k to now almost 5k.
Yeah, the big lead, kind of out of nowhere there. Defense is the name of the game here for AVA, trying to hold on to what their inhibs for as long as possible. Potential flank was being looked at there by Elo, but just going to group up with the rest of his people. Be a little bit of a front line so they can hit the wave, but I feel like for the Tigers, it's not about this mid lane, right? The 3 in the mid lane are just kind of being a pressure point right now. They want to be making progress in these side lanes. Hecarim over the Poppy and Aurelia over the Syndra, just whacking away on the turret every opportunity they get.
Bit by bit by bit, Frogdog is slowly taking away Tekka's ground. It was first the outer turret, then the middle turret. Now he's already on his way to the inner.
Super creeps, or Baron minions rather, doing a bunch of work. So that's one turret going down with the Baron buff. Working on the top side as the rotation is going to be there from the Tigers. So AV probably going to have to drop that one as well. Haven't yet had to drop anything in their base. So still all together and have something to fall back to. But Tigers potentially going to look for a dive after this one.
Systematically taking away all of the middle turrets and just really controlling the map. Trying to make their worth out of the Baron that they've got.
Yeah, Feint kind of walks into Narnia just for a moment there. Hi, goodbye. Nice to get himself out of that one. Reload just hanging on the back end of the Skarner. Very nice combo, able to speed him up with the zoomies and give him extra access. It's not like he already has a Righteous Glory and a Predator. He needs a Yuumi as well to get him to hit the back line.
Just desperately trying to push back these waves. But on the side of QT, one slip up and you can tell they're itching to engage.
Yeah, certainly looking for it. Frogdog wants nothing to do with the Poppy on the bottom side. You can see he's actually finding it very hard now to hit turrets in the side lane. Poppy has just infinite armor. That's a Thornmail in the brewing, in the making rather. Has a Sunfire, has the Ninja Tubby, so certainly isn't taking damage from the horse, but able to just wave clear as best as possible, despite being 3.3k down. That's just like a 60 CS deficit there, or 50 rather, and a couple of kills, but doesn't matter when you have a turret to sit under.
Not too shabby, I've got to say. I mean, Tekka, he's probably had the roughest straw, but he's been doing well with the hand that he's been dealt.
Certainly is the case. The lead is really there for the solo laners, the Aurelia and the Hecarim in terms of gold, but that is going to be Baron gone, so once again, we're back to the slow game of League of Legends. 33 minutes. Next Baron will be a few away, but...
Elder should be up before?
Potentially, yeah, 35 is going to be the spawn, or after that point, rather. I'm not sure the timing of the last dragon.
So definitely that would be QT setting their sights on that. So they did do the reset, not wishing to dive under the turret, not wanting to give away any of the lead that they've accrued.
Yeah, and a bunch of one-time uses now purchased here. You can see the stopwatches in the back pocket of the Aurelia and the Kai'Sa. So now pairing that with the QSS, kind of have every defensive tool that they will ever need. And Vicaria uses that to go for a fairly greedy build here on the Nami. First item Ardent isn't something you see a whole lot of in the 2019 meta. More often than not, you see Redemption into a luxury Ardent or something like that. But the straight up rush kind of banks on his AD carry being able to keep himself alive and has worked out pretty well so far.
So many QSSs on the side of QT.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard. Even if Elo does manage to get that drag finally, he's just been so blocked. Like, this guy, I feel for him.
Yeah.
Skarner, you want to make those picks?
It's pretty hard. Like the time window is almost gone. Now you have to be going on a Sejuani who's already got 4k HP, has a Gargoyle, so that's 8k HP if you're ripping her back into the rest of your team. So Vicaria is really the only other reasonable option here, but he's just been sitting very far back behind his teammates, as he exactly should be.
When he is threatened, he's got the wave at his disposal as well. So he's got self-heal if things get really, really dire for him. So it's just hard with their team fight, but maybe Elo spotting a chance over here, gets the slow from Yuumi, but doesn't commit to it after he sees hi goodbye.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the Baron spawn as well, so I believe Baron is spawning just a few moments before the Elder Dragon, so they potentially could be in one of these situations where the teams do look for any sort of trade, but given the Tigers, they are winning this game, right? They have all of the dragons. AVA really don't want to be trading Elder for Baron anytime soon. There's basically no benefit for them to pick that one up. It lasts a little bit less, and they don't get a good use of that buff, but this is actually the Tigers just setting straight up for the Elder. They don't care about the Baron, they just want bot side.
Just waiting, trying to anticipate where AVA will be. That's going to be the Elder now in the cycle of spawning. Surely this will be something that we see. Finally, the contestant coming out. Elo, he's going to be spotting out these wards.
Yeah, and a little bit of a bait and switch here, though, from the Tigers. That's two members, the Sejuani and the Kai'Sa. The tank and the main damage threat actually going towards the Baron. So yes, AV clear out the vision, but if they don't start the Elder Dragon, they're going to lose this one for free.
So interesting. They haven't spotted the rest of the members, maybe thinking that they're in the bush. It's all about the mind games, and Frogdog just being the ultimate decoy.
Can he go through the base? He can just continue tracking topside, and that's going to be the play. Elo's very
trying.
quick.
It's going to be a race against time. Frogdog trying his best. The Smite's going to slow him down. Finally gets the stun.
QSS.
The ultimate comes out from Frogdog, and he gets away.
Yeah. Doesn't even need the glory or anything. Has his E for the speed boost, and Holds
Baron
onto
and
the
Elder Drake
QSS.
going across the ultimate bait.
And that was just a disaster from AV. Ultimately made the worst possible decision. They lose the Baron and chase the Hecarim whilst losing the Dragon, so...
That feels bad.
Yeah, this game was incredibly close. 25 minutes and nobody has touched any major objective. Now 10 minutes later, 4 Dragons, Baron and an Elder Dragon. That is...
This is QT's game to lose.
Yeah, that was a bit of a roughie there.
It's going to be very, very hard for them to lose it at this rate. Provided they just don't run it down. But even you saw Frogdog could tank the world and he wasn't even phased.
Because, like, in that situation, he's now gone back and sold his QSS for a last item. But he didn't even need to use it, right? Like, if Elo pops the ulti, then Hecarim pops the QSS, and then he wins the trade, and the team can fight immediately. So, chasing the Hecarim turned out to be a futile decision there, and certainly cost them dearly. You can see once again, now with Baron number 2, the Tigers setting up for their 1-3-1 formation, just trying to pick apart the team fight comp that AV have put together. They do really want to stay grouped up much more than their opponents.
On the side of QUT, this is going to be the push that can probably win the game for them. Even if they wanted to, they could group and dive, but they're still opting for the 1-3-1. Bit by bit, use the Baron.
Yeah, you can see a flank in the mid lane brewing though. Skarner has the Yuumi attached, and they're actually looking to get on top of the Nami.
The turret is the first to fall, and a
Big
big
stun.
fight over here. Yuumi locking up all those members. Vicaria does not fall.
Kentai?
Hyderman tries to get the CC on Frogdog. His ultimate does miss, but it's going to be Kentai taken on out. The rest of the members turning their attention onto Tekka, who's next to fall. QUT showed no sign of stopping. Starl is desperately trying to keep him at bay. Mid is fully open. Fate with the flash. Doesn't manage to connect. That's going to be another inhibitor going down. And for QUT, this is going to be game over. The death time is surely too long for them to go. They're going onto the second Nexus turret. They're going onto the base. QUT get their second win.
Yeah, back-to-back victories here for the Tigers. A very slow game versus AVA, but once they got the lead, they got the Baron, got themselves a second Baron, and the last couple of minutes was really just all Tigers. AV looked all out of sorts.
It's so interesting. They always waited for that Yuumi ult as well, and then the counter engage was immediately there. They're like, burn it. We don't care. We're not going to commit.
Yeah, they just have so many QSSs. Like that was the only play that AV can look for. They get a flank onto the Nami. Unfortunately, they didn't have the damage to follow up, right? When there's tanks to be able to shepherd like the Nami in, you can just sit a Sejuani with 8k HP in front, and Ezreal's not going to be hitting anyone anytime soon. So yeah, they picked themselves up the victory in slow but fairly commanding fashion.
It was. It was safe, but it was consistent, and it really worked for them.
Yeah.
And I feel like we really do have a team. It's interesting. You said they really started to look more cohesive now.
Yeah, it's completely different than what we saw in the first couple of weeks, which I guess makes sense, right? Like new rosters come together, like different players kind of meshing as they get some time, but really looks like they are settling on a style so far and looks to be paying off. So QUT, the Tigers, they do pick up their second victory back-to-back weeks there. Don't go anywhere, rather, game 2 just after this 3-minute break. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the OCS. Week number 6, game number 2, EGM Vandy. That was a very slow game number 1.
It was a slow burner, but I really like that it just went 0 to 100 in the last 2 minutes. That
You
was like
reckon-
all of the action.
Yeah, Mprox versus Gravitas is going to be this one. Do you reckon it's going to be different based on
I
these two
hope
teams,
so.
what we've seen?
Yeah, I hope so. As I said last week, neither team had a good week. It was really rough for them. Gravitas, as you said, did not have their jungler.
Yeah.
But I feel like this week they're going to be hungry for that win.
Yeah, certainly. I feel like they look like a completely different team without Why Not on the bench. Guapi kind of fell down and then Rival. The Riven main came in from the top side and tried to do his best, but unfortunately, I think it was versus Chiefs, weren't able to pick up that victory.
Yeah.
And a pretty rough one. So, yeah, maybe getting back to their traditional roster. I will say they have been docked 3 bans for submitting their roster late, so I'm going to have the first 3.
It's not the best start, but look.
Yeah, look.
As long as you got your team, it's fine.
Yeah. I will say the one thing is it is the main roster, so it's not an emergency sub.
Yeah.
It's
But
the main roster.
Yeah,
but-
that counts
Yeah.
for a lot. You think that this is a small thing? No.
Yeah,
Counts
interesting.
for a lot.
But yeah, I believe they are on the red side, so kind of a little bit unlucky there, but they do have access to more of the picks. On the other side of the coin, though, it is Mprox, and I feel like, yeah, you mentioned a little bit of a rough game last week, not able to pick up the victory there versus the Bombers, but I feel like in recent weeks versus the Bombers, a lot of teams have been having a rough time.
been struggling.
Yeah, looking to be able to bounce back in this regards. I do like a couple of their players, right? And this is an interesting team that does work cohesively very well together.
Yep.
They've played the Darius comps, the Pike comps
Yep.
of note, but I do like Lived in the mid lane. I feel like he is just a very solid all-around performer. I see him in solo queue, see him in competitive, just looks like a very well-rounded mid laner.
That's what you want. Like, with mid, I mean, I love that role, but it just pays to have such a good foundation right there.
Yeah.
It's same as like people being like, oh, it's all about the jungle, the mid, and everything. I feel like a good mid is horrifying, especially if you're ADC or anything like that.
I think, I'm torn between whether mid or jungle
I feel like they
are
both.
the most important roles.
I feel like they're both equally very influential.
I feel like that is a wussy answer.
Is it?
Yeah, I feel like hedging is...
Okay, for me personally, I think mid can carry harder than jungle.
That wasn't the question, though.
Okay, what's
what
the
was
question?
more important? What's the most important lane? No, did I say that? I'm blanking on what I said.
Well, if that's the question.
I feel like... No, that is the question. Most
Okay.
important. Mid, out and out most difficult, I would say. Most important...
Jungle. See, now you're making me be like, I don't know.
But I feel like a very strong mid can hide jungle gap. But also... Nah,
Then
maybe
also
it's jungle.
because jungle can help everyone.
Oh, so can mid, though. Mid just wanders down the river. If your mid laner's winning, you know how easy it is to... Oh, I have dreams of playing like Karma Caitlyn, and you just can't get ganked because your mid laner has prio and the jungler just can't come down there.
There's
Like,
so-
that is
nothing
any bot laner's like best dream they've ever had. Just having a winning mid lane,
So,
and
what
you
are we-
can't get touched.
What was our final answer? Both equally
Well,
important? Or
I
you
th-
said mid?
No, I said equally important is a crappy answer.
Yeah, but which one did you go for?
I think mid.
Okay. I think mid... No, actually, I changed my answer to
You think,
jungle.
you think it's jungle?
I
Okay.
think jungle.
Okay. Controversial
You made
opinion.
me change my opinion.
Maybe somewhat.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's interesting though, but we're into the pick spans.
Yeah. So, Gravitas not going to be able to ban anything. Interested to see what this does change here for Mprox, though. Ryze going to be the first one. Is it going to be like Ryze, Silas, Aatrox, ban away a bunch of the OPs? They do have choice of OP, given that they do have first pick and Gravitas has no ability to react.
Gonna have to wait and see. For
There
Gravitas,
is.
they just have to wait out their 3 ban
Yeah.
losses. But it just gives them more time to decide what they are going to pick. So already, yeah, the Ryze, the Silas. And I mean, these are to be expected. I feel like the bamboozling that they can give you as well, whether they're going to be mid, top, it's just so strong.
Yeah, potentially, but when interesting to look at like a team like a Gravitas, and now Mprox is in this situation, right? Hot Chelly, huge Orianna player. Why not? Huge Hecarim player. Guapi has like weird picks like the Olaf, all of that sort of stuff. If you look at Ryze and Silas, 2 very big red side bans. Gravitas not able to ban them here, so Mprox is like, okay, like we now have the burden, let's remove all the OPs. So for Mprox, you now kind of lose the ability to target ban on blue side, which is the general trajectory, and maybe this kind of serves in Gravitas' favor somehow in a weird world. Mprox does kind of dictate what will happen here, but I feel like this is a team that, when has looked very on, and does play around their jungler and why not a great deal, so certainly have a lot of options open tracking into the rest of this draft.
Finally ending up with that Irelia ban, so strong. Again, another flex pick that we do see, but
Yeah.
interesting because on the side of Gravitas, no one's really brought her out just yet. Not saying that they wouldn't, but no one has played her yet.
Not a big Aurelia team per se, but that is a very interesting first pick. Sivir?
Straight into the Sivir.
Yeah, so we have Aatrox open, which has been 100% pick ban in every tournament ever that has been played in this patch on this season. And I actually like that so much. Aatrox just mega busted. That champion is super good. And now Sivir first pick to me screams Yuumi, and then they just take Yuumi away immediately. So Gravitas, I like this so far. Very quick read, very quick lock-in, and obviously have a plan.
Good. But responding with the Sejuani, so strong as we saw from that last game. Very stand in terms of that jungler. If not the Sejuani, maybe something like a Jarvan we see a lot of. You know, with that Yuumi, does that mean that they're going to pick the Ezreal up now?
I expect so, especially now that it's given a Nautilus. That could be very tough lane for Yuumi to navigate. Kind of want an AD carry that can sit in the wave somewhat, but then you're kind of disincentivized given you are laning against a Sivir, so I expect this will be the AD carry lock-in. Probably hold jungle for someone like Wynod and just kind of lock in something safe like the Ezreal. That'd be the expected play, I think. They could drop AD if they choose to, and that is going to be the case. Okay,
so leaving it open, locking in the Gragas instead, prioritizing him so much more. And that's something weird to be saying, prioritizing a Gragas.
Yeah, this is a guy that we haven't seen much competitive play in recent times. Obviously into the Sejuani, not the toughest of matchups, but yeah, that's a fairly interesting choice, I have to say.
Surely this is
comfort. Plays out. Oh, well, I mean, I don't necessarily think comfort, but like it's like personal taste. You know what I mean? Like he's obviously comfortable on the champion, but it's definitely not the norm by any means.
Maybe they've got some secret wombo coming up their sleeve. I mean, you've got the Aatrox, you've got the Yuumi, and then you've got, hey, Gragas over here.
Yeah, Gragas to throw a cask in and ruin everything.
You literally took it like some sort of like amazing
like Moses
play.
in the sea, just splits the tide. But it
I was just thinking, I'm like, maybe they've been practicing something weird, something wacky.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, target bans from Gravitas here now in phase number 2.
That makes sense,
Darius.
taking away the Darius.
Yes.
And the Pyke, you already just harped on about them, but Berserker on that Darius especially, he's scary.
He seems like the one with flair on this lineup, right? Like, Artek plays a lot of Thresh, Liv can like play all the standard sort of stuff, Paladin seems to be much more of like the Sejuani, the Jarvan, that sort of guy, and it is like Berserker where they build like priority weird stuff from. They're happy to play like Darius into Mundo, they play the Pyke, stuff like that, so...
Ooh, Akali
Bands
been
make
left
sense.
up
Okay.
and back to basic. I love Akali.
Yeah, super good right now, super strong. I feel like nerfs are in the works, but we are on patch 9.10.
They've nerfed her so much, leave her alone. Nah, she's still very strong.
She's still, yeah.
She's still hella strong.
She's still mega good. Kind of adds that flexibility. I expect it's going to be mid lane Akali. Matchups aren't yet decided here, so Liv kind of has a pick of the litter in terms of what he wants to take into that one. Aurelia, Sylas, and Ryze are already gone. That would be a choice. Okay.
So it's either going to be support Nautilus or support Galio.
And either one of them could go into the mid lane, into the Akali. I expect... I was going to say...
Galio will match Akali.
Yeah, I was going to say, would Galio have a better time? But potentially Nautilus.
In my experience, I think Galio wins it a little bit better, but it's also very hard for Nautilus. It just depends on how the Nautilus plays the lane.
Because I feel like the Nautilus can interact with Akali more when she's in Shroud.
Yep.
Like, you can just hit Riptide, you hit your E, and you can, like, wait. Like, both of them want to just be wave clearing and leaving. They don't want to look to 1v1 the Akali. Galio, of course, has the magic shield, so maybe swings it a tiny little bit in his favor. Can roam much easier out of mid with the ulti as well.
Yeah, and it's hard for Akali to get the full combo off because he can also interrupt with the taunt, also drag her out of Shroud. Just be a pain in the butt, but both very safe. But I like that. It gives them more options, right?
Yeah, be interested to see which one they go towards. I believe it's 20 seconds when that is locked in. So Renekton, something we didn't touch on. Fairly stable matchup into the Aatrox. Probably the best you're going to get, given that kind of wins a lot of them right now in the top side. So Berserker gets his hands on something comfortable, and your favorite lane, Kai'Sa with the Yuumi turning down at the bottom side.
I do like it, yeah. I mean, okay, you don't seem very sold on it, but I'm telling you, it's good.
I feel like you can never kind of go wrong with Kai'Sa.
Yeah, she's
just the new like basic AD. I scale well, I can lane well, I have like access to a couple of different builds.
Yeah.
I can take heal, I can take TP.
And you can also then build AP if you feel like getting it out. Like, she just got so much flexibility, and she just feels safer than Vayne, whereas it used to be Vayne for your hyper carry. So her and Ezreal, just super safe. I really like her. She's one of my favorite ADs that I play all the time.
Makes a lot of sense. Very versatile. It is going to be the Galio trading blows with the Akali in the mid lane. So Liv makes his selection. Kind of the one we here expected. It is going to be TP versus heal in the bottom lane. TP in the hands of the Sivir, as you would expect. So a little bit of a summoner mismatch heading into the Rift, but This says Mprox versus Gravitas Academy. Both of them coming off a loss. Definitely wanting to be picking up a win here today.
So you're also saying that Yumi would probably have a little bit of a harder time versus the Nautilus Sivir as well. So maybe that also did factor why he went to that bot lane, whereas Galio Sivir perhaps not as good. I mean, still good, but I feel like Nautilus can really shut down what they're trying to bring.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, Nautilus would do so much more into a Yumi lane than a Galio. Kind of, especially when you're pairing it with a Sejuani. Galio Sejuani isn't the best gank 1-2 combo. And Nautilus will do a little bit more damage in the bottom side and have a little bit more freedom to get on top of the Yumi lane than he otherwise would.
We are 2 for 2 for Principal Yumi skins.
Well,
not bad.
Yeah, when you've only got one skin, it's not a lot of choices.
Yeah, but people will just be, I like the default. I'm that guy.
Oh, I hate that guy. Nobody likes that guy.
Nobody likes
default skin. Default skin means pleb. When you off-roll and you have to pick some champion you don't own a skin for, it just feels awful.
Literally, when I was playing Kai'Sa, people were like, we won't play with you until you have a skin, because default Kai'Sa is just hideous.
Yeah. It's got so many options.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually very privileged in, what was it? Riot 2014 or 15? Like, they used to unlock. Now
I was going to say, did you get the unlocked account?
Yeah, now they give pro players accounts, right? Like, they give you an account for the season. It's like, yeah, you can have 1 million RP,
so
whatever.
Like
and then at the end of the season, yeah, you're kind of renting an account. It has access to a bunch of stuff, and you get bajillions of RP. But back then, they used to be like, hey, what are your account details? We'll hook you up. So I have, at that point in time, whatever that point in time is, like, everything that was purchasable in the store, I've got. So I don't have anything of
when
the
did they
of the
grant
new
it to
cool
you?
stuff.
Do you remember which champ was getting released?
I don't know, like 2014, 2015, that era.
Dang.
It's a
Reminds
while
me of those
ago.
games that do like VIP founders passes and you get everything unlocked forever. So good.
But this means like going from our conversation, anytime I like off-roll and play some butthole champ, I always have like a very old skin.
A little bit of a trade.
Yeah.
Retribution getting chonked.
Yeah, it's
That's
very
not
rough
that's
start.
chonked.
That was, okay. That's a technical term. Artek, playing his hook champ, sits in a bush and gets a very nice trade for level 1. MLG, I believe I've been told his name is Emelg, but when your name is literally
It's MLG.
phonetically MLG, I
Emelg?
refuse to call him Emelg.
Yeah, I also like MLG because it's more gamer. You know,
It's
MLG.
it's more gamer.
It is more gamer, you know.
I don't think I've ever been positively described anything in my life that is like, yeah, it's more gamer.
No, but you know, like everybody knows about MLG. It's like kind of a meme, whereas you don't want to be Emelg. It's like, who's that? Did you just accidentally say, I'm Emelg?
Thank you. Oh, it's
you
like
say it
kind
with
of
an
French.
accent, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I shop at Target, not Target.
Target,
Yeah.
oh, God.
See, you can't be that guy.
No, I like MLG. I'm sticking with MLG. If his name's Emelg,
He can come and write us a letter and we'll apologize.
he can DM me on Twitter and I'll hear him out. I don't promise anything, but I'll consider it.
Fancy footwork going out there from Mboma. Already Retribution healed completely up. I know I got very excited, totally cut you off, but I'm just like, you don't get to see a level 1 chonk unless you've got like the Zyrakan or anything like that going on.
Yeah, not too often, but did have to burn the potion. A lot of ADs going into Inspiration Tree secondary for the biscuits, for the free ass boots, and that is going to be the case here. So with that little bit of heals that Yumi offers very early in the lane and the potions being chugged, Retribution able to heal that one up. Back to kind of normalcy.
So all Hot Chili can really hope to do in this lane is just kind of trade for the most part, executing Galio once he gets higher. I mean, it's very, very difficult to do for him. They can just play it safe, farm up, and that's going to be the name of the game. Maybe get some roams later on.
You kind of have more sustain, but in the early levels, really, like I feel like Galio is going to do much more damage in an all-in. If you just walk in a straight line, it hits you with the E, hits you with the W, you have to tank a full rank Q that feels mega bad. So early, Lived kind of has a little bit of priority, able to shove that one in, but as I feel like the Hex deck is going to come out and a couple of items for Hot Chili certainly will have a lot more pressure in the 1v1.
I really want to see how Why Not goes on this Gragas jungle. Because it's been so long since I've seen one. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I'm hoping he pulls it off.
Yeah, it's kind of, like you look at it at the end of the day, you're like, oh, it's like a Gragas. It's not like the weirdest thing you've seen. It's like, I wonder how this is going to go. It's like, I've seen this countless times before, but just not in a little while, right? So, has options. Last time we saw him, it was a lot of the Zonya's AP Gragas. Certainly, with the Predator, has some access to early ganks with the E-Flash. Gone for the early base already, so picks up his boots. That's a very nice trade.
Very nice trade. Actually forcing the flash up from Guapi, and Berserker is trying to threaten for the kill. He doesn't have the ignite, and he has to turn away, just waiting for the cooldown.
Disaster. Just out of range to be able to get another auto attack there. Conqueror procced, but It's going to be the flash for flash trade, and no kills go either way. Very close, but very nicely played from Berserk. It does force the Aatrox out, which is not something most champions can do.
Well, he timed it so well. He waited for the exact time that Aatrox didn't have anything left in the steam.
Ooh. Swing
and a miss by Artek, unfortunately.
Yeah, very nice dodge there from Retribution. Dodges down towards the wall, kind of the unexpected trajectory there, and he's able to get himself out of that one, but it's not like a Sivir Yuumi, right? It's these lanes are kind of flicked on their heads, so Kai'Sa Yuumi, pre-level 6, really has no way to stop Nautilus just fishing. He could just go out there, throw a hook. If it lands, his jungler's already down there. The Sivir can follow up with a Q. Really non-committally at any sort of range, and there's no real way to fight back against that one. So as soon as priority is in the hands of Emprox, you can see MLG and Retribution just do respect it and catch the wave underneath their turret.
That's the best way to be. Apart from that, it's just going to be business as usual. In the top lane, Zerka, he's going to make up some of the farm that he did lose. But he's not too far behind. The fact that he's being able to stand toe-to-toe with Guppy and almost take him out, like, that was pretty darn good.
Well, he's probably going to catch a fairly decent chunk of this wave underneath this turret, so we'll account for some of that CS deficit, but he walked back to lane, whereas Guppy TP'd. So now, bottom side of the map, if they make a Galio play, there can always be an extra Renekton. The numbers advantage is sort of guaranteed for about 4 minutes here, so given that the Nautilus, the Sejuani, can make things happen fairly guaranteed.
Again, fishing, dishing out some damage onto Retribution, actually forcing MLG to come out from the tether, and now they're returning the trade. One more proc.
Yeah.
Retribution actually flashing for it. He gets the ignite. That was well calculated. But Sivir is trying to get at the heal. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Artek doesn't even fall. MLG forced to burn the heal.
And a disaster of a 2v2 from Gravitas Academy. Cleanse is burnt over nothing. Retribution, maybe not just used to that one just yet. Thought he had the heal available, but it was in the hands of MLG. He falls down, and yeah, as you mentioned, Artek barely didn't die to the last tick of Ignite, so a huge commit there from Retribution does not pay dividends, and they fall down.
Oh, it was calculated on his behalf too. He knew that last proc, a good chunk. Paladin looking threatening Guppy. Why not is there on standby?
Yep, lived floating up with the pressure from the ulti as well, so could actually get to the play if he needed to. So, respect is going to be paid. Why not goes back, finishes the blue smite, and interested to see what sort of jungle item he goes towards. Would be... I mean, does Aatrox count as a front line? Probably does more often than not. Has the revive.
He's Bruiser, definitely.
You could probably afford to go the AP build here if you are Why Not on the Gragas, and I probably expect him to go that route.
It's weird that Aatrox, after so long, that one change has brought him right back into the swing of things. But I really like the way that they changed his ultimate now. To make it feels more rewarding. Get an assist? Yeah, it feels way more rewarding.
Yeah, I feel functionally, or ideally, yes, it kind of works out that way, but functionally it's not that hard to get an assist.
You would prefer maybe a takedown?
Well, I mean, I think it is a takedown, right? A takedown is a kill or assist. Hold that thought. E-Flash may just come out here.
Why Not does not have the ultimate, unfortunately, and he actually gets swung. The turnaround from Artek. He does get bounced on in, but Artek has nothing left to give. And Bowman's trying to dish out some damage, but he's going to fall.
Yeah, Flash burnt earlier, cost the Nautilus. Artek falls down. No Flash having to be used off the engage there from Why Not. Just closes the distance with the Predator, but able to take them down. And
he's 6 now as well.
Kill goes down to the Gravitas bottom lane, and that's going to be a Fiendish Codex pickup, so definitely eyes on the AP Gragas.
So scary. That Nautilus is almost like that Blitzcrank. Anytime you're diving anywhere near that turret, it can just turn so easily.
Yeah, it looks super sketch. I see Why Not go in, I'm like, man, he just died. 100%, but he hit that level 6 mark, had access to the ulti to disengage a little bit further. Artek wasn't level 6 of his own, so unable to kind of lock him down long enough for Mboma to pick that one up. But Nautilus, much like Blitzcrank, Thresh to a much lesser extent, but all these hook champs, like, as soon as you have to be the negative one, as soon as you're walking away, so easy to kill. Early in the game, you don't have stats, you don't have a lot of damage to be able to dissuade anyone, so as soon as you become the target, you drop very quickly, and that was exactly the case there for Artek.
Good play. Bit of a jungle invade now, going together with the bot lane of Emprox actually going to take this blue. They know that they've been spotted out. Gravitas do have the vision on them. That's not going to matter. They can't rotate in time.
Yep. Gragas in the top side, so no ability to contest that one. Probably just going to take the blue buff of his opponents. He's actually spotted out by a nice bit of vision there from Emprox, so they will know where he's on the map, and as such, Sejuani's just going to solo out the dragon here.
It's going to be good. Going to give them a little bit more of that gold lead. No one's going to know that he's taking away sneakily, because Why Not? The pathing was to go straight for the blue. Pretty good, actually. Just a couple of steps ahead.
Yeah, uses the bottom lane, uses the priority to walk through. Potential dive setup is happening on the top side, but given that Gragas just walked away to the crab, probably not going to be the case. Hard to execute with Lived on the Galio. He can TP. He could just ulti if he's close enough in the vicinity, but Guapi is looking like he's ever so slowly chunking out Berserker here. Why Not has a return, but once again is on vision. So Berserker has had very good vision control defensively around top side of the map. His team just pushed in bottom lane, took a blue buff, did a dragon, all without help from the lanes, and that entire time has stayed relatively healthy underneath his turret and still able to farm away these waves. So Gravitas struggling to answer on the other side of the map.
So he just gets to chill. Recall coming out from Hot Chelly, bit of a reset. That's going to just be business as usual in these lanes. That ward from Why Not coming out earlier when he did take the blue buff. So we'll know on the next set of buffs.
Yeah, and this could be an opportunity coming into fruition, but no. Once again, just going to walk away. But Galio has priority in the mid lane, right? He has TP and hasn't gone for a base yet, whereas Hot Chelly just went for his second, and this is exactly what I expected. Pink ward already in the bush is going to be spotted at. The Galio is walking plus the TP.
Sivir procs the ultimate, doesn't matter. Yumi falls with it. Galio's on the spot. Retribution is going to fall. That's a double kill. Artek uses a stopwatch, manages to stay alive. Gragas still trying to get for the kill. He stays alive. Hot Chelly forced to back away.
Yeah, and a perfectly executed dive there from Mpox. They get the entire bottom lane. TP was burnt from Berserker. Maybe a little bit of overkill, but pick up everything they wanted. Don't get any plates, but double kill is certainly nothing to scoff at. The stopwatch comes through from the Nautilus, saves his own life, and yeah, kill lead just extending in favor of Mprox.
Guapi just doing what he can in the top lane, gonna whittle down these plates. Saw the rotate coming out from Berserker. So interesting as well to see Artek, he's not a cat, yeah, because we got Yumi, but it feels like that man has 9 lives. Every time he gets out with just minimal health.
It's the ignite, then onto the Gragas, and then stop watching the turret shot. Oh, this is interesting. Bit of a lane swap coming out from Mprox. Maybe TP committed from Berserker, and he's like, yeah, I just lost so many chunks. Lost 20 CS lead in the top lane when he was fairly even. So didn't realistically want to reset, walk all the way top side when the TP is there from Mboma. So don't think it was a planned maneuver, but a little bit of adaptation here from Mprox, and maybe working out in their favor. Why Not is on the top side of the map, which means he cannot pressure Berserker off this wave too much. It is just going to be a 2v1, which isn't the scariest for a Renekton.
So he can just chill. Lane has been reset, but yeah, the 2v1 just means he's going to farm on up best he can.
I will say, as a Yumi, probably one of the worst champions to try and to play up against as a top laner in a 1v2. There's no way she's missing her Qs onto you when you're sitting farming up a wave underneath the turret. She has move speed for the AD carry to dodge in and out of turret aggro, but very early smite here, and the fight is happening. Guapi's in.
He wants to get in amongst it. Guapi is going to actually fall without the takedown. He's just going to reset. The ultimate comes out from Why Not to steal the Rift Herald. Unfortunately, rest of the members lived. Is trying to make sure that they get a kill, at least for the troubles. Why Not trying to stay alive, but he does fall to live.
Yeah, Gravitas, they lose 2, but Why Not certainly hits the 3 over the top from downtown. They pick up the Rift Herald, so Hot Chelly able to grab that one. They will lose their mid turret for this one. 14 minutes, so 1 minute left on the plating, and Mprox are just going to whack away the mid turret, but this is very well played from Hot Chelly. Walks top, drops the Rift Herald immediately, and with Chelly, he may actually be able to contest for the turret plating.
The rest of the members now of Gravitas have came across. He will be able to. Completely. Artek gets the long hook, but doesn't even matter. Still gets the first Rift.
Yeah, there you go, so Mprox.
And he also used his E to go over the wall to get that was awesome.
Yeah.
Good play.
Very well played there. They hard commit to the mid lane, and Hot Chelly has the answer somehow. That looked like the most disconnected Rift Herald contest ever. Guapi is like, yes, I'm going in. Give me the team fight. I'm like, where's my boys? Are we diving in over the top? But
why not? The barrel of justice.
He doesn't want anything to do with the 4 members on his screen and just lobs a barrel over the top. Very nicely timed. Interesting that Paladin burnt the smite very early. Maybe he didn't expect a contest to come through, and unfortunately, did kind of cost him the trinket slot.
Unfortunate, but on the side of Gravitas is making the best out of the situation.
Yeah, that was a gold lead swing. What should have been probably about 2k to 4k. That's like a 100% increase there from Mprox, but still just sitting at that 2,000 mark. So Gravitas, with this steal and with Hot Chelly breaking top turret, kind of dissuade any of the gold lead that went over with those 2 kills. Was also Sejuani picking up a couple of those so far, so not really the best member to have them up.
Next dragon will be up soon. Unfortunately, I didn't catch which one it was going to be.
Probably good,
Ooh,
given that everybody's
Infernal.
down here.
There we go. Yeah, you can tell by the interest. So Mprox going to try and do the dance, try and reclaim some vision, get priority in the river.
Both top laners kind of whacking away at each other on the bottom side. Actually going to be a reset from Guapi, so potentially Black Cleaver completed and looking to TP back to the play here. That may be exactly what's going on. Doesn't have any deep flank wards, but is going to start wandering down.
They have the vision from Gravitas. They do not yet have the members. Guapi seeing if he can stall enough.
TP
No,
channel.
actually doing the teleport channel.
Hook lands onto Yuumi.
And it's going to be Yuumi taken out. Couldn't retether. Guapi is going to be in amongst it. And he's causing some havoc in the backline. But Hot Shelly, he wants to execute Paladin, but he's been knocked up enough. He falls in the trade. And it's going to be another member. Guapi taken out. Too many members of Mprox around him.
Yeah, and Mprox know exactly what they want. They land the hook, they get the fight. 4 members dead for Gravitas, and they pick up their second dragon of the game. Double kill to Lived, an extra one in the back pocket of the Sivir. Unfortunately, he falls down, but yeah, MLG just getting caught out at the start of that fight. Being unsplit from your allies, you can see just how easy you are as a target. Gets immediately picked on. There we go.
You need to respect that. Retribution still had his ultimate.
Yeah. I was sitting here being like, Berserker flash W'd MLG to take him down in that fight. Played that incredibly well as, he's moving that one around, but just walks bottom lane, literally ints to the Kai'Sa. That's a roughie.
Gotta respect it. Kai'Sa, very, very scary. I almost thought MLG was going to survive as well. There was enough time with him living. I was like, he can retether. Sure, it just takes that millisecond, but so squishy.
Yeah. They're just like a multiple layered CC, right? Like Nautilus goes in, it's like hook into auto attack, into flash W from Berserker. Galio, whilst that was happening, was channeling the charge, so knock-up was coming just a few moments later. It was really difficult to get anything done during that time, and Yuumi's W can, of course, be cancelled until she has arrived at the destination, so not sure if it was, but just died instantaneously nonetheless.
Sivir's really starting to come online as well. Working on the second item, already got the Essence Reaver. It's really strange as well from Gravitas. I thought that in terms of gold that they'd be much further behind, but still, only about 2k. Sorry, well maybe even 1k.
Yeah, I feel like the Rift Herald did a lot to dissuade that one, but yeah, it's fairly interesting. They're hanging on very well so far. 17 minutes is the time on the clock, so a couple more and we will be in Baron territory, and Mprox certainly do seem to have control of the top side of the map so far. Why not pathing down here towards the side lane? You can see once again, this is one of those games. There was QUT last game, but now Gravitas with Akali and Aatrox in your solo lanes makes a lot of sense to just be splitting up the map, opting into a 1-3-1 setup, whereas a Galio comp kind of has one objective. That's all 10 members on the screen and to win a team fight.
Rest of the members of Gravitas just looking to see what they can do. No real objectives up as of yet, so they can just play it cool and try and regain the CS that they otherwise did lose. It's going to be slow, this part here.
Yep, nothing really to fight over. Item breakpoints are kind of being hit here. You can see Zhonya's is going to be the item of choice for the Gragas, but 2 items now completed despite not being transformed here for Retribution. Sivir is not long away. Interested that he hasn't completed the double items there, whereas Retribution has, but
4 stacking in the top lane. Reading this one well. Guapi, the only member, and they know it. They can take that turret for free.
Very difficult to defend that one in the hands of Gravitas. Double recall coming out of Yuumi and Gragas means that a very nice opportunity was presented to Mprox, and they seize it immediately. So another turret goes down to equalize 2-2. Goldly just extending a little bit, but they have left their mid lane wide open. Retribution just whacking away.
Unfortunately, that turret was full health. It's going to be hard to take that one out. The teleport is coming across, trying to dissuade them. Retribution at the last moment goes, but the flash taunt from Liv straight onto Hot Shelly and Retribution, forcing them back. Yuumi ult comes across, but now Artek would be looking for it. It's going to be the ultimate, but Retribution manages to escape.
Yeah, the disengage is just there. Unfortunately for Lived on the Galio, Hot Shelly just gets in the way of the Justice Punch and unable to lock down the Kai'Sa as he opted into. Nautilus ulti is not enough with Yuumi just jumping into Narnia. So Gravitas do a very good job of disengaging, get a 80% chunk onto the turret after losing one of their own. Hot Shelly now in the side lane.
Yep, rejoining Lived in the side lane. I really like that play by Lived. He used the info that he had, went for it. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough follow-up damage. Retribution getting chomped by Mboma.
Yeah, he's genuinely like Hot Shelly being 1 Teemo distance further to the right means that is an insta-kill onto Kai'Sa. She dies. That's probably a team fight 1, and certainly like the opportunity looked at there by Liv. Unfortunately,
Did you use one Teemo?
yeah,
I love that.
that is genuinely the best unit of measurement in League of Legends.
I hate Teemo, but I have to agree with that.
I mean, that's the meme because like that isn't. I'm fairly sure the developers very early on, like that was a thing. That was genuinely a
They would
thing
measure
used
in
like
Teemos.
functionally to like describe to the viewer or like the player base like how far something like what distance is. Because if I say 800 units, I played
Yeah, what
pro
does
for
that mean?
400 like for 4 years. I now cast.
Yeah.
Who knows what 800
Yeah, but everyone
units
knows
is?
roughly what a
Like
Teemo
yeah,
is.
like it like or you use maybe like flash distance as sort of like a modifier. It's like 2 flash distances away.
I really like that.
Yeah, you just need a vantage point.
Yeah. No, I do like that. Very, very clever. I wonder if they still use it.
Probably not. I hope so. I don't know whether like in-house it was actually like a functional unit of measurement, but at least talking to people, like that's how things were described.
Retribution starting to come online, but so too is Mboma. Really, both of them now
Yeah.
very, very scary in terms of those 80 carries.
Sivir definitely, given the transform, is not quite there for the Kai'Sa. In a better position for the most part. Does have a big, beefy front line as well, and for Sivir comps, that definitely feels nice.
Shelly.
But here's a fight.
Just going straight to the
Oh!
back line, straight onto Mboma, completely ignoring Artek. Mboma might fall, the E doesn't connect, but in the meantime, the Dragon has been taken by Improx. Flash across the wall onto Hot Chelly, but meanwhile in the
taunt.
pit,
Oh!
a huge taunt is chunking them down. Unfortunately, with no damage, Artek is going to fall.
Yeah, and Liv's trying his best, but 1v3 unfortunately cannot make anything work. So the Dragon, yes, goes over to Mprox. Gravitas certainly do win the fight. Picking up 2 kills, Hot Chelly basically soloing out the back line as the rest of the team just able to clean up.
Completely ignoring
Oh,
Liv.
here we go. Oh, very smart check from MLG. No vision. Uses the comet to check the bush. Very smart play.
Zerka is the only one there. The rest of the members are trying to go, but with that Kai'Sa, you know that she can shred incredibly fast. Members might just get there for that contest. Why not is very, very low. The heal
Yeah.
is coming across. Zerka
Paladin's
now.
here.
It's getting
Ooh.
low. Less than that. He makes his move, but Berserker's going to be the first to fall. Baron's still very, very healthy. 2 members now
TP?
falling. TP coming across. Guapi is trying to trade with Mboma. He gets taken out. Why not has to escape? Hot Chelly
Oh.
in the shroud, needing to escape. But Hot
Mboma?
Chelly goes
He's dead.
for the kill right there. He does get taken out in a free trade. Why not needing to escape? Baron is so low. He tries to go for the Holy Barrel. It's not going to
Spite
connect.
fight?
Artek
Oh.
is there. He can't get into the pit.
Yeah, why not
Mbrox
didn't have
get
it?
the Baron.
Yeah, Smite's still available for Paladin as Gravitas, they won the team fight, went straight for the Baron buff, and unfortunately, way too low there. The heals were there, the Summonet heal, the plants, and Yuumi as well, just kind of casting them back and forth, but it was not enough to keep them alive. Why not used his Smite on a champion, I believe, so when it came down to the Battle of the Junglers, certainly at a strict disadvantage, and Paladin able to secure that one, so... Yeah, very unfortunate. Gold lead now back in the favor of Mprox. Double Infernal Dragon. Sivir picked up a bunch of kills and gets himself a stopwatch. Be very useful in dealing with the Akali, which is kind of the bane of his existence so far.
For Gravitas, it feels bad. Thought they had that one in the bag, but Berserker just buying enough time as well, just constantly pressuring. It's so stressful when you're in that situation with the Baron. You know that the enemy team wants to try and contest, but you're just hoping, praying for the best. But to then make that call, like even just, it's like a mental thing to just know that the enemy has eyes on you while you're doing that Baron.
Yeah, and they were just wandering out of base, right? Paladin walking over, as is the rest of the team, and just didn't have enough damage. Kind of didn't pass the damage check there, and lost themselves a huge buff. Now in a very precarious position. You can see on the minimap somewhat as well, Renekton actually contesting in the side lane, and yikes.
I mean, that's contesting with Guapi in
Yes.
the dirt.
That's a contest and a half.
I was going to say, let's see what Mprox can do with the Baron buff. And they're just opening up mid. The teleport coming across.
That's a nice
Artek,
ulti.
He's very, very low. Yuumi matching it as best it can, but he left Retribution exposed. The taunt coming across. MLG is no one to tether to. Hot Chelly, he's trying to stall as long as he can. He's going to get taken out. That's a triple kill.
And the Akali cannot one-man army at the end of the day. Retribution cops an ulti to the face, dies immediately. MLG falls, and Gravitas, one by one, they fall down. Mprox, do they just look for the end?
I mean, Mprox just got a triple for free. And Gravitas, they're just trying their best to stall as best they can. But why not? I mean, it's going to be a tall order. The death time is there. Guapi is alive now. Why not accidentally stopwatches? They're trying to dive under the turret. Guapi falls for the next time. Why not falls? Surely this game is going over to Mprox. They're working their way onto the base. And it's going to be GG over to Mprox.
Yeah, and a very nice victory from the blue side. Mprox picking up another one, add it to the list, and taking down the full strength Gravitas in that game.
Ooh. It just went from one bad decision to the other. I mean, you could see what MLG was trying to do, match with the Yuumi, try and get Arctic, but he left Retribution completely exposed.
Yeah, well, I think it was like a stray Sejuani ulti. You do have to credit Paladin, right? Like, that was a very nice start to the fight for Gravitas. Yuumi ulti over multiple people. Arctic just dies for free at the start of it. He casts his ulti feudally to try and do something before he dies, but yeah, as you mentioned, she kind of splits off. Retribution, cops an ulti to the face. Teamfight just dies already. The Aatrox are dying in the side lane, and that was
disastrous. That was like spelling disaster.
Yeah, that was Gravitas. They win the team like 5 minutes ago. They win a team fight at Dragon, go to Baron, and Prox end the game with that Baron like 2 minutes after.
It's rough, but it just shows that the tempo can swing so quickly if you give them the chance.
Yep, as soon as they had that tempo, they picked up the victory. So Mprox, as I said, adding another one to the list, they pick up the victory over Gravitas. Don't go anywhere, guys. 3 minutes, and we'll be back with game number 3. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series 2019. This is game number 3. I'm Jim. This is Vandy. We've been here all day. Two games so far. All night?
Yeah.
What's the time?
I don't know. Time to get a watch.
It is 6:30. Okay.
Oh, dang.
Does that count as night? Maybe in winter.
Yeah, because it goes dark at like 5:30.
5:30?
Something like that.
Is it that
Do you know
early?
what I found out? Super weird. Sorry to... Yeah.
No, hit me.
Yeah.
What is it?
In Melbourne, like, I remember I called my sister and she's like, oh, it's like nighttime here. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's still like sunset in Melbourne. It sets a lot faster here in Sydney. We get a little bit more daylight in Melbourne.
Is that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does that? I mean, that makes sense.
I mean, because
right?
I guess like the way it's like travel.
Yeah, of
but
course.
it
I mean,
was
that's
super
like
weird.
functionally
But
how
it just
the
like
Earth works.
broke my mind because she's
Yeah.
like, it's pitch dark. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like
Yeah.
sunset.
You don't think about that at all.
No
'Cause
way.
I feel like, especially for me as well, like the last 2 years, I've just been moving between like Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, Sydney, Melbourne.
Yeah, all your homes.
So it's like, to me, the distance between the cities like doesn't exist, right? Like you're just kind of like moving around. Whereas like, I don't know, if you just lived in X for 70 million years.
You just
then,
get accustomed to it.
yeah. Certainly could be the case. The next game of the day is going to be UQ Union versus Legacy Genesis, and will be an interesting one headed into it. You kind of look at this and you're like, yes, Legacy heavily favoured,
Yeah.
but they've got a little bit of a weird roster substitution here. I believe Paprise is playing.
Paprise, yeah, in the top lane.
Yeah, instead of Chungi.
If we are to believe this, yes. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like Chungi is just so. We're talking about like standard rosters, right? Chungi's been a big part of that, and I feel
Yeah.
like he is their top laner.
Well,
He's
I mean,
very good at it.
I think he is their top laner.
Oh,
But you know what I mean? But,
okay,
like
sorry. That
Paprise-
came out very. As in, like, he is just consistently performing well as their top laner.
Yeah, certainly. And I think a lot of because like I have some thoughts on this, right? Like the competitive week starts tomorrow.
Yep.
Like tomorrow is the first day of the OPL, and Paprise obviously on the Legacy OPL team. I expect him to be playing tomorrow, but it starts tomorrow.
Yep.
So he can play happily in the OCS this week and
then
doesn't
play.
lock him out. But as soon as he plays OPL tomorrow, Paprise can't be on the roster for next week unless he chooses to play OCS over OPL or whatever Legacy wants to do. I don't know how that works.
Or give
That's
him
all.
boot camp practice.
Yeah, that's all like internal stuff that they can decide, yada yada. But like, it's super interesting because I think this is like Paprise may on paper just like be a better player than Chungi. Like I think he's on the OPL
Agreed.
roster for a reason, but
He hasn't
Chungi-
worked with these teammates.
yeah, Chungi isn't easy shoes to fill
Yeah.
because the way Legacy win games, Legacy Genesis that is Mugi, Chungi, flex Yasuo, flex Rise, flex whatever the hell
Still
they want.
Chungi's Vlad.
Flip it, yeah, like
Respect
flip
him for
top
that.
mid, they all over the place. Like, can Paprise, despite maybe yes being a better player, like can he fill that role? Because I think Legacy as a team, like their top lane role for them specifically is kind of a weird one.
Yeah, very well said. I have
Yeah.
to agree with that. I mean, let's see how he goes. Perhaps they've been doing scrims where they'd interchange both of their OPL and OCS rosters. We don't know.
He could just be sick.
Yeah.
Like, who knows?
Oh, jeez, just
Yeah.
like my internet sucks today.
Yeah,
Potato
yeah.
internet. Yeah, but we're going to wait and see. We get straight into the picks and bans again.
Yeah. On the other side, it is going to be Kimchi coming in for Sand for UQ Union. We talked about Legacy, but this is the other team on the blue side. They also lose 3 bans due to a late roster submission, as you can see in the bottom middle.
Tisk.
Feels bad.
It does feel bad, but we saw that opened up for that last game. The Aatrox was available to be picked.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Guapi couldn't get a win with it, but we saw in lane how
Yeah.
threatening it was.
Which is surprising. Like, that was a 1-5 finish to an Aatrox game, and he's a big champion in the meta right now. Of course, this is going to be the blue side without bans, so kind of functionally a little bit different. They don't really get to choose what first pick is up and available for them here. It is kind of Legacy making that choice with the bans. They get to ban away 3 things that they don't want to have access to. Do they target ban, right? Is it a Jarvan? Is it an Aurelia ban or something like that? Or do they start hitting the OPs, the Rise, the Aatrox, the Sylas, yada yada?
Well, I mean, if it's starting with I was going to say Candyman in this Sejuani. If you're already starting with the Jarvan, it feels like it's very, very jungle focused already. We know Candyman loves playing both of those.
Yep.
Feels like a no-brainer for them.
And do they go triple? What else has he played?
Let's
Has he
have a
played
look.
Karthus?
Candyman. Let's have a look. Yes.
I think
you
it's
have
Karthus.
a great memory. I had to go double check that one. Is it
I
because
actually
it's
have
one of
an
those
awful
weird
mem-
ones
I
where
actually
you
have
just
an
like,
awful memory. I just remember that one thing.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was
can't-
like, dang, son.
Genuinely, like what happened game 1? I don't know.
You mean from tonight?
Yeah. It was a long one.
It
I
was
know
a
that
long
for
one,
sure.
yeah,
I
it
have
was
the
fun.
worst memory of like
Yeah,
retrospective
but then you
League
just
of
pulled out
Legends.
your like Candyman with the card, and I was like, let me
Yeah.
just flip to my
You just
notes.
gotta take notes.
I like
That's-
it.
That's
I,
notes.
I've got the notes, but I was
Yeah.
flipping, bro.
Oh, there's a Skarner.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but very jungle focused with these
yeah.
bands.
It's also not just jungle focused. Like Karthus would be a mix-up, right? This is Jarvan engage, Sejuani engage, Skarner engage. All of them can be frontline, and maybe Legacy coming into this one, looking at Candyman and being like, this is the role he fills. They have no bans. Let's remove that role from the board. Take it off.
I feel like
put him on something
Candyman
else.
would be the type to just like lock and say then something like a Hecarim where you can still fill that role, still very
Ish,
on meta.
yeah.
But I don't know if he plays it. We haven't seen it being whipped out by him yet.
I expect he can, but this
There's the
does
Aatrox.
mean Rise, Aatrox, Sylas, Morgana, all of these power picks are available. Yumi.
No, it's all about Yumi tonight. No Morgana.
Yeah, this is 100% presence so far. From last week, she was available, probably about 50, I reckon.
And
but
no one wanted to take it just yet.
Yeah.
Everyone's had their time. Oh, is this a Sona Tarek?
that would
Get
be
one. Do we get both?
an interesting choice. Yes, okay. This isn't a matchup I've seen.
Yeah, I was about to say, I haven't seen the Sona Tarek into a Yuumi Ezreal, Yuumi Kai'Sa, Yuumi Sivir yet.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Yuumi will not punish you very well in the early game.
Sustain for days.
Yuumi scales incredibly well. That's the point of Sona Tarek. Like, you get to the late game and you're just obnoxiously full health all the time. You actually deal relevant damage. So, honestly, I like this as an answer so far on paper. Have to see how it plays out paired with the Sivir.
UQ, I mean, they've thought long and hard about it, I suppose. They weren't afraid to... Well, if they had the choice, I mean, they couldn't anyway with the Aatrox.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
kind of
it
limited.
feels bad, right?
Losing
Forgot
all
about the
bans.
3 bans. I was like, oh, right.
I kind of like this is me from an outsider that's not involved in competitive League of Legends, because I'm sure if like you talk to a pro player or a coach of a team, they'll say the opposite, but I kind of like when there's no bans. Because you just
mean, like,
see...
it's free for all?
Yeah, it's just nuts. Like,
I like it from a
it's just like you see
standpoint.
all of the best champions all doing their thing.
Yeah.
I mean, all we lost was 3, and suddenly we have a game with Silas and Aatrox and opposite teams. I feel like that's fairly non-standard so far, but...
Even things like the Sona Tarek coming on through, because if you ban away one, disencourages the other coming through.
Yeah.
Kindred, another, again, focusing on junglers.
Yeah, literally 4 jungle bans, and then the Aurelia special for Riot is taken off the table there, so...
That makes sense. He loves Aurelia.
Yeah, he's played a lot of it, and Legacy certainly coming into this one with a plan, executing on that so far. I'm interested to see if this is now like a mid lane lock-in. Mugi picks up something, Ryze is still available, he takes something very standard, and they leave their jungle to last pick. You like ban away Candyman's everything, and then give Lisa a counter pick, something like that. Has had very good games on both Lee Sin and Rek'Sai side. No. Okay.
Elise. Okay, so jungler being picked up, denying Candyman the Elise. I really just see him perhaps going that Hecarim.
I feel like Hecarim would be a fairly rough matchup. Yes, like in terms of like the meta tier list, you look at junglers, but into an Elise, certainly could be a hard one. Maybe Zac? That feels like rough.
I mean, he's got no, like, it's just so jungle focused.
Oh.
Even the Rek'Sai got taken away and the Lee Sin.
That, I feel like this is a choice. Like, Hecarim, very good champion.
He's just picking him for tier, I feel.
Yeah, in this game,
It's
I
not
feel
for like the matchup or for tier.
Could be a rough one to navigate. Does have some lanes that can help him out. Has CC in every single lane, so certainly has gank threat, but you think given Hecarim versus Elise, Lisa's going to be the one looking to gank more often than not. Mugi has his choice into the Ryze right now. There it is.
The Syndra.
Yep, very standard matchup. Kind of old school. Syndra favored fairly early. Ryze scales into Oblivion, as does the Sona Tarek, as does the Yuumi. So both of these team comps doing relatively similar stuff. I have to give the early game probably to Legacy, given they have the Syndra early. Scary combo. The Aatrox just as well.
So much AP on the side of UQU
Yeah.
as well. Very AP heavy.
Yeah. Not the most relevant, given that there's no tanks on the other side. Normally you look at like full AD, full AP, and you're against an Alistar, and you're like, all right, get to 30 minutes and we lose. But it is an Elise and a Yuumi, so burst potential will all be there. And we didn't mention it, but the Silas is actually going to be mid lane versus the Syndra. And the Ryze top.
Okay, yeah, so the switcheroo. I thought Ryze maybe mid, but no, yeah, Silas.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Probably going to be an Aftershock Ryze to deal with the Aatrox as best as possible, and Silas would have a better time versus the Syndra. I think especially into the Elise matchup as well, so... I feel like the early game is going to be a very big port of call here for Legacy. They have a lot of options open, and if Union are going to kind of run away with this game, I feel like it's going to be much later, and especially, like, they have to get through the early stage first.
I'm very scared of Pap Ryze on that Aatrox. He has the experience. We know that he plays in the OPL under Legacy, but also... What you were talking about, like, can he carry his team if he hasn't been working with them? On a champ like Aatrox, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
You can just get fed, you can just carry your team along.
Yeah, it's like genuine, like you get 2 kills on Aatrox and it's like, alright.
It's just like with Aurelia, that Aurelia snowball effect.
Just group, I guess. And yeah, certainly pick up a few wins that way.
Who's got the potato computer?
Yeah, this isn't in studio.
Yeah,
you have to wait for all the plebs.
Do you know when they disabled the individual load screen? I feel like it's because people were just targeting that one poor person who took forever. Like, oi,
I mean, that was that's why they removed the ping. That was a genuine strategy.
You can see people's ping?
Yes, old school. I think like season 3.
Dang, I can't even remember.
If you were a jungler, you like look at the loading screen and you're like, oh, this guy has 300 ping.
No, I'll focus.
Like I just gank it. You can't do anything.
I can't even remember. Like I definitely was playing around it, but I can't even remember that.
Genuinely, that was a strategy.
My ping is amazing, by the way. It's always like 10 or something, even though it's in Melbourne.
In Melbourne?
Yeah. It's
What?
amazing. Everyone's like, do you just sit on the server? I'm like,
Oh,
I guess so.
I'm so pissed.
It's amazing. It's great.
Here we go. Now they're going to face check.
Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, Death Bush.
No real CC level 1. At least could level Cocoon. But,
Are they going to go commit for it? A lot of the time they just stack, right?
Yep, just kind of waiting for the invade rather than invading themselves.
Aww. I
So-
love level 1 invade.
Nothing going to happen. That was a Siva recall. Interesting.
Chillin'
Goes
and
into the
resetting.
board well.
Yep, walk back into their lane. So no shenanigans. Warding has been put out.
Mhm.
So there will be vision now. I thought they were going to go for it.
No real like contest, right? I think Legacy was obviously like shepherding the invade, trying to defend against one rather than looking for themselves. But especially given like a Sona with Klepto, I'm surprised Farmer didn't walk up in the lane, in the river rather, and like poke his head around, didn't see anyone. Because normally when a team stacks, the opposing team gets vision on the other side of the map. But there's no ward to the blue buff of Lisa. There's no ward to the ramp around mid lane. So UQU, yes, held on to kind of all of their 5 points, but didn't look to pressure it any further given that they had the opportunity. So despite the stack, it does just equalize into a very standard level 1 across the board.
You put up a nice little point. Farmer with Klepto. He gets to farm all game.
Yeah.
I like it. Top lane, this matchup, it will be volatile on the side Nightfall, depending on how he plays this one. He's
Goes
happy
up.
to trade.
Yeah, obviously range versus melee advantage, level 1, super potent. So Paprise is just sitting in the bush, has 0 CS, just wanting this wave to push in. You can see Lisa starting on the bot side as well, means that Nightfaller kind of has this clock where he wants to push that wave in and get it to crash into the turret and reset before there is an Elise in his lane, ruining his life. Because if you do mistime that one, then you kind of deny yourself access to the wave.
Just Elise things.
Yep.
It's really weird. I feel like Elise kind of fell off a little bit. She's still picked here and there.
Yeah.
But to what she used to be, the heydays.
I feel like it's also somewhat of an OCS special.
The Elise?
Right? Like, yeah, like a lot of people, like she's okay right now. I don't think she's the best jungler. But in terms of competitive play, Elise doesn't see the most just in general by nature of what type of champion she is. But
Yeah.
we have a lot of Elise players in the OCS and
Well, the thing is, when
lot
I
of people
see
willing to pick it
one,
up.
it's generally because people feel very confident playing her and they know what matchups to play her into. So
Yeah,
as
it's
you said,
also-
into the Hecarim, she gets that huge advantage.
yeah, it's also very nice when you're Legacy and it's like, oh, we get 5 bans and they get 2? Okay, let's secure ourselves an Elise
Let's
matchup.
ban all
Yeah.
the junglers.
Let's remove everything we don't want to play against and, yeah, pick a spicy one. Bit of a contest in the river of the Scuttle Crab.
And already the junglers butting heads a little bit, just wanting to get vision on each other.
So a little bit unfortunate there for Candyman, means that he may just lose a double Scuttle Crab here. Lisa gets access to the top side. Had the help of his mid lane rotating over, despite the Rise being there. They can't really win the skirmish on the top side, so has to concede. Oh,
The bot lane, that's
is-
finally the poke that we get to see, the Yuumi Siva special.
yeah. Normally you see Sona Taric lanes, and they rely on their buttons to keep them alive. This is a lot of pots being ticked, right? Taric's already burnt his, Sona already burnt both of hers. This is actually a lot of damage that is being hit over.
Gank in the
Nightfaller.
top lane, forcing out a very early flash from Nightfaller. He is
Cocoon.
trying to root. Paprise is happy to go for the dive, but Candyman is
They get
there.
it.
Lisa secures the first blood, trying to peel for Paprise, going to try and get
He
Candyman
lives.
low,
Oh.
and he gets the double kill.
Yeah, and Legacy Paprise comes into the roster and an immediate double kill on the top side of the map. Lisa picks up both kills, and despite the Aatrox falling one auto attack away, a little bit of the heal back, and for UQU, that is a disaster on the top side.
Candyman tried to be the knight in shining armor. Didn't quite work out. Just a couple of milliseconds low. Teleport in the bot lane, bringing Farmer back.
Yeah, got himself the Frost Fang, so we'll be able to stack that one up doubly as quick as he would before, but buys himself a refillable pot while he's at it. Kimchi underneath the turret, not having the best time alone as Taric, but
Candyman wanting to go onto Lisa, gets the knock up. Lisa jumps straight into Nightfaller's arms, and Riot comes across, gets the shutdown bonus, immediately goes onto Paprise. Nightfaller got a little bit low.
yeah, a little bit greedy there from the jungler of Legacy. Sticks around way too long, hadn't bought yet after his double kill, so that was a 450 gold kill going over to the Silas. Mugi's definitely not going to be happy about that one, but UQU able to fight back, and are they actually just straight up switching the lanes right now? Nightfaller, is he going to walk top or mid?
He is.
He's buying. He's sitting in the fountain right now.
He is considering it.
He's going top.
Going back top. So just covering in the mid.
Yep.
And yeah, jungler covering mid. Okay.
Riot TP'd, so got back on the map and is just going to walk back down. Hecarim ate some of the wave.
Lisa
but
has eyes in the bottom river, knowing that Candyman was locked up in the mid lane, covering.
everything has been happening on the top side of the map, and in this sort of matchup where you're stuck underneath the turret, as Farmer and Kimchi, it's the worst possible scenario. Because I was mentioning it earlier, right? When your mid lane has priority as a bottom lane that can push and throw spells, you cannot get punished. Drakon and K-pop have just wasted their entire mana bars flinging garbage underneath the turret of the Union bottom lane, and that's almost 2 plates gone. 1.5 is the game right now, but you can see CS lead 53 when you add both of them, and 28 on the opposing side. Yes, they have the extra supplementary gold income from Klepto and the Spell Thieves, but doesn't account for that much of a discrepancy.
So the first 2 games we really saw Yuumi not really able to be the lane bully that we know she can be. But finally now, in this matchup, we start to see why people hate versing that Yuumi. And it's really weird, it's double sustain as well.
Well, I feel like that's the thing, right? Like, we have seen these matchups where it's a Nautilus into a Yuumi, right? And Yuumi very squishy, early laning, can't really do too much. It does scale up very well, whereas this is a Sona Taric. Looking at Yuumi, you're like, yeah, okay, we can scale with you. We don't want to pressure you, and as such is just kind of booming them.
Lisa
walking
again
down.
in the top lane, has the vision.
Was spotted out further down the river by the pink water on your screen now. So Candyman is here to react if anything's going to happen. I wonder if Lisa is going to stick around topside, potentially wanting to go through the lane, but it's going to go back to the golems. Slink back to his jungle.
Might loop back, depending on what's going on. Paprise actually roaming on down, getting some vision.
And the worst thing for Nightfaller is that he goes back and buys a tier. Like, his life isn't getting any easier, right? Those 2 kills go over. He's lost his flash, so Lisa's just happy to pitch a tent up here, and he can't, like, it's not like he goes back and buys a Glacial. He goes back and buys Merc Treads to try and deal with what he knows inevitably is coming. This is just a straight-up tier rush, and certainly not a pretty sight.
Around his vision.
Does he do a blind? Does he just blind Cocoon the
Oh,
ball?
it's so close.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Lisa's recall goes on through Nightfall. It was just moments away.
Yeah.
Moments.
Plays it safe. Doesn't face checks, so...
We have God View, right?
Yeah, God View makes that very tense, and Nightfall is just blissfully
He's just
unaware.
like, what?
He's like, oh, what? Like, Aatrox is just pushing me in. I'm just waiting for the wave.
Yeah,
it's
cool.
fine.
Candyman covering in the spot lane as he lets him reset. So he's been on a lot of just cover duty. So all of these lanes just pushing.
3 plates with 1 reset here coming out of Legacy's bottom lane. Of course, TP gets both the Sivir and the Yuumi back to lane, so it's not the disconnect you see on the other side, whereas Kimchi had to stay. That bot lane turret is copping an absolute beating. 80 CS now to about 46 on the other side. So
I wonder what the goal difference, because I mean, Sona, it's weird to see, right? Because you're like, but the Klepto and everything adds up. I just want to see.
It's also so hard to track, right? Because the gold isn't just funneled on like the one specific member with Taric picking up the CS, so it's kind of a cumulative gold fund. It's like a marriage. Sona Taric are married, and then
they've got a split bank account.
Drakon and K-pop have that like that daddy relationship where one person is paying for everything.
I like that I heard you just choosing your words carefully.
Here we go.
Yeah, Paprise and Lisa happy to make the dive. I mean, he's got no mana. It's going to be easy kill. The ultimate does come across Lisa. Chills says, see you later. Paprise as well with the ultimate. But now Riot is here. He goes on to Paprise. He disengages. Candyman actually very, very low, not reflecting the damage. They get the first kill. Riot is very, very low, getting 2v1. Paprise flashing for it. The double kill goes over to Lisa.
And the top 2v2 is styling on the Union, guys. Paprise has got so many Triumph procs to save his ass this game. And Lisa, starting off this one, we mentioned so many times in Champions, like the Elise versus the Hecarim. This is now 5-1 versus a 0-2. This is an absolute clinic of Elise play, and top 2v2 is popping off for Legacy.
Oh, I just feel bad for Candyman. He's always there, but then the rest of the members rotate up. Nothing that he can do.
Looking at the matchup, it's so hard to be second to the play into an Elise and an Aatrox. Like, Repel comes through, and because they've already killed your top laner, you don't really want to be heck-ulting onto the Aatrox, because he's just going to revive, right? UQU played that fairly well. They waited for the timeout on the Aatrox ulti, so he wouldn't get that one before they hard committed, but Triumph proc is barely enough to keep him alive, and Riot rotates up this time, can't clean up the kill, and ends up being 1 for 1.
Drakon and K-pop are playing that lane very, very well. You see the synergy is there. We talked about a little bit earlier. So when K-pop manages to land the Q, immediately the Q comes out from Drakon as well, doubling that damage. We didn't really see it in the Ezreal matchups, as you were saying. It's like once that Q hits, it's your time to go in.
It's also like not the most exciting thing to watch. So naturally, observers like, yes, top lane 2v2, let's go.
Yeah.
Whereas bottom lane, it's like, okay, I landed my Q.
Yeah, no, I saw it when we panned for a second, but I'm like, it's worth complimenting the synergies there.
No, 100%. Agree.
But top lane's way more exciting.
Yes, that is 1.5k gold lead in top lane.
Oh, we get to see how much gold Sona has.
1.3k gold lead in the jungle.
Okay,
and
1k.
Yes, a little bit of a lead kind of across the board here from Legacy. 3,000 at just about 10 minutes as the Mountain Drake goes down. That's a big deficit to be in for Queensland fans.
Lisa very confidently now, just striding through the jungle, striding through the river, taking that Mountain Drake with barely any contest, and now the gold is really starting to add up. That deficit, 4k on the side of UQ, and it's only 11 minutes in.
Yeah, and now that you start getting towards like one item spike breakpoints, if this Sivir goes back, picks up an Essence Reaver, Aatrox has already got himself the Ghost Blade, and then you look at the other side, and both of the matchups I've highlighted are tier matchups for Union, right? Those guys aren't coming online for a very long time, and Legacy are going to be spiking very soon, so it's not like the worst part is over. The worst part is kind of growing on you right now, and Union have a long, long time to be able to stall this game out, to be getting back into fighting distance.
Again, Lisa in the jungle, as I said, knowing that they can. He's 5-1. Why not?
He just walks in, and Candyman's like, all right, take it. Get it. Just leave me alone.
Take what you want.
Take my Grom.
Starting the Rift Herald as well. There's probably not going to be any contest. Already Candyman's right there. Oh, already a flash stun onto there.
Double TP.
Yumi is locking them up, but Riot goes for it. Drakon manages to disengage. Unfortunately, Nightfall isn't able to get that reset, but Paprise creating havoc in the backline, getting Kimchi, working his way onto Farmer, looking for a little bit more damage, forcing the flash out, turning his attention onto Riot. Drakon is back in the fight, proccing his ultimate. Nightfall is caught between them both, and getting absolutely chunked, needing to flash as well.
And Union, they try to make a big play, but everything turns on its head. Paprise TP's down,
the
but
flank
Candyman.
From Candyman, but Paprise gets the double. It's a little bit too late. Candyman again on the retreat.
And what is going on? That's 3 kills picked up the back end of a play by Union. Rift Herald popped in the mid lane. That turret is gone to God. This one will fall down, no doubt, very soon as well. Candyman sticking around, but no ability to contest this one, and that was a disaster.
I can feel Candyman's frustration. I really can. To have all of your junglers banned out, to get stuck on the Hecarim, and then just always being a little bit too late.
Yeah.
I could feel the frustration.
That's a roughie.
That is indeed.
That has been an absolute roughie because they weren't able to lock down the Sivir. Very nice spell shield, blocks the flash dazzle from Taric, and then Riot lands, but unfortunately the chains didn't connect. They actually hit a minion, so Realm Warp from Nightfaller post TP eventually gets people into melee range of the Sivir Yumi, but by that point there's no Taric stun, there's no Silas knockback, there's no nothing left, and by that point Paprise is landing, turning that one around, and disaster on all forms of the map here.
Any chance Lisa gets, going straight into invading Candyman's jungle, really just denying him even more experience, even more gold, and also these resources from the rest of his team.
Yep, blue buff not going to the hands of the Rise or the Silas. Lisa's going to pick that one up for himself as Legacy. Just looking to break down the inner ring right now. They took down the outer ring. 3 turrets to 0 is the play right now. Actually, 3 turrets to 0 plates. As it falls off, not a single plate was taken by Union, because they haven't had priority in any single one of their lanes.
This gold deficit is exploding.
Yeah.
You're looking, it's like Monopoly. The bank is there, they're collecting, the debt collectors are here. You gotta sell your little houses.
No, it's like Monopoly when Legacy is the banker and they're also cheating.
And they're cheating. You mean like you go for a bathroom break and they take all your property?
Yes, they're just straight up paying themselves
almost
from the bank
10K.
funds.
Just about to be 10K. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Flash stun from Mugi. The combo is there. Nightfaller gets taken out. Candyman trying to do the combination. Gets stunned in the retreat. Getting chonked by Dragon.
I get it.
Almost gets it, but Farmer with the heal to save him.
Yeah, very nice save there from the Sona, but damage still being dished out. Paprise is left alone on the bottom side of the map whilst all this happens, but you can see across the board, Legacy are just pressuring. Here we go.
Paprise diving a little bit, perhaps too deep onto Riot, but not committing for that one, forcing the ultimate out. Very, very close.
Yeah, very close. The chain actually catches him on the tip of tower range there, so Riot very well played. This may just be another
Toad in
death.
the bot lane is gone. Kimchi is on the retreat. They don't commit for it.
Sunglasses means safety, so Kimchi walks that one away. Mid turret is going to fall though. Repel is still there from Lisa,
Finally,
so we can buy some
Candyman
time.
dueling Lisa. She does repel up. Candyman so low. Lisa needing to flash. Rest of the members are there. They cannot yet chase.
Yeah, the heal there from Yumi just keeps Lisa alive. Gets herself out with the flash and the repel. So Legacy, a little bit of a fumble there, you have to say. Yes, they get another 2 turrets, but Paprise in the solo side lane has a big lead over his opponent. Forces himself out of that one, and Lisa has to blow the flash. So Legacy, they still maintain control, but not for naught.
Candyman was so excited. He was like, I'm going to finally get... Nope.
Yeah.
Just the least things. Still having the flash. Got him out of harm's way.
The worst thing about Elise is when like you corner her in a jungle, and she repels.
Onto a minion?
No, and then just some complete idiot places a ward over the wall. They're like, oh, she can repel over here, and just gives her an escape route. God, there's nothing more frustrated than watching that ally just like walk up to the wall.
Oh no.
Yeah, and you turn your like slow-mo goggles on and you can just see it being placed down.
Who is that? Like, because you're the support, so you're in control there. Who's the offender? Is it mid? Top? What? Who is it?
I don't know. I feel like AD carries are the dumbest role.
Oh.
It's the most... They're the whingiest, and also it's the most plug and play. I didn't say less skill, but I said
do you know why
less
we whinge?
smarts.
Everything is out there trying to kill us. It's very
Excuse
unfair.
me.
Yeah.
Imagine playing League of Legends and then being funneled gold in, and then you're like, everything's trying to support lanes in the AD carry lane. Like, all of your environment is exactly the same, and then you also just get no gold and have to like babysit.
Okay, but it goes both ways. Everyone's also had that support that refuses to stand in front of you, and you as the ADC is like, you're my support! Support me!
Yeah, nah. Biggest pet peeve is Janna sitting in a bush complaining that
oh
support
my
role sucks.
God. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Already just turning our attention, Legacy are just increasing the gap. Working their way from mid, from bot, but systematically just really decimating this map, opening it up.
Yeah. Paprise able to draw 2 members over to his lane means that a 4v5, or 4v3 rather, is brewing in the bottom side. No Baron just yet. We are only 17 minutes into this game, but Inhib turret being contested. Another stun lands from Mugi. The damage is certainly ticking away.
Getting empowered, so just a little bit of poke coming out from K-pop, but Paprise, he is scary, even as a solo. Look at the gold difference between them both.
He's double. In 100 gold, he is literally double the amount of gold of his lane opponent.
And he was even to the point of diving real under that turret in the bottom that we saw earlier.
Because now he's...
No cares given.
Yeah, he's being matched with Riot, who's like the best person they can throw at him, and he's still like 3,000 gold behind.
It's rough.
This is Aatrox territory.
I think this also shows, I mean, Legacy, they always did have the experience on their side as well. Good stun. Still no follow-up, just systematically waiting, biding their time. Baron isn't even up yet, and they're still pressuring these turrets.
You can see it's very difficult for Drakon to actually hit the turret. Because as soon as he steps up, he's kind of playing a mind game of when do I blow the spell shield? Like, Farmer has a Sonar ulti. If that lands, then Tarik stun follows up and you just die immediately. So it's hard to actually get relevant damage, but with that chunk, it does open up an opportunity.
Minion wave escorted in. Paprise even crossing the wall. Not afraid, working their way onto this first inhibitor in the bot lane. Rest of the members of UQU struggling, going to actually give this one up, knowing that they cannot yet fight. Yeah,
pre-20-minute inhib now taken by Legacy. Mugi did a lot of the work there on the Syndra. Stun after stun connecting, and eventually, once it connected onto the right targets, that inhib just got immediately decimated. Now Legacy, kind of the best inhib to take ultimately as well. They get to naturally push in bottom lane, then I get to flip the map up towards Baron as soon as that spawns, and lots of options available.
Full control as well in the bot lane. So many pings raining on out, just helping them manage their rotation from mid to bot. And just pressuring, working their way probably onto this Baron. As soon as it's up, they will be 100% wanting to make a play for it.
I'm curious if Union actually contest. There's no way they're getting vision control. There's no way they're getting into the Baron pit without fighting into a choke. And do they want to opt in for that one? I feel like chokes, maybe? Teamfight can be there. If you get a nice Tarik ulti, a nice Sonar ulti.
Well, if you don't fight for it, it's just going to be a slow death.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Like, it's an inhib already down, right? Like, does Baron mean another inhib, and then you're fighting up 2 inhibs worth of creeps, and it's a very hard task already.
They also feel like they cannot stall. Any chance the minion waves there, Dracon's just like, see ya, minions. That's the power of Sivir as well.
Yep. Now finished the IE, so hits the spike as well. Still more than 40 CS, over double the entire enemy bottom lane put together. So certainly feeling good right now. And Baron started up, and it looks like Union not contesting this one.
Right on the dot, exactly as it spawned. And already 1/3 of the way down, they are completely decimating it. UQU, they are cautiously trying to make their way to the pit. The warning things are coming out. They do not want to commit to it. Doesn't even matter. Legacy were very easily able to take that one out.
Yep, uncontested. Union didn't even come close. Thanks, Elise.
So now, it's what do they do from this point on? Baron minions are going to be knocking down your door. You've already got that one inhibitor down. You're so far in terms of that goal lead, you just really have to pray and hope for a Hail Mary kind of play.
And I feel like Paprise may just actually look for a dive here. Legacy setting up. Farmer has to pull the trigger onto something. Candyman's going.
He's the one that wants to make the dive. Yumi locking him in place, but in the back lane, it's going to be Paprise. Actually,
One down.
Lisa first of all. The rest of the members are there, but Paprise, he still has the ultimate ready to go. Riot needing to proc the Mirror ultimate. Riot is next to fall. So is Carrick. That's a double kill over to Paprise.
And a very clean dive there from Legacy. Yes, they lose the Elise, but Paprise 1v9s the backside. Eventually, 3 kills is enough to take it down, and that's going to be the second inhib and onto the Nexus.
They don't even care. They're just clearing out the minions and slowly working their way to this victory. Cool, calm, and collected. That's Legacy. Only losing one member, Lisa, early on. You still have Nightfaller and Candyman trying their best to defend, but they have an uphill battle. Sona is going to join them. But actually, Mookie overstays his welcome a little bit. Candyman is possibly going to go down for that. No, Tarek saves him. Paprise is now dueling 3 members. It doesn't matter. With the help of Drakon, he gets the crit, he gets the double kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a roughie there. UQU trying to hold on. Riot's turn now. Ulti.
Right, see what he can do. K-Pop actually tanking the turret, gets the heal, saves himself. Minions are now working their way onto the base. It's going to be a very, very slow death. Perhaps padding their kills. Nightfaller leaving him out. Minions are going to finish that one. That's going to be Legacy getting the win over UQU.
Yeah, Riot with the rage quit at the end of that game. Died twice in the last team fight. A little bit of a roughie there, but Legacy back to back. They sub in Paprise and
we said Chungy was their top laner.
Yeah, I'm like, can he slot into how they want to play? And apparently the answer is yes.
Just give me Aatrox and I'll carry.
Give him Aatrox, give him an Elise to just sit in his lane. And
that was their win conditions. They knew the experience and they played it so well.
Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't just that one lane, right? Like, yes, Paprise just boomed topside with the Elise, but also bottom lane was just completely monstering, right? Yes, like Sona Tarek was the answer to Yumi, but they just had no priority. We're just getting so many plates down there, and it really was just across the board Legacy just styling on their opponents there.
It really was. And like, okay, you'd look at UQU and you're like, oh, I mean, that really sucked. But again, it's just the matchup there. Yeah. Legacy had all the experience. They had all the cards. UQU, they fought valiantly, but they weren't able to take that one out.
Fought valiantly. Were able to pick up the win in Origin, but unfortunately not picking up the win versus Legacy. But guys, don't go anywhere. Halfway through the day, God damn it. Next game will be 3 minutes after this break. Come back, please. Welcome back to the OCS. I am Ejim. This is Vandy. I just had a very short trip upstairs. Was just skedaddling to get some water in our 3-minute break.
Yeah, it was very nice. I was skedaddling to go to the bathroom in time. It's amazing how fast 3 minutes goes.
Yeah, I came back and the timer, like I walk in the room and there's a TV like at a very harsh angle. Like it's it's parallel to the door.
Same thing.
And I saw 1:14 on the clock and all I saw was the 14. And I shit my pants. But then, look, we had an extra
And then
minute,
I did the same thing. I burst in and I was like, oh my God, 1 second before oh, it's 1 minute.
And we're all Gucci. And now we've broken the fourth wall. But it is going to be Order Academy, actually UTS on the blue side versus Order Academy for this game of the day in a battle of the bottom of the table, right? Order Academy picked up a victory last weekend. First one of the split so far. UTS, not in the same boat. They're struggling to pick up their first victory of the season.
I think they can do it. And like I already said it, as soon as they do it, I'm bringing my UTS hoodie in for support. But until they do...
You're a bandwagoner.
Am I?
Yeah, you're like, okay, when you win, I'm jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah, but like, it's a very bright red hoodie and it's very hot, so...
Yeah, okay.
Like, I think kind of, like, 1 win's not too much to ask for. It's not like I'm like, you must go 10-0.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, it's still technically bandwagoning. I'm definitely going to hold you to that, though.
Okay. Done.
If there's a victory, I expect UTS hoodie on broadcast.
Done.
But until that point, maybe we won't see it. Order Academy is actually going to be rocking series in the top lane once again this week. Not sure where Vance has gone, but it's going to be 2 weeks in a row where unfortunately he hasn't been on the roster. So coach subbing in, at least he's subbing into his role, has played a Vayne game this split, which felt very rough for the Order Academy guys, but potential up there. Will he play a Renekton again? Maybe.
Have to wait and see. Renekton's actually really come back to the swing of things. But we've seen Aatrox being let through 2 times now, and both times everyone's really struggled against him. So it's either we're picking him or he needs to be banned. But also those 2 times, we didn't have the full bans available to us.
That is true, though. 2 Aatrox games. I mean, that makes sense that, like, possibly one of the most broken champions on the patch is getting through when, like, people can't ban it.
You're banning stuff like Jarvan and, you know.
Yeah, you're getting, like, the targeted bans instead of, like, the hella OP bans.
Yeah.
But nobody going for the gentleman's handshake. You know, everybody just bans the normal stuff.
You hope so.
That's always...
like you said, you like the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, like, I can tell you from experience being associated with teams, it's always super scary, especially, like, going into, like, semi-finals, finals, like, best-of series. You get to game number 1, and normally you have a fairly definitive read on what your opponent's going to do.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, they're probably going to ban like these, like one of these 4 things or like 3 of these 4 things. And then they come out and they just ban like a bunch of garbage that you don't know what's happening. And you're just like, oh no,
what are they going to pick? All the OPs are up.
Yeah, what's going to go on?
Let's get as many as we can.
I haven't played Aatrox with Silas. Like, how does that work? I don't know. So
we're going to find out.
Yeah, certainly changes things. But all 6 bans in the first rotation are going to be here for this game. UTS versus Order Academy now through the draft. Interesting stuff.
So Order, they'd be looking to join, was it? QT in getting that 2-4 score if they can win this one. And UTS just getting that first win on the board. It would mean so much to them. No one wants to be that team.
Yeah, nobody does.
Like, it's harsh. But with UTS, I say it time and time again, I feel like they've got a good foundation. It's just the small mistakes that they keep making. And I'm hoping that with each kind of week, they're feeling more confident. Yeah,
and I will say as well, though, the roster really does seem to be the foundation that they need, and they have been lacking. It's not Fuzzy Zola in the mid lane. Cadence is moving up, played AD last time. Now he's in mid. Midas coming in as the AD carry to fill the slot there. So constantly evolving roster here for UTS as the bans are going to be completed. Yeah.
I guess the 2 that I was really looking at was the Nico as well as the Rakan.
Yeah.
So really stopping maybe that Xayah-Rakan combo that we've seen, but UTS hasn't really brought that one out.
Yeah, this is no Aatrox bans. Nautilus has hit the bench, Silas and Ryze as well, but this is Yuumi up and available, Aatrox up and available. Hyper is going to lock in the Aurelia for the first pick, but unexpectedly, this is a bunch of targeted stuff. This isn't the meta. This is Rakan, Nico, Jace. Nautilus, maybe you could count towards that, but... fairly interesting, and I feel like these are teams that have played interesting stuff. Order last week was the quadruple TP with the Sona support.
That's the one, which I accidentally got confused.
Yeah, they also played Taliyah Pantheon bottom lane. Here we go.
Sona Taric to open things up.
They also played Sona, not Taric. So maybe they don't even take it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So back in... It's really weird, okay? So we know that Yuumi and Sona go... Sorry, Yuumi and
Sivir,
thank you, go very, very well together. But everyone, when Yuumi first came out, was like, oh, she's just a worse Sona.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of was.
Yeah, but now everyone's understanding her, how she plays.
Yeah.
But the playstyle is still very much the same. The Crescendo acts the same way to zone or engage.
She did receive a fairly hefty hotfix. gave her a little
They were like,
little
we
thumbs
need
up
to-
on the numbers.
They gave her some catnip, some kitty kibble, and really boosted that kitty up.
Yeah, felt much better after that one. It is just going to be the blind Yumi locked in, not with an 80 carry, so I expect there to be probably an Ezreal band away here, but bunch of power picks surrounding the cat. The Aurelia, the Aatrox, this double solo lane is already locked in for UTS, but those are incredibly strong solo laners to boot.
Ooh, hovering the Volibear, but going for the Olaf. I was really hoping for a Volibear, mainly because, he's getting that rework. It was announced.
Is he?
Yeah,
I
everyone voted, and Fiddlesticks and Volibear tied.
Ah, okay. So, like, the rework, he's getting one. We haven't seen any of what the rework...
Yet.
Yeah,
yes,
okay,
but
okay.
he's definitely confirmed one with Fiddlesticks.
I'm that guy. Like, I'm not a PBE goblin. I don't know if you are, but, like, the people that, like, read the PBE patch notes, and I always get questions like, oh, hey, Jim, have you...
Did you say...
like,
no.
what do you think of this?
I'll
And I'm
just go
like,
live.
is it in the live patch? And they're like, no. And I'm like, no idea, dude.
Yeah,
It's-
like, I get that they need people to do it, but I'm very much the same.
Yeah.
It's more just, I like these competition kind of things where you vote. I really wanted Shyvana to get one.
Oh, yeah.
She came in third.
Yeah, okay.
So I was like, but Tice, he wanted the Volibear. He's going to get it. But
Yeah.
he's like, who's fine the way he is?
Volibear and Shiv, in my head, are kind of like two very similar old kind of
Just
buttholey champs.
Yeah.
Like they do similar
I
stuff.
hate Shyvana in her current state. I'm
Yeah.
just like, you just run at people and sometimes you do things.
I
And
feel
you
like-
can only go that weird AP build.
Yeah, I feel like when AP Shiv is better than normal
Regular.
Shiv,
She's got issues.
it's probably problematic.
Well, we'll wait and see. So many would'ves, could'ves.
Yeah.
The
What
Olaf
was-
was locked in anyway.
What was the last time Shiv was like properly competitively viable? Was it
Aw.
Shiv jungle?
Wasn't it just when farming jungles was such a big thing?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm thinking, like, it's not like Diamond Proc Shyvana, IPL 5 tier, super old school.
Yeah.
Surely, since that point, I feel like we've seen...
I just haven't
Oh,
seen
when it was
much of
TP Ignite Shyvana, top lane, when they
Yeah,
stopped
I
having...
remember
and
her
it
in
was like,
top lane. I used to play in top lane.
I actually have such a flawed timeline of when, like, different metas were. Like, skirmishes, smite top Shyvana was a thing for a very long time, but I feel like that was, like, 2014, genuinely 5 years ago. So, like,
You're really showing your age. You've got this old Gandalf beard. You're back in my
Gandalf
day.
beard?
Yeah, back in my
you can't
day.
even see it.
Not yet.
It doesn't exist. But,
Flown through this draft.
yeah, we have.
And okay, so LeBlanc picked up by Seaway. I think he's played that one in the past. I'm pounding your memory, otherwise
You
I'm
mean
going for the next.
JLKC? Like, Seaway's definitely not going to be
Yes,
piloting
yes,
that one.
JLKC.
But yeah, it is a bunch of the
Yeah.
80 carry bands. Ezreal was the one we expected, but not going to hit the bench, so
Well, yeah.
Kaisavara's gone. Hyper,
That goes down
Bans his
to
own
what we've
Fiora.
seen him play, but Midas, because yeah, we've had a bit of a switch up.
Mm-hmm.
Midas now fulfilling that role, and then Frolic, he's played a lot of that Galio in the past. I think he whipped out a Nami once,
yeah.
but he does. Oh, sorry, he's got,
got
the
the Yuumi.
Yuumi. My goodness me.
So jungler is going to be locked in here for Elite.
Mm-hmm.
Does he go something boring like the Sejuani? Aatrox jungle.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it didn't really work out when we saw it last week. He still, I find, he works so well in that top lane. I'm not saying that it won't work. It's just that his strengths really rely in being that duelist.
Yeah, it just means you get an extra counter pick for the LeBlanc. I now expect the Akali to go towards the LeBlanc lane, and they're just like, yeah, let's put Aurelia top, Aatrox in the jungle. More of like a draft tool than anything else,
wow.
really.
Speaking of like the Volibears and Shyvanas and things, Rumble, this is very much, you're picking it because you love this niche hero.
Yeah, series. Long-time Rumble player, in all honesty, has played a bunch of it in the OPL so far. Has played Renekton this split. I don't think he's played a Rumble game so far, but certainly comfortable on the champion. He's going to be into Aurelia, which I think is a fairly rough matchup, but Olaf, huge tempo jungler.
Yeah.
Uni has had a very good split so far, I think, especially on that Lee Sin game has popped off. But when you pair that with a lane like Rumble, who probably should just naturally get priority, then you have a very fast clearing jungler and a very like lane dominant top laner in the Rumble, and a lot of freedom towards top side of the map for order.
Also, when you're trying to fight for those objectives, you can get that Rumble to TP in, and also just his ability to really lock
Yep.
out those chokes. It's scary.
What do you call this? It's been here all day.
Oh, Cowlick.
Is it a cowlick?
I think so.
I blame the headset.
Can you smooth it down?
I mean, yeah, but then, and I'm gone. But I'll fix it next time, guys. Don't worry.
I think it's a cowlick, where like if you can't smooth it down, it goes like the other way. Did
Yeah.
you put any product in there?
No,
Oh.
not today. Normally I do, but
Oh, no, it's just running wild and
I
free.
missed it.
Like this draft.
I missed the boat. Yeah, pretty interesting one. A lot of the power picks do get through, but UTS versus Order Academy certainly not set up to disappoint this time. Sona, once again, in the hands of Mog. Big time Sona player. I realized Dom was the guy I was getting him confused with last week. Not sure if you heard that conversation, but there were two guys, and he's not that guy.
He's the other guy?
Yeah, he's the other
No,
guy.
I don't remember this one.
He's the other guy.
See, my memory is like, I have like little triggers for him, right? And if you don't hit that one, it's just like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
It's like just a little bits and pieces. Like when you say keywords. That's how mine kind of works. Apparently you can do memory games to make it a lot better.
To do with remembering...
Just like things like, so you can associate like champion skills with numbers, or like, it's really freaky what people do.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, like, this is... Okay, I'm going to say this with a grain of salt. I read it in a random book, but apparently the best way to remember something is to, like, walk through your house virtually in your head. And it's like, okay, I walk in this way,
No,
and you
I've
have
seen
10 things in, like, the entrance, whether it's, like, a cupboard with, like, a lamp on it, and then in the drawer is X, and everything, like, every 10 things you associate to whatever you're trying to remember.
Yeah.
And then you, like, keep walking through the house,
Yeah,
and you build that
I've heard
association.
that. No, I think we read the same thing. There's
Yeah.
also another one where it's really interesting. Once you start paying attention to when you meet someone for the first time, when you ask for someone's name, when you actually commit it to memory and maybe you associate it with like something about like Bryce with the glasses or something, you know?
Oh, call me Four Eyes? Come on.
No! Look, you are part of the council. That's another discussion. But no, like it just helps me remember. I'm like, oh yeah, Bryce. But I'm not going to tell you my nickname for you, you know?
Well, you just did.
Well, I didn't use it. I used Jim Bryce.
Wait, what?
Like, that's how I remember you, is that Bryce.
Oh.
'Cause I know a couple of
How many
Bryces.
Bryces do you know? Weird, okay.
I know 2 others.
Oh, super weird.
But do you spell yours is BRYCE?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I guess that's the only way to spell.
Yeah, I was about to say I've never seen it spelled another one in
Bryce,
my
like
life.
with rice. Oh dear.
A little bit of a roughie, but we are on to the Rift. For game number 4 of the day so far. Leash coming out of the bottom lane for UTS, so naturally going to get shoved in these early levels. And on the other side of the Rift, Series doing exactly the same thing.
Just shoving away. It's really interesting with Order Academy. They had every chance to ban Ezreal, but they aren't phased by it. They have a plan for it. And this either goes to show that perhaps Midas, they've done their research, he's not as comfortable on it, he doesn't really pick it. So sometimes people can get baited into these sorts of picks and things like that. I'm just curious, because this could backfire for them potentially.
Yeah, potentially. I also like that it was semi-reactive, right? The Yuumi blind pick, if you leave Ezreal open, like, yes, it's good. I say that in, like, quotation marks, like, it is good, but it's predictable. So if you ban away something else, maybe you don't want to deal with the Varus, I'm blanking, no, it's the Kai'Sa, which is the other ban.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, like, yes, if we leave Ezreal open, they'll take it. And then their bottom lane is Ezreal Yuumi, and we're just going to push it in with a Sona Sivir. We're just going to be able to stack up our kind of Sivir comp as best as possible without much recourse from the opponent. So potentially a read on a champion pool, potentially just a read on how the draft kind of played out here for Order, but as you mentioned, certainly had control over it and opted into leaving that one available.
So much
That is a lot of damage.
coming out from Sirius, but now Hyper is online and Hyper gets the first
Yeah,
blood.
bans his own Fiora, but Aurelia does the trick here. Series goes in for the trade, but a straight up turnaround, and no jungler needed. 3 minutes, smack bang on the dot, and Hyper picks up a solo kill.
Hyper's just showing his confidence on that as well. As soon as the flame spitter was over, he's like, well, that's all your damage. You don't have the
Yeah.
overheat for the extra damage. See ya.
Yeah, even if he was overheated though. Hits him with a stun anyway. Can't auto attack whilst you can't move, and very easy clean up there. Maybe has enough time to just walk back to lane as well without using his TP, so another base, another breakpoint could be hit here for Aurelia if he so chooses.
BTS off to the start. They really want me to wear that hoodie. It's coming.
Yeah, true.
We'll have to wait and see. It's good to have some sort of, you know, having some fun with it.
Some accountability for a victory.
Yeah.
And he's going to do exactly that. So Hyper goes back, buys boots, double long sword, and he's going to TP, or walk rather is the point I'm trying to make, back to lane. So holds on to the TP advantage over his opponent. Series doesn't lose a whole lot other than the kill, but certainly loses a lot of priority and may find it very difficult to get that back in this lane.
Ooh, stylish from Frolic. He wanted to hit Seaway, but saw the spell shield and was like, well, I'm not going to give him free mana.
I'm really surprised if Leet goes through with a recall here. Spotted out the Rumble walking down the river. Now is just kind of sitting in no man's land, and the wave is heavily pushed in Series' favor, which may just be counterintuitive here. Is he going to spot the Rumble in time? And yes, he is. So Leet sticking around the top side of the map.
Okay, so he can actually collapse. Yep, the ping is there in the top lane. We want top.
Oh, but
almost
we're
there,
looking
but
mid lane, though.
mid lane
Here
as
we
well.
go.
So Uni also doing a gank. Sirius does fall as we expected.
Yep.
Caden's bought enough time with the Shroud to get himself to safety.
Yep. Hits him with the E. Just kind of walks away. I really like how this Olaf skin says Graggy Ice when you hits the ground. But as we mentioned, Leet was able to do the wraparound. Hits him in the top side gank, and Series loses his flash and his life for a second time.
I feel bad for Series. We were just hopping on, you know, when you pick that Rumble, it's with confidence, you know the champ. Sometimes overconfidence can be really bad for you as well.
Yeah, I agree. I don't necessarily think this comes down to overconfidence, but he just got straight up outplayed. You get outplayed level 3 by an Aurelia.
I think the level 1, yeah, like that one
Yeah.
was a bit of outplay. Oh, okay, the Shroud. Cadence isn't quite in it just yet. Forced away. JLKC spots his opportunity, ignites for the flash.
Yeah, Ignite for flash trade is certainly a positive one here for Order fans, so he's able to take him down, shove the Ikali out of lane, and CS lead already brewing here for the LeBlanc. It is only going to get bigger as this wave crashes with no ability to be caught here by Cadence, so advantages in the mid lane here for Order, but top side of the map certainly not going their favor as Hyper. So just extending further and further. Got the little bit of a variety bucket in terms of his Triforce components here right now.
I'm just thinking of KFC variety
Yeah,
bucket.
that was the thing.
I like it.
Old school, like first mate KFC variety bucket.
Was that your LAN winning dinner? Like, or like if you
I don't
lost,
remember
you
where
get
it started.
KFC?
I was actually post this time.
Uh-huh.
So I'm fairly old in terms of Oceanic League of Legends memes. But I'm not the oldest Oceanic League of Legends meme.
Oh no, Gandalf says otherwise. Just
Sure.
kidding. Seaway got his first reset, so already playing with the pickaxe, also got the dagger. Cadence has Shrouder, can play very comfortably around that.
Uni throws the axe, does not quite land, so cops a little bit of a beating on the exit, but unable to clear out that ward. It's Cadence. Holds fast in the mid lane.
Cadence is just chilling. I mean, that's kind of what you can do. Yes, we saw with the Shroud, that play where JLKC traded the flash means it's a bit more vulnerable, but still very hard to gank as long as the Shroud is up.
Yep, certainly is the case. A lot of pressure into the top side jungle right now. They know exactly where Uni is, and the collapse from multiple sides is here.
Again, Uni, he's forced to flash over the wall. Cadence has so much mobility, pops the Shroud, gets the kill.
And in between multiple lanes, the 3 versus 1 collapse would have been there if needed, but this is a CS lead. I was about to say lead has accrued over the Olaf jungle, and all of a sudden the top side of the map is only getting worse. Loses his red buff, loses the ability to help out his top laner, and certainly not a situation you want to be in.
First plate taken down by the spot lane with the Sivir. It's going to be very, very unforgiving in terms of how quickly and easily they can push. River also has a lot of vision coming out from Order Academy. We do know that the Drake is up, but Uni, he's in no position to go for it just yet. Still level 5.
Yeah. Free at level 6, doesn't have the ulti, and not to mention it's not the best dragon. Don't really want to spend your time soloing out an air Drake. I feel like he has started this one up, but with the help of the bottom lane, we'll be able to take that one down. Maybe. A contest could be on the cards here from UTS if they do want to go for it. Blasting plane is there, so Lead can get over.
Doesn't matter if he's not level 6. A quick rotate. Bot lane constantly pushed up means that they hopefully might be able to secure it. Lead tries to go in for the contest. He actually used his dash to go in. He has no escape, and he feeds over a kill.
So, he had a blast plan. He chose to dash over the wall.
And then he's like, wait a minute.
That's one of the times when you know you just really screwed it up. You know, like that just sucked.
When you're just flailing at the wall and you're like, oh, man.
So that's a little bit of a roughie. He's going to look back on that one and probably laugh, but the rest of the team wasn't there to follow him up. He couldn't find the steal, so ultimately Order Academy are able to pick the dragon up.
Midas trading well, but Mog is able to heal up most of the damage dealt. Frolic with a nice little zigzag.
Yeah, hits him with the Nokia snake tricks and bends it around the creep wave. A lot of sustain between these two lanes. As you can see, Midas is being healed up by the Yuumi as much as possible. Summoner heal is still there, but mana is completely gone. And I feel like mana is something that Yuumi certainly has to manage, right? Her abilities don't cost too much, but you do kind of want to spam them off cooldown. That auto attack is what I'm talking about. Once you get into range, you get that, I believe, 40, and I believe it also scales up with level mana back upon the passive. So it's important to keep proccing that one so that you can continually fire off these missiles time after time.
Minions, the MVP in any Yuumi lane right there, taking so many of the free hits that would otherwise go there. They really want that extra plating, but they can't quite get it just yet.
Yeah, eventually, maybe with the jungler tracking down, they may find a little bit more access, but
Cadence just going to get some vision, spots out the pink, knows that they have vision as well. Hyper being called across, we'll clear that one out.
And I will say, I think the fact that this top lane snowball hasn't happened a lot more than what is going on right now. It's a single plate, yes, there's a little bit of a CS lead, but it's not like Series after dying twice in lane is just getting hard boomed to the top matchup. And I feel like this has to be credited somewhat towards JLKC. Mid lane 1v1, able to pick this one up, is constantly shoving in the Akali, and LeBlanc is a very mobile champion. He can constantly float up the river and relieve pressure, because he's not going to be applying it towards topside anytime soon, given the state of it, but kind of is the crux with which the UTS or Order Academy topside of the map, rather, is holding on with, I think, right now. Hyper rotating round as lead starts up the Rift Herald, so objective may just be taken down for free without a trade.
Waiting to see. Uni, as they don't have any vision, he's actually going down towards the bot side. But also, it just takes that roam from JLKC. He has Cadence on the ropes. Cadence is really struggling to farm under the turret. It's very, very tough. LeBlanc knows that he can win this matchup.
Oh, got himself a flank. No vision here for UTS, but maybe they know something is up right now.
There you go, the axe connects. Midas is forced to, well, just flash on away. Sorry, teleport away.
Get themselves a
Blink
summoner.
away. Goodness me, I'm just doing every synonym but the one I needed.
Do blinks exist
Yeah.
in League of Legends? I guess Ezreal E is a blink. When you say blink, I think of Blink Dagger.
Ah,
which is the wrong MOBA.
Yeah, the wrong MOBA.
MOBA,
the wrong MOBA.
The
No, but it's
MOBA
like a blink.
which shall not be named.
It's not a flash, and it's not a teleport. I was like, a blink.
Is blink like a HOTS term?
No,
Okay.
it's purely just blink dagger, but also you blink and you miss it.
Ah, true. I didn't even think about that. Return gank to the bottom side is going to be here. Leet is around, but so are 4 members from Order.
Uni trying to surround them. Leet actually keeping them at bay. The rest of the members of Order Academy don't want to fight this one. It's going very, very low. He gets the first kill. Mog forced to flash on away. Leet is hungry for more. Seaway completely zoned out by Hyper. The ultimate comes across from Sirius. It's not going to matter. Seaway is next to fall. JLKC needs to go across the wall. Double kill coming on out to Aurelia.
And such a huge flash knockup from the Aatrox in the jungle.
Not done yet.
Fight not
They
over
want
yet.
Another one on Sirius. He's forced to flash, but he has been slowed. There's not going to be enough cooldowns. He does manage to escape.
Summoner gets himself out of danger, but Rift Herald now popped towards the bottom side. 12 minutes on the clock, so plating is still available. Shelly going to get a lot of work done now, down here for the UTS bottom lane. Haven't had too much respite underneath their turret, but Cull in the inventory of the Ezreal. This turret may be falling down, but it looks like a dive happening elsewhere on the map.
They did collect Sirius as well, diving him under the turret.
And he just falls down for free. No flash, no TP, and no ability to contest that wave, so...
Suddenly that Aurelia is 4-0.
Yeah. That was a very ambitious play. Order, they're looking for the dive, and a very good read from Lee. They go around the corner. Uni, yes, he can't be CC'd, but cops 90% of his HP bar in half a second, and Aatrox flash combo onto multiple members, turns that one around. Didn't even need the Yuumi ulti, and Order, yes, the TPs were coming, yes, the flanks were coming, but they'd already lost the fight by that point.
He wants to go into Cadence. Frolic is back to tether himself onto Cadence, forcing him at bay. Cadence already gets so much more aggressive when he knows he has Frolic backing him up as well.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately for Frolic, he was going for the recall, and like the Luden's proc hits him on the head. He's like, all right.
Fine, I'll stay.
I guess I'll stay. Hits him with a Q, and JOKC has to back away.
Over here, Frolic trying to tether back onto Midas. It's not going to be enough. He cannot get it. Mog gets the kill.
And a very nice read there from the jungler of Order Academy. Knows exactly what's going on with Frolic, and no boots, no ability to get back to your AD carry, and that's just a dead Yuumi. Very easy kill off the back end of that one. Has a Dark Seal with no stacks, and that's always a sad time.
This bottom turret is going to be completely undefended. No one can really help. Even if Lee was to come across, very, very hard to defend. Maybe turning their eyes onto this dragon now.
Yeah, and it really is kind of turning into one of those games where each side of the map is going wrong for either team. This is a very heavily one-sided top side for UTS. 4-0 Aurelia, Rumble 0-3. You can see 1v1, he's straight up conceding the turret because he knows he's potentially going to get dived. Rumble ulti, red carpet, burns out the wave to buy him some time, but on the other side, Order Academy, Sona and the Sivir getting work done. Essence Reaver, Tears stacking up, and turret falls down.
LKC just blinks on in, gets those minions down. In the top as well, I mean, the Rumble ulti burn to also stop Hyper from getting more plates, so you know they are going to fall.
Yeah, that's kind of a Rumble trick of old. Was very prominent in lane swap metas where he was the best champion at dealing with it because he can buy you an extra wave, and an extra wave is so important. In this case, they do get themselves an Air Drake. Not the best, but given that they don't really have the choice to defend this, like they don't have the capacity to actually deny this turret if UTS want to go towards it, getting a trade for something is certainly worthwhile here for Order, and that's exactly what does happen.
Helps with the gold as well, because we can see that it is starting to become a bit of a lead forged by UTS.
Yeah. So that's the case. 3,000 in the back pocket feels good. Probably a large majority of that one's going to be in the hands of the Aurelia. 5 members in mid lane for Order, whereas 4 tracking around, but Hyper is slowly rotating down, so danger pings being spammed.
Hyper mission accomplished, gets that top lane, gets even more gold for his team, secures it, but good vision from Order.
Yeah, spots out the rotation, knows exactly what's going on, and they don't want to commit to the mid lane turret. It's kind of the ebb and flow of League of Legends right now. Hyper takes down the turret, rotates to mid lane, Order back away, go towards the bottom side. I feel like at this point, JLKC is going to start becoming a problem in the side lane. 40 CS lead in the mid matchup. We talked about it earlier, but then really didn't touch on it from that point, but he was a stabilizing factor for this roster so far this game and is now getting into the side lane. Level 11 LeBlanc has Ignite, has Flash available, so has all the tools he needs to make something happen, and I feel like Cadence is not near enough to a point in time where he can contest the LeBlanc.
Not by himself, anyway. Midas still trading in the mid lane. Both teams just slowed down the tempo a lot. JLKC, he's hungry for it, but he's not going to overcommit.
Yeah, turrets in the mid lane, hard to break, definitely, with rotations from both side lanes. Dragon gone, Rift Herald gone. Not a lot for these teams to fight over for the time being. So, as we somewhat expect, play does kind of slow down just a little bit. Gold lead ever so creeping up in the hands of UTS. Is trending towards 4,000 now.
Oh, just narrowly dodging the spell shield into Mog's face.
It's kind of one of those little mind games. As you're watching the matchup play out, it's like you have the choice to like throw it at Sivir. She will spell shield it if she wants, and then you just like zoom away.
Yeah, it's fancy footwork coming on out. 3 members grouped in the mid lane here, but it's going to be hard to overcommit anything from both sides. Still just farming up, seeing what opportunities they can get. Just either going to be waiting for a Dragon or Baron in the next 3 minutes or so. Yeah,
the problem is in like mid lane, it's really on UTS to be able to force something onto the 3-man stack that Order have put there, and they don't really have the ability to. They don't have the Sona that can just throw out the ulti, right? Yuumi requires the setup. Ezreal really can't just stand there and face check a Sivir Sona combo, and it really does have to come from late, but getting behind someone in mid lane is incredibly difficult when both outer turrets are up, so you can see Hyper is just constantly pushing top, rotating down, and they are trying to use that window. But on the other side of the coin, Sivir, Seaway just one hits the waves and nothing really comes from it. But this is a little bit of an opportunity here. TP gets the Ezreal back into the play, and they may find access to the turret for a little bit.
Maybe they can land a few hits. Order Academy are here to respond, just trying to get rid of the wave. They do secure a couple of hits, but members so quickly back to respond.
They got an Ezreal W and an Aatrox auto attack and have to back away. So not the most happening there. LeBlanc is potentially looking for something. Ignite is now burnt.
Lead so low.
Heals from the Yuumi plus the summoner heal is able to keep him up, but that's an opportunity for Order, and they're running straight at mid.
They know that they can. They have one member very, very low. Hyper is being called across, but this turret will fall. Hyper now, whether he wants to engage or not, he actually does. Flash with the stun, gets the ultimate, locks him up. The response from Sirius is to make sure that the red carpet is down. Forcing the rest of the members. Cadence is so low, he doesn't manage to get the kill.
And such a close fight. Almost looked like UTS were going to wipe the floor, but as you mentioned, red carpet does God's work here. JLKC wants more.
Exhaust onto him, onto the clone.
Baits out a summoner, and that just feels
Midas
bad.
is overcommitted, and he gets played. Frolic is there, no boots. It's going to be another kill onto JLKC.
Blows his flash, suicides for the play, and kills his Yuumi as well. The worst case scenario for Midas, and JLKC picks up another couple of kills. Disastrous decision there, and teamfight was already 1 for 2. Turns out to be a 1 for 4 in the favor of Order.
Just like that, Order swing things back into their favor. The gold lead all but gone from UTS. Still clinging onto a bit of the slivers of it.
Yeah, because the teamfights are so close. Sona ulti did work to deny Aurelia to continually get the resets. That was a big Yuumi ult into the Aurelia flank, right? And it's like, if Aurelia gets a single kill stun, she gets the reset, the Q hop, she's dashing all over everyone, and that's a wiped teamfight, but the CC was just enough. The Rumble ulti dissuaded the follow-up just enough that Hyper didn't run over that fight, so UTS really need to be able to find ways to utilize Hyper, to get him into the backline and be looking for these engages. Dragon is going to be started up here by Order Academy. The contest is not going to be there.
JLKC being a bit tricky.
Maybe it
Ultimate
is.
is coming across. They do manage to secure the Dragon though on Order Academy, but very close.
Yeah, first time it was an air, did not get it. Second time it's an Infernal, does not get it and loses his flash here, so unfortunate there for the jungler of UTS.
UTS regrouping, pushing up in this mid lane. They did lose that last team fight, but they'll know exactly what they did wrong. But serious, just this is the Rumble that you need to respect. Doesn't matter that he's 0-3. As long as he can consistently land those ults with the help of Mog, it will really discourage them.
One of the benefits of being a Magic Pen-based champion. Gets an Oblivion Orb, building towards the Zhonyas, and what I expect to probably be something like the Liandry's. And actually, no, not the Liandry's. What item am I thinking of?
The burning one?
No, that's Liandry's, but he doesn't have a burning face. He has the thing that builds into What is the Oblivion Orb?
Yeah.
Builds into...
The book thing.
No, the other one, the circle thing. Spellbinder.
Oh,
is it
with
Spellbinder? I think that's what I'm thinking.
It has the similar icon to Oblivion Orb.
Once he gets levels.
I'm like the circle thing.
Yeah, the circle thing. There's lots of
I
circle
like how
things in
we
League
got
of
the circle
Legends.
thing, the book thing, the mask thing.
Close. Close call.
We play this game.
Yeah. But my point was that once he gets levels, like, he's fine.
Yeah.
If you hit level 16, then Rumble will be ultimately doing his job just okay. Certainly not going to be the crux of this composition, given the state of the game, but has an option, and he's going to complete the Morellos upon recall.
Nice. That will definitely help in terms of just stalling. There's a lot of spell vamp on the side of Cadence. It really helps shut him down.
So, 20 minutes now hit. Infernal plus double air on Order Academy, and they're starting to set up the vision.
Maybe. They get one pick. Order would be more than happy to do this one. The same two goes for UTS.
They have a lot of AoE sustain. Supports like Yuumi, but mostly like Sona, like Taric, like Karma, that can shield, heal multiple people. Really do excel at doing Baron and keeping people alive. Rakan probably puts his name in the ring as well with the AoE heal, and keeping everybody topped up despite not being that tanky from just the AoE damage that happens. J or KC is going to find him.
Cadence has no idea the chain does go out. The combo there, the snare hits. Cadence needing to create space. JLKC wants to get that last hit, waiting for it. Gets the auto attack, gets the kill.
Yeah, calculates the damage, hits him with a Q. Luden's proc is enough to secure that one, and that may just be the pick they need. You can see Mog speeding his allies towards the Baron. Series is in dangerous territory, but will walk towards his team instead of the Aurelia. Oh, here we go.
Actually,
Hyper.
catching out. Hyper forced to retreat. Has to engage. There's no other way. The rest of his members trying to help him out. Uni's going to keep him at bay. Hyper falls. 4 members against
Rumble.
him. This is going to be the red carpet coming out from Rumble. The flash secures the kill onto Ezreal for the double kill. JLKC tries to do it. Again, the exhaust comes out to discourage him.
Yeah, and 1 pick turns into 2, turns into 3, and now Baron is absolutely the call here for Order. Cadence falls down, and now his death timer time's out, but is the contest going to be here from Order Academy? Mog, he has the tier build, he has the Archangel, so he's never going to run out of mana healing them doing this one. Smite Fight could be available. Level lead here actually for the Aatrox with a 50 CS lead, so a 50-50, maybe more like a 55-45 in hands of UTS.
Leaks drops up. Morg is trying to discourage him, gets a little bit
Can they get in?
The teleport is coming.
He's
through.
in?
Baron is so low. They do secure the Baron, and now the Order Academy want to fight. Lee gets the snare. The rest of the members needing to fall away because, the rest of the members of UTS are here.
Yeah, so Order, they do just end up backing away. They get the Baron, they have all 5 members still up and available. If there was a couple more ultis there, if Yuumi had it, if Aatrox had it, if Aurelia had it, then maybe the second team fight around the contest on Baron could have been there for UTS, but unfortunately it's not the case, and really was that one pick. Cadence get picked off in the side lane, and then immediately Hyper does the same thing. This is a game where UTS had that 3,000 gold lead at like 15 minutes, but a couple of team fights back-to-back turn this one around, and Order firmly in control.
This is what I see time and time again from UTS. They play an amazing early game time. They are always able to get the lead, but when it comes to mid, they really do struggle.
Yeah, becomes the pressure point. Macro and setting up all multiple lanes becomes increasingly important, unfortunately. Fallen down in this regard.
Baron now from Order, wanting to see how they can do this one. JLKC, he is literally being a pain in UTS's butt.
Yep. Burns his Ignite, but probably not the biggest price to pay. Sends Aatrox back to base. Didn't have the ulti either, so kill potential was certainly there. How that Q landed, I have no idea, but Seaway cops it in the face.
Fighters just wants to try and clear as best he can. This turret is going to fall. It's going to be powered by not only Seaway, but also the Baron minions. And any little advantage Order can get, they're slowly opening up the map. They see their chance for the Infernal Drake. They're happy to really slow the push in order to secure that for their late game.
Yeah, and it's almost unbelievable with how this game started, right? This was a 0-2 rumble at something like 5 minutes, was getting demolished towards the top side, but the rest of Order Academy able to hold fast. Hyper has certainly been put on a leash somewhat and hasn't found the ability to continually force his lead on the opponents. And Order swung this one around. Next, they get the double Infernal Dragon, and Series is now the one left alone topside. He's going to take down 2 turrets back-to-back with the help of the Baron creeps.
He's well back into it. Got 2 kills under his name, starting to get a little bit of a bounty, pushing the side lane, really just making up all the gold that he lost in the early game. But more importantly, he's landing those ultimates and really swinging the tempo of the fight.
Using it to chase down people. Has the Zhonya's now completed, second item, so able to pick that one up. 10 stacks on the Medjais here for the LeBlanc. Certainly feels good as being increasingly obnoxious as this game trends onwards and upwards.
Just like a pendulum though, the gold swings back from UTS being almost 3 to 4k up, back over to Order. As to be expected with the Baron, but it's so interesting that the game could take a turn like that.
Yeah, this gold lead in the mid lane, nothing to scoff at, around 3,000 there in the hands of the LeBlanc. Jungle lead is significant there for the Aatrox, but very hard to kind of leverage that one in a team fight when you've got big carries across the board. Like Seaway can hit your entire team, as opposed to the Ezreal cannot do the same thing straight up front to back, and JLKC can just be kind of annoying. A little bit of a bait here set up. Hyper doesn't have the stun. That goes wide.
Stun does connect, but Hyper is incredibly low. Teleport is trying to come across. It's going to be Cirrus with the ultimate. Unfortunately, does not yet connect. It doesn't even matter, though. Leet is going to fall.
Yeah, disaster for UTS. Potentially a good play there. Looking to pick on the LeBlanc. They prepped it, but unfortunately, ulti goes wide. Stun doesn't land till too late, and a straight up 1 versus 2 there from the LeBlanc. Rest of the team in tow, able to clean up a back end of those kills, but base maybe being broken here in the next 20 seconds by Order.
Good spell shield by Seaway means that he doesn't eat any of the Ezreal ultimate from Midas, but the split here, needing to respond to multiple lanes, and this is Order playing that pressure very, very well. Anytime JLKC wants to go forward, Midas is chunked.
Yeah, if the chain landed there, that would have been a very easy kill. 10 stacks turns to 16 with the last couple, and 1 inhib goes down. Respawn timers now gone there from UTS. So all 5 members up and available, but that's going to be 2 inhibs just straight up gone at 27 minutes into the game.
Look at the stacks on JLKC's Medjais. 16. That is disgusting. The amount of AP that man is playing with.
Yep.
Gross.
Basically 3 completed items without finishing a third, so working on it, not quite there yet. Baron, of course, has run out by this point, but definitely didn't need it to break the base. Potentially looking at the last remaining inner turret on the map as well here for Order. Just a couple of auto attacks is going to be enough. There it is, goes down, and Order just back away.
UTS completely forced now to be on the defensive, but things aren't going to get better for them. It's actually going to get a lot harder. They still have a lot of gold that they need to make up, but also the LeBlanc, their biggest problem, they still have no solution for JLKC just yet.
Yeah, Zhonya's completed only makes matters worse, given that UTS really do have like the one button. Akali's going to go in, and she's either going to one-shot someone or she's not. And Aurelia is probably in the same boat more often than not, so very difficult to lock people down through the Sona, through the Zhonyas, through the stopwatch that the Sivir has now picked up. So not a lot of targets up and available. Actually, every member but Sona has stasis on Order's lineup. For a comp facing double assassins like that, that feels very rough for Hyper and Cadence.
Yeah, they just don't care. But also Mog, he's rocking a Medjais of his own. That's a very, very greedy Sona build. But look at his vision score. I think that's also the difference. I mean, Order were already opening up the map, but to have 68 versus Frolic's 43, it just shows how dominant they are in controlling any vision. Yeah. Make it easy for JLKC to get these things.
Big chunk over the wall, starts this one off, 4 versus 5. Actually, 5 versus 3, because Aurelia isn't at the play. Inhib turret goes down.
That's going to be Inhib turret. JLKC still looking something. The stun finally does come through. Leet is losing health very, very rapidly. The flash comes across. He's going to fall. Currently, it's a trade 1-for-1. The respawn comes back up. Cadence in a lot of trouble. Getting picked on up. Leet just trying to stall as best he can. He too falls. Order win that fight very, very convincingly.
And exactly as we expected, the stopwatch is burnt from the Sivir. The Zhonyas is there from the Rumble. And Mog ends up trolling, but gets to leave off the back end.
Doesn't even matter. JLKC there to say hello to Midas. The first inhibitor turret goes down. Sorry, the first Nexus turret goes down. takedown. That's going to be the second one. And Order, they completely go through mid lane, destroying UTS's defenses for this win right here.
Yep, get to pad the stats. A couple of creeps to buff up the score lines there, but
GG.
in a bit of a turnaround victory, right? UTS started that game off very strong. Series
did.
coming in 2 weeks in a row, subbing in for the top side, and that's like a 2-0 Aurelia, and you're like, this is going to get much worse. Turns to 4-0, but just didn't go anywhere from there for UTS, unfortunately.
There's just really no shutdown, nothing for JLKC. I mean, I was looking at the CC that they had. It was basically just Hyper's stun. Everything else, basically just the stun from Hyper. That's really all they were relying on to lock JLKC in place.
Yeah, that's like the first thing they have. Like Aatrox at one point, the turnaround dive where Hyper got all those kills. Leak goes in, like a big flash knock-up, and then you can follow that with a Yuumi. But really, like, except for Aatrox getting in the back line, in terms of instant CC, it was just the Aurelia, and he has to be dealing with the side lane. He's never going to be there to start things off, and unfortunately, I feel like that is where it fell down. One pick turned into another pick, turned into a Baron for Order, and once they had control, it didn't look like they were going to give that up.
It also felt like a lot of the time, Leet was forced to fill that tank role when we know Aatrox isn't a tank. He's a bruiser.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time, he was weathering a lot of the damage. Yes, you can argue if he manages to get the takedown, he can at least expend that one life. But JLKC was making sure that he never got the takedown. It was just, you're dead.
Certainly the case. Over the walls being super annoying. You do have to praise the Aatrox somewhat. 50 CS lead in the jungle fairly early in that game. Played it very well. But unfortunately, not enough for UTS to pick up their first win of the season. So Order, they progress to 2 victories. And don't go anywhere, guys. Actual banger matchup. Bombers versus Diacubs. 3 minutes. See you there. Hello and welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series 2019. Once again, I'm Ejim. This is Vandy. I've told you 17 times. Huh?
Did you just forget your name?
No, I said I'm Ejim.
Ah, okay. Hello, Ejim.
Hello, Vandy.
Sorry. Just giving you a hard time because I can.
Yeah, sick. Okay. No, this matchup is going to be Bombers. I just read Mprox. That is absolutely not going to be the case.
No.
Bombers versus the
Dire
Cubs.
Cubs.
Currently sitting undefeated, top of the table, 5-0, looking to extend that one. Kweku played last week and he will be playing here again. Dragku played a couple of weeks there, but he's not going to be seeing the Rift this week. I'm not sure. He was tweeting angry things at me last week. Potentially he's still in China. I'm not too sure. But can they remain with their undefeated streak? Time will tell.
Have to wait and see. They are the team to beat at the moment. They actually did get pretty close last week. It was pace for pace, but eventually they managed to pull on. It's really weird with Dire Cubs. Even though they feel like they're behind, they just know their win conditions. They know what they have to do to get back into games. It's that experience.
They also do, they play, super standard, front to back sort of stuff. They have had, a fairly successful Sona Tarek game. They play stuff that scales fairly well, and they're not, a risky team that's going to, throw everything away in the early game and be like, yeah, let's play Elise LeBlanc, and if it doesn't work, we're screwed. That's just not how it works. But Bombers, on the other hand, much more willing to try a couple of different things. And I will say, out of all of the consistent rosters, out of all the teams that switch roster week after week, and there has been a lot of them, I feel like Bombers have been the most successful ever since they brought in a bunch of the ex-OPL guys, right? Seb, now on the roster, looks super good. But today we're missing two of them, right? Frey is not going to be in the mid lane. It is actually going to be Gamble, and Luch now been promoted to AD carry of the OPL team, so he won't be seeing the Rift here either.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. So you often talk about these changes that they go through. I feel like for once, Bombers are feeling weaker for it.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I'm sure Gamble and Zenk, we've seen Zenk do quite well. Gamble, we saw him play before, but it's going to be hard to adjust. Week on week, you're getting new people in, new people out, but it hasn't really phased us. This time, though, you're actually losing. This teammate ain't coming back. You haven't practiced with him.
Yeah, Luch is playing OPL from this bleed out, right? This is not going to be returning to the team. Zank, 80 carry main, coming in, gets to play his role. He's been facilitating all over the Rift as best as he can, trying to plug holes in the ship that has been
he's done everything in terms of roles.
I feel like, has he done everything? Has he played top?
No. He's done support. He's done mid.
He's done jungle.
And he's done...
Did he do mid?
No, he hasn't done mid. He's done...
I think he hasn't done the solo lane.
So he's done 3.
He's done support, 80 carry, and jungle. Looked much better in the bottom lane than it did in the jungle pool. That Camille game.
That's still pretty good to plug up all those holes.
Yeah.
In so many different roles.
Gamble is going to be returning to the mid lane for them once again this week as well. Last time we saw him in the mid lane, he did play a Victor game, and it was Rumble before that. So a fairly interesting champion pool that he has potential to whip out here. So interested to see what he does against the likes of the Dire Cubs.
Okay, Tarek being taken up, perhaps respecting. We've seen a lot of that Tarek Sona, or even just regular Sona. But to ban out the Tarek, you're really respecting that. And then also the Xayah.
Yeah.
It's like you're banning one half of the pairs that we normally see.
Yeah, don't want to play against Xayah Rakan, don't want to play against Tarek Sona. Interesting bans on the other side of the coin. Nico hits the bench, as does Yuumi. So
I'm going to really test your memory. You know how you said you couldn't remember the first couple games? Is Yuumi 0% win rate tonight? I'm really testing you.
No.
There's one win with it?
Production can check, and I've now called them out, so they kind of have to check. But I'm not...
I'm curious.
Did we see it game number 1?
Yeah, we've seen it every game besides this game.
Have we? So Legacy just lost. No, Legacy won. Sorry. Order just lost.
I'm testing you.
Order... No, what is going on? Order just won against the Yuumi.
Yeah.
And then, actually, I have literally no idea. I'm going to not pretend that I know. I'll figure it out. Either someone's going to tell me in my ear, and I'm going to throw my pen away for the 7th time tonight.
Or at the end of this, I'll calculate on the train. I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll tweet it out.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Just because normally I write down what we do, but honestly, I haven't. I don't know why. I think I'm just too hot. No.
2 weeks on the OCS, and you're getting bloody lazy. That is... Got to be a Silas first pick. To just change the topic real quick, Rise potentially is going to be the answer here for the Dark Ops.
So Rise actually let through, same with the Silas picks that we often do see banned away. That is the advantage of having the Tarek, the Xayah bans.
I'm laughing because production just, he just says, I don't even know what question you asked, so I can't get you there. That's all right. Look, it doesn't even matter. It's fine.
We're having a good time tonight.
It's fine. That's what's important. I agree.
Sivir being the ADC of choice, not going to be paired up with the Yuumi. Sona is still available. We saw it very, very successful in that last game if they do want to play that one out.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. She still pairs very, very nicely with things like the Nautilus, the Galio.
I feel like much more of a Mog special to be able to just play the Sona with kind of everything. I expect Corporal to potentially go towards something more like Sivir Rakan. Probably much more his wheelhouse there.
I was thinking the Rakan. I mean, Xayah's banned up. It doesn't mean that the Rakan still won't work very, very well. Ooh, but Morgana was left up. Finally, it seems like Morgana just fell off now that everyone's so interested in Yuumi.
Yeah, I feel like comparing some of the metas we've seen in the past, just like this OCS, Kindred first couple of weeks, Mega Prio fell off a cliff. Morgana, same sort of thing.
Yeah,
we have seen a single ban, I think, today, but hasn't been super highly prioritized. Haven't locked it in, of course. They have 3 seconds to change their mind, but I expect that they will. There it is.
Alrighty. I mean, that's very, very standard. You're not really giving away anything. It's a strong bot lane still. Wait a minute. Are you? It's a hover.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't play with me like that. I was like, no way.
Into blind Silas, Anivia would certainly be a choice. I wonder... Sorry, go.
I was just saying, maybe it's just like a YOLO variety bucket kind of night.
Yeah, I wonder if you can wall Silas chain. Like, so like, chronology.
Which one? Like his...
Anivia wall.
No,
like, no, the chain 2. No, like,
okay. Yeah, like...
the latch.
Yeah.
Right? So he, like, dashes, then he latches onto you.
Does it go through walls?
Well, no, because the thing is, you can probably, like, if he chains you and you wall him just before it lands, the animation of the wall is long enough to kind of deny the dash.
Doesn't it just drag you to the wall and just leave you there?
That's if the wall exists before the chain, but I'm saying wall as you get chained.
Oh, God.
I think that would be
Why
how
are
it
we
works.
asking ourselves all these tough questions?
I feel like that's some next level counter
That's your homework. I'll do the Yuumi homework. How's
Yeah,
that?
okay.
And we'll compare notes.
I don't think I have a way of figuring that out without playing a game of League of Legends, but
Yeah, what?
we shall see. We shall see. Bunch of bans being rattled off now. Solar laners get hit with the Irrelevant
here's
Fiora.
that Tahm-Kench.
Yeah.
It's really weird. With the Tahm-Kench changes that came through, everyone was crying that support got hit the hardest, but that really opened up his viability in top lane. But so far, no one's been willing to try or experiment with it too much in the OCS.
Yeah, at least in solo queue and some things internationally, you do see a bit more of the Tahm-Kench top lane. It's super obnoxious.
Yeah.
Like I
hate it. I'm like, why am I losing to this?
You right-click the enemy at level 2. And, like, that's it. You win, I guess. You just kind of eat them, and it's like percentage health damage.
It's also gross, the noises that he makes. I'm like, I don't want to be dying in this manner.
It's so visceral.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. That's a disaster. Yeah, interesting. Okay, Jarvan's going to be the lock-in.
Okay, so very, very standard. Dire Cups, as you said, they just open up their book. What's standard that we can play? What's kind of in meta? The Braum, it's very, very strong. We haven't seen him for a while. It's more just to fill that sort of engaged situation. But pairs pretty strongly with the Sivir.
I feel like Braum is actually a pretty baller lock-in into a Morgana. Because that matchup super sucks. That feels mega bad to be Braum into Morg. Of course, Morg can go mid lane. Silas can go top side. As we say, Kindred priority is just fallen off a cliff. Seb wants to have some fun this game.
It's like Bombers were like, week 1, what was everyone playing? Hey, let's take him up again.
Yeah. Yeah, he's mentioned before, he's very unhappy when he gets put on the likes of the Sejuani. Doesn't have a fun time, so gets a fun champ in the Kindred, able to lock that one down.
And Bushy Boo Boo with the Poppy. I like Poppy, but I don't know how I feel. So it could potentially, it's Poppy into the... Oh, is it going to be the Gangplank lock-in?
Yeah, most likely going to be the last
I'm not sure if Ryze
pick.
wanted to go top or mid just yet. Okay, so it'll be Ryze mid, and then Corporal is picking that one for Kweku.
Yep. Okay, so back to the Renekton for the Dire Cubs on the top side of the map.
Standard.
Yeah. Kind of expected here from the Dire
Except
Cubs.
for the Braum. Like, that's more just like something reactive, something that they just saw. They were like, that's going to... They're definitely picking it for ideas and engage out of lane, because as you said, Morgana, as long as you can read the signs, you can pretty much spell shield a lot of that CC coming your way.
Yeah, potentially. And I do say, from Bomber's side of the coin, it may just be Bushy Boo Boo training back into the mid lane once again. Gamble, happy to pick up the Morgana if he's the support. Because Bushy... He had a damn good game on Silas last time.
Yeah, he did it last time. This was, remember what I was talking about, where I was like, remember where the champ thing was broken in Bushy Boo Boo? He's not playing
it was like all
Silas.
over the place. Yeah.
He's not playing support Silas. He would be taking it mid.
Yeah, so 20 seconds is past, so this is going to be the lock-in, and maybe it's like, you know what I mean? Because Gamble is definitely like written down on this sheet. Bushy Boo Boo is the support, and Gamble is their mid laner. Like, they have ordered up in that lineup intentionally in champs, so like, but potentially they're just like, if we get Silas, we much prefer to put Bushy in the mid lane. And
I like that. It gives them that flexibility.
Yeah, it's exactly what they go towards this time. So, Zenk and Gamble being able to fill out the absent bottom lane here for the Bombers Academy, going up against the undefeated Dire Cubs. Certainly a tough ask here but
I see a lot of promise in what Bombers have, but they do have that burden of execution that we like to bring up. It's definitely not going to be as cut and dry as what Dire Cubs have picked.
And these guys have that bloody top-tier quantum computer mega load time PC gaming going on right now. Instant loading
Did
screen.
MLG hook them up?
Oh, MLG.
With his gamer name.
Gamer PCs for some
For
gamers.
Some good gamers.
Some gamers able to zoom on into the Rift this time.
You know, that
With the
Silas
laugh.
skin, that reminds me of, did you ever play Soul Calibur? That fighting game?
Yes.
Does it remember that Jester guy? I can't remember his name, but I think he uses like claws or chains. He looks exactly like that skin though.
Okay, I don't remember. I played Soul Calibur 4.
And he's like really floppy and he does the same things that kind of Silas does.
He's really floppy.
He is, because
Yeah,
he's
okay.
just like,
Are they?
I can't remember what his name is. Yeah, someone in chat will definitely know who I'm talking
We'll
about.
figure it out. Are they eyes that he's carrying on his chain?
I didn't see.
I believe
They
they
look
were.
like beads to me. Okay, a little bit of a nice trade coming out for Gamble. It's not going to count for much. No Klepto, though.
Fishes for the bind. Unfortunately, doesn't land it. Get back hits him in the face with a common and a rune prison. A little bit rough there.
Andrew
Zenk
also.
gets chunked.
Yeah.
Oh,
Andrew happy to take the trade there.
not a nice start for the Bombers' bottom lane here. Walking into lane with a couple of chunks there. Not enough to burn through any sort of potions or anything, of course. No fleet footwork or healing from the support is going to be able to get this one back up, but Doran's Blade will do a little bit there. Thank you, Mr. Observer.
Oh, yay, that makes it much easier. But look at this from Andrew and Corporal. They were waiting in that try to see if their pass would cross and perhaps dish out even more damage onto Zenk Gamble, but they took the safe way back to lane.
Yeah, Brawn level 1, notoriously good. Even if Morg banding lines, they probably will be able to win that fight. They do have Summoner disadvantage, given that they have the TP versus the Ignite, so maybe they're kind of disincentivized a little bit to go towards any sort of early shenanigans, but given that their jungler starts topside, they get to start in lane and kind of just able to play with a little bit of freedom down here.
I squinted at the screen really hard on the Silas just then, and I think they're eyes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
that's
you're right.
gross.
Ew. Imagine hitting someone with eyeballs.
Yeah,
Man.
feels very ineffective as a weapon.
Ow, stop hitting me. It's very squishy. Alrighty, bit of trade from Get Back, really abusing the fact that he's got that range early. To be expected.
Yep, just kind of hitting him with a couple of auto attacks. Bushy Boo Boo trying to hold on as best as possible. Jungler's doing kind of opposite paths here, ending up at the blue buff of each, but of course on the other side of the map as one another. So kind of expected that Udisoft rather would have a better time ganking early, but bottom lane has pushed in. Not really a whole lot of opportunities there. Seb on the other side would have to go for a very deep wraparound gank onto the Renekton if he was to look for it. But eyes on Get Back in the mid lane. CC
very
can be there
pushed.
from Silas.
Seb wanting to make the play, Bushy Boo Boo across
Here
the
we
wall,
go.
trying to flank him up, knocking him up, getting a good bit of damage. Get Back is fighting there. Udisoft is very, very low. He tries to
gets
do
it.
the drag to knock them up,
Oh.
and he has to flash.
Seb?
Seb is keen
Oh.
for the kill. He gets the double.
And Seb just styling on the Cubs here. Double kill to start this one off. Only 3 minutes into the game. You saw Udisoft, he's kind of walking to the play. He's like, look, man, I'm on 200 HP. I don't want to fight, but Get Back gets caught out. Flashes just a little bit too late and baited into the fight. They lose it massively. Seb doesn't know the Renekton's in the bush. This is kind of whack.
Whoa, Kweku, he gets the stun. Seb is trying to get away. It
Oh.
doesn't even matter. Kweku picks up the double buff.
Yeah, that is just very nicely played from Kweku. May just get the Rift Scuttler as well.
Also had the vision to know that Shaw was waiting for him in that bush, so not going to do face checking of his own.
That's just a smarts play.
Buff transfer complete.
That is just a hella smarts play. Goes down, abuses the vision. 450 gold for the kill. Gets himself the double buffs, and now Shaw is probably going to be having a much rougher time than he otherwise would against the extra damage that Renekton's now flaunting.
Teleport burn by Bushy Boo Boo to get him back into lane as well, so he doesn't lose tempo in his lane. Ooh.
Oh.
Yep, that's... I mean, it's to be expected. Kweku, he knows he can. He
It's
can get
also
the bird up.
like a press the attack Renekton as well.
Gross.
You do see Conqueror variants, but
Did you just hear that noise?
no.
Oh, it sounded like a cat meowing.
Oh.
It was like, meow. I don't know. Was that Poppy?
I didn't hear it, so I have literally no idea.
Oh no. Now I sound crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Such-
Agree.
Don't you dare.
Shaw has just TP'd back to lane. Fortunately, it was way too low to be able to deal with that. When I was saying that you do see the GRVA into the Renekton, but if you have Fury, you can insta-proc that with the Empowered W there and kind of just start popping off on the damage meters. It's going to recall and spend the gold he's got earlier
looking
with
again
the
for Get Back,
shutdown.
knows that he doesn't have the flash available. Starts to open up Bushy Boo Boo now.
He might be
With
dead.
the follow-up damage, he misses the follow-up connection. Seb gets the kill. Kweku now on
Flash.
the flash. Being burned, and it's Seb that's been taken out. No flash available. Bushy Boo Boo retreats to his turret.
Yeah, once again, Kweku comes in as the savior for the Dire Cubs. 2 kills now in his back pocket, has taken down Seb twice, but doesn't negate the fact that Get Back is having a very rough time in this mid lane. Yes, CS advantage is in his favor, but certainly just kind of chain dying to ganks by the Kindred right now. Braum showing his face in the mid lane means that Shaw will just back away. Everything kind of returns to normalcy somewhat, but a lot of action around this mid lane, but traded back and forth.
Kweku doing a very, very good job of keeping eyes on Shaw, utilizing that seed over there to give him some vision. Is Bushy Boo Boo now just kind of their one-trick Silas player if they need it?
Maybe. Certainly looks good.
Yeah. It's good to have. Get Back doing a great job of farming though. And
He was
Shaw-
also a Liss Goblin.
A what, sorry?
A Liss Goblin. When
Oh,
Liss was good,
yeah,
he's
I
like...
love Lissan.
Yeah, he's like good at like the flex, because he's definitely like a fill player in solo queue. More often than not, you see him in solo lanes, despite being like a support main, can play solo lanes much better than most others. Very nice
Flash
stun.
to open up things. Kweku knocked against the wall. Now forced to use the ultimate. Seb dishing out some damage. Gets the shutdown.
Yep.
Gets the revenge kill.
Steadfast presence the entire time, denying any sort of escape there from Kweku. So a very nice gank setup once again from the Bombers. Seb is finding access to multiple lanes, and this Kindred is just steamrolling the map right now. 4 kills in his back pocket. Has picked up every single one from all of these ganks so far. Certainly much better than having it on a Sejuani. So probably we'll use that to justify next week's Champ Select lock-in. But it looks good so far. Gold lead very close to one another. 400 gold is the difference, but doesn't mean all that much only 7 minutes into the game.
Look, I was saying with Bombers, it felt like this roster change was going to be a little bit of downfall for them, but again, they're just proving me wrong. As long as they have the core 3, they're still happy. Zane changing roles, Gamble joining the team. They're doing fine with Bombers.
Yeah.
In fact, they're doing better than fine so far.
Yeah, looking good so far. The one downside is the bottom lane right now. A bit of a CS discrepancy
And
kind of
mid.
accruing, and Andrew hasn't burnt his TP yet, so went for the first reset to get the boots. Has the TP to probably get himself back onto the map right now and potentially do a dragon, but return gank once again to top side. Kweku in a bit of danger.
Dragon start by bot, doesn't really matter. Seb going to commit to this one. Kweku again uses the double dash. Seb wanting to go under the turret. Still has
Seb?
his ultimate available.
Okay, he's able to pick that one up at the back end. Triumph. He's going to come through, heal him up a little bit, but turret was not enough to take him down. Air Dragon is the response, but for a Renekton that picked up 2 very early kills from the cleanups, this is 2 quick succession deaths that Seb has been able to find access to, and top lane trending onwards and upwards here for the Bombers.
So remember when we were talking about the Yuumi where it's either I do great or I do bad? Feels the same for Kindred. Once Kindred comes online, it's scary. Seb is really just walking up top, making the plays. Has been top that he's mostly turned his attention to. Not even going to try in this bot lane.
Yeah, they haven't even looked at bottom side of the map. They're just like, yeah, you guys are slowly
Just
being
mid-top.
pushed in. Yes, CS discrepancy is happening, but turret isn't dying quick at all. That's a single plate in just about 8.5 minutes. Certainly not going their direction. But you can kind of expect, anytime you look at an 80 carry build and they have a Kerchi shard, you're like, oh, that's a rough lane. That's not going well at all.
I haven't been able to farm because Sivir is being a butt.
Yep.
Andrew on the flip side finished his boots already. Also got the pickaxe, not opting to sink all that gold into a BF sword just yet.
And you can
Doesn't
see
matter.
Ubisoft kind of dodged out from the vision to escape there, and they didn't know if he was still around for the play. No ward available for the Bombers' bottom lane means they just have to concede complete priority to the turret. So just as I say, the turret is not going down quickly. They get another 2 plates off the back end.
Just to prove you wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Cast his curse. Seb was in the bot lane. He did get spotted by that deep ward from Corporal. Just means that if he did want to do a gang, not that he had any interest in, he could still do it. Spotting out a ward as well as he runs on.
Very hard to set up on the bottom side, but looking once again at the mid lane. Of course, Bushy Boo Boo had the pink and did walk over, so I expect that they're unsure that Seb is around. But here comes gank attempt number 3 in the mid lane. First 2 successful. This one not going to be the case.
Get Back just walking back safely. Ubisoft was there on hand, a lot closer this time, with full health, if he needed to be called upon. Seb has that mark on the rise as well. Perhaps why he did want to make that attempt on to get back and waste a couple of seconds.
Yeah, has 3 marks already, which is definitely ahead of the curve for a Kindred. Probably got a lot of them from champions, given that he's farmed champions a lot more than he has farmed his camps so far. Ubisoft has done fairly well at denying camps on the other side of the map every time Kindred shows up, but that's not in spite of the fact that the ganks have been successful, so certainly not falling behind is the Kindred at all at this stage. You do see a couple of different builds, and normally you see Warrior into Bork or Devourer into Black Cleaver. Seb's going straight down the middle here. He's got Devourer into what is probably going to be the Bork pickup, so mega attack speed, but oh!
Sure, he wanted to go in, but Corporal with the shield completely denying him. Doesn't really matter, still knocks him against the wall. Grom ultimate is the response. Ubisoft going in, the Cataclysm will secure the kill. Now Seb forced to use his ultimate very, very early, surrounded completely by the members of Diacup. Tries to go for the escape. It essentially does get it. Bushy Boo Boo is left though to the Wolf. Get Back gets the shutdown onto him, and Gamble is stuck between all the boys with no help, forcing the flash. The flag and drag is out, the binding does land. It's a double kill to Get Back.
And call a spade. That is just the wackest team fight I have ever seen in my life. Shaw starts it off. He actually wants to get out of the play, then decides to go back in for the fight, but Diacubs at the end of that one pick up Seb, they pick up Gamble, and pick up Shaw on the Poppy as well. They come up with everything. Low health bars, yes, but this is going to be the Rift Herald taken as with bot turret. They just wiped the floor with the Bombers.
It's like open season. I just didn't even know what I was
Yeah,
watching.
that was...
I'm like, okay, so Seb has escaped jokes. Get Back just ran him down.
Yeah, that was like, Shaw, like, starts off the fight, is like, no, I don't want this.
Yeah,
oh, wait, yes, I do.
Away. And then he was like, oh, it doesn't matter if my ult didn't.
Gamble gets to the fight, and he's like, come on, boys, we can do it. Oh, they realm walked out.
No.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, I'm going to hit the stopwatch. That was...
Felt
Almost a comedy of errors there from the Bomber side of the coin, and
it's all right. They can still
lost a
recover
lot of
this
tempo.
one.
Yeah.
They did lose tempo, yes, and they did give up a free Rift Herald. It doesn't help
turret.
them, but they can still recover from this.
Yeah, Gold Lead now swings into the favor of the Diacubs. 3,000 out of almost nowhere, given that it was incredibly close before that point. And I feel like the big thing with this is not necessarily like, yes, they got a bunch of kills, the Gold Lead is the difference. It's the fact that Seb was like setting up a play on the map, and he now loses complete control. Like, he was a 5-2 Kindred that every single gank was working, and everywhere he walked, something was happening. He was getting another kill, getting another mark, and walking away. This is the first time that something hasn't worked out for the Kindred this game, and walks top side, they lose the team fight. Now kind of swings back towards the bottom side. Is certainly on track to complete his walk well ahead of time, but not the fight the Bombers were looking for.
They're fighting for vision control towards the blue buff, making sure that doesn't go over
Ooh,
on the
Seb
side of
wants
Diacubs. Good trade by Seb. Lots of damage coming on out.
Yeah.
Still has the mark on the rise.
Red Smite does so much damage. They get back getting chomped by Wolf and Lamb in all honesty. Very nice spell shield there.
Good finding directly on target for Andrew. Now he gets his mana back, and Corporal as well, ready to follow up.
I also like, I have to compliment, the little things that Andrew just did. The fact that he was going to dodge the binding and not intentionally eat it with the spell shield. Very good sign. A lot of Civers see a skill shot flying at them and they try and catch it. And it's like, okay, well done. You've caught the spell, you've caught the binding, now you have no spell shield and you can't hit the turret after that point because you're going to get hit with something else. But Andrew did kind of use it at the last possible second there, so dodges out, realizes he's not going to make it, burns the spell shield as necessary, but the little things certainly do matter.
It's very in sync. Diacubs, it doesn't matter if they fall behind. They're just very, very cool, calm, and collected at all times. I never see them getting fully flustered.
Rift Herald is popped without a wave.
Yeah,
She's here to defend.
That's more gold straight into the Diacubs' pockets.
It's going to be timing out on the plating there in about 5 seconds, so they didn't actually want to set up for the turret, just wanted to get the plates before they were gone forever. Very nicely played to drop that one. Mid-turret incredibly low, but this is a lot of members around mid lane, and that's another dead get back.
In the jungle, Get Back is actually the one to get caught. They actually bully off the rest of the members of Diacub so that they can secure this turret. Do have Ubisoft. He's wrestling with Red. He's decided his team wants him to come. It doesn't matter. It's fallen now. He was like, I'm going to come defend. No, I'm going to go finish Red. No, I'm going to come and defend. It was like a bit of...
Doing the happy feet.
You're doing the happy feet.
The happy feet between all the camps.
Can't make up your mind.
And kind of torn between two places. Unfortunately, lost the turret. No ability to contest that one, which is interesting, right? Like, you looked at that mid plane, it's like, wow, Diacubs just threw Rift Herald into mid lane. Bomber's turret is 2 hits from dying the next wave. That it crashes certainly could be going down, but Bombers find themselves a nice little pick onto Get Back. Once again, this game has had a lot of jungle attention and certainly not the trajectory you would have liked for Cubs fans here, but still maintaining that gold lead, about 3,000.
Doing a very good job of just farming it up. Doesn't matter if he keeps dying, as long as he knows he keeps that farm, starts to scale. Late game Rise is just horrifying. I hate it. Feels like you're on a timer with him.
Yes, it does. I will have to... What's the word I'm looking for? Vehemently disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Vehemently. I feel like deaths, for the layman out there, deaths are the easiest thing to fix in your game, and they're super impactful. More so than anything else. If you could, like, deny a death or get a kill, you should deny a death 100% of the time. Losing access to farm, XP, and gold on the map, and tempo bleeds very quickly into other lanes and stuff like that. So if you're at home, you're playing solo queue, you're stuck at a certain rank or whatever, I feel like the most general, like, non-specific advice you could ever follow that will probably be successful is genuinely, if you go through, and I've actually had this conversation with a professional player, if you go through your OPGG history and look at your KDAs, and you removed like a single death point from like your average KDA, from like every one of your, like the champions that you play, let's say you have a champ pool of 4 champs or whatever, if you could remove like a single death from that average, your game gets infinitely better. You're probably removing something like 15-20% of your deaths. The numbers get gross very quickly.
Flash.
Gross binding.
The binding actually does land onto Kweku, who's being completely surrounded. There's nothing he can do. He's going to fall very easily over to the Bombers.
Yep, turret is going to be the trade here for the Dire Cubs, as they did lose their top laner. Flank actually is here from Bushy Boo Boo. He wants the fight. Getback is now looking for something as well, but Silas going in.
Cataclysm locking up Corporal. He has the dash. Andrew is trying to kite on out as Corporal is being completely locked. The Cataclysm, the responding Cataclysm goes on out. Udisoft forced to use the Pocket Watch, just stalling for time. He does get the flag. He doesn't have the flash. The rest of the members of Bombers know that he's cornered and get the kill.
Silas able to pick that one up. You mentioned stalling for time. He does buy enough for the Realm Warp to get back and the rest of the members to safety off the back line. So, Dire Cubs, they do only lose the one at the back end of that play. But they certainly didn't find access to the mid turret. So incredibly low. That's a couple of minions auto attacks away from going down, but... It's
kind of a shame. So when we were talking about the deaths and don't die, funny, I have to agree with you 100%. When people are like, what should I do in League? I'm like, literally, just don't die.
Yeah.
But Corporal and Andrew, they actually used their ult a lot earlier on in an engage in the river. That's also why that fight was... Bombers' time to shine, really.
They didn't really want to turn around. They didn't have the cooldowns. And Siva, Braum, Jarvan. I feel like Jarvan actually used his one, but...
It was, both. It's always confusing with Silas. I'm like, okay, now whose ultimate is this? Is this the mirror or is this that one?
Yeah. Sometimes hard to tell.
Yeah.
It's also kind of like, League of Legends, like, at a game, if you're walking past someone playing, it's like a very digestible game based on, like, the abilities are, like, very distinct in what they're doing. Silas adds this other element. As soon as he's in the game, like, that is just no longer true. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that fact no longer holds true for every game of League of Legends ever. And especially with Nico as well. Like, 2 very new champions, and it's like, okay, all of a sudden there's 2 of the same champion on the Rift. There's 2 of the same ulti on the Rift. There's a bunch of weird stuff.
So many times in solo queue when they think they're versing this other lane, they're like, why is the support up top? And they're like, right, Nico.
Kind of zooming around, a little bit of the mind games here. Dire Cubs kind of opting in.
Death pushing.
For a little bit of a trade
on the
here.
Side. Yep, pushing up now into that mid lane, forcing back Seb and Gamble. Trying to clear the minions with the help of Bushy Boo Boo.
Binding, very nice.
Binding under the turret lands onto Corporal. He takes a little bit of damage, but being the tanky Braum that he is, he can back out.
Yep, shield is able to deny any of that follow-up as Andrew is able to pick up the red buff. Udisoft leashed for him. It is going to be Zenk, though, yeah. Doesn't have TP, so this dragon is just going to be straight up gone. But can they get the Unitar for it?
So seeing what trade that they can do. Get Back actually did recall. Going to try and at least stall this one out and just prevent Zenk from getting another free turret.
Has Realm Warp, but does he choose to use it to get towards the play? Minion Wave is falling dangerously thin.
Mountain Drake going over to Dire Cubs. There was going to be no contest there, especially not with Zenk in the top lane. Get Back actually stalled on out. Zenk will get another turret.
Well, I feel like actually very nice play from both at the top side of the map. Kindred and Morgana walking up there just basically secured the turret there for the Kai'Sa. No ability for Get Back to walk into the 1v3 and be able to contest that, so does have to concede it and rightfully does so. So doesn't walk into his own death. Got himself a Mountain Dragon on the other side of the coin, certainly going to serve them well. Sivir and Ryze are 2 carries that can one-hit Baron if it comes down to it, if they ever get themselves access. So certainly is a boon to carry forward in this game. 20 minutes though, Baron is spawning.
It's still so close. Despite that slight mix-up that we saw in the top jungle with the Bombers and a bit of that Clown Fiesta fight, they've really pulled it back quite nicely.
Yeah, did swing the gold heavily in Diacub's favor, but as you mentioned, yeah, 2,000 now between them. Hasn't really grown from that point onwards. I feel like Kweku is now having a harder time dealing with Poppy in the side lane. And I say that in kind of a weird way, but Kweku just isn't making progress. He doesn't want to fight the Poppy, because eventually, like, Poppy's just going to have the arm, he's just going to tank it up, clear the wave, and then just reset back to the rest of the fight. He's not far enough ahead. That's an engage.
Corporal needing to try and save it, stalling out so much damage. Braum, actually, with the ultimate means that Andrew can get the first kill, and they're going to pick up another one. Diacub's turning this fight 2 for none.
Yeah, they pick up two
Sorry,
kills.
2 for 1.
Zenk is still in danger, though. Udisoft doesn't have vision.
Cataclysm comes out, Zenk has to flash on out, kiting Udisoft.
Yeah, but the problem... Oh, get back!
The get back across the wall takes him out, and now he's stunned. Shaw is there, but on the flip side, they're trying to re-engage. Shaw is so incredibly tanky.
Seb has...
And he does eventually fall. With 4 members hammering down onto him, he does. Seb uses the ultimate finally to get away with his life. Get back, blindly tries to get the projectile, doesn't hit.
Yeah, and that was so weird looking. Get back, a little bit of a visual bug. Flashes over the wall, picks up the extra kill on the back end of that one. But the problem was Seb just was not at the fight. Bombers need to be standing on top of the Kindred ulti to be able to turn this one around.
Gamble trying to stall them from getting back.
Bushy's here.
Getting a little bit of that heal.
Smite to secure it, so undeniable vision around the Baron pit means there will be no response from the Bombers and able to start that one up, given that the reset has to come through from the Diacubs, but they just got a little bit of everything. Seb split from the rest of the team. They just chased them through the jungle. It looked like a pick for Bombers, but was not the case at the end of the day.
Andrew has impeccable AD carry sense. There's always his positioning and the way he can hide. I don't know, I really like watching his AD carry.
Yeah.
I do. And then also Corporal, to have that trust in each other, they're such a good duo.
Yeah, I feel like, genuinely, that was a big compliment I had of them. Like, coming into the OPL split game, Season 1, you're like, okay, these guys, I don't think they're contesting with, like, the best bottom lanes in the OPL.
Yeah, like FBI
But
Rogue,
synergy-wise, they do a ton of little things very well together. Zenk, please don't do it to me. Good. But, like, they actually work very well together, and I feel like lanes like Lucian Braum, lanes like...
Oh, very, very aggressive play from Zenk. He knows that Seb is there to back him out. Andrew forced to use the ultimate. Corporal is there to stop any further engage.
Yeah, and as I was saying, like, lanes like Zaya Rakan, like the Sona Taric, they're very good at, but continuing the engage.
He's keen. No binding was available just yet. A couple of free hits on that mid turret.
Yeah. Very tanky Poppy is able to lock down that one for just the time being. Bought enough
Campbell
time.
tanking a lot of the turret, but it does the job. They do manage to get that mid turret.
Yeah, get back, split pushing in the side lane. Bought them enough time to take down the turret.
Sneaky binding onto Andrew.
Yeah.
Just hits on the maximum range.
Very nice. Kind of weaved it between all the creeps there.
That's
Also a weird skin.
Which one?
Morgana's.
It's that light Morgana one, right? Like where she's, because Kale, Morgana's sisters, whatever, and it's like to match before she became a fallen angel.
Is it new or is it
No,
old and
super
been
old.
reworked? Yeah, is it? If I don't know the name of it, but if it's the one I'm thinking of, I genuinely haven't seen that skin post rework.
No one likes it.
Yeah. Oh, fight actually breaking out.
In the jungle over here, it's going to be Udisoft trying to use the Cataclysm, but he actually gets a little bit more than he bargains for. He's very, very low. Seb wants to try and get it. He forces the ulti. It's going to be stalling. Who's going to be first to fall? Bushy Boo Boo, he's trapped in the other Cataclysm. Udisoft falls as a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and Diacubs maybe bit off a little bit more than they can chew, going deep into enemy territory, but Kindred ulti buys just enough time. It is just a 1-for-1 trade across the board. Re-engage happening here from Corporal. Sivir ulti popped.
Andrew uses the ultimate. Shaw is so tanky. He doesn't even care.
Nice.
He goes for the re-engage. On to Getback, who's getting chunked, but so too. Now does Poppy. Shaw is next to fall.
Yeah, the follow-up just wasn't there. They do have double 80 carries, but Zenk not willing to commit to the play. Seb has the dash to get himself forward. Shaw looked for the re-engage, was not on the same page as the rest of his team, and Diacubs pick up a cheeky little extra kill off the back end of that play. Dragon to boot, and going to add it to the other repertoire.
So that 2k gold lead that was looking so good, the Bombers finally managed to stem. Now it's starting to widen. These small plays are really adding up from the Diacubs.
Yeah, it certainly is. These fights are so close. 3,000 gold is the lead between the two teams, and certainly not showing in how the team fights are playing. And execution means so much more than the gold lead right now. Item breakpoints kind of hit across the board. Kai'Sa on 2, Sivir on 2. Both mid laners
Look at that gold breakdown. Look at Andrew versus Zank. Woo.
Yeah.
Also mid laners.
That's gross.
Yeah, that's like heading into the 5 digits.
Top lane, given what happened early,
They are most impactful in these
isn't
fights.
the biggest lead. And I feel like you're definitely correct, right? If Get Back and Andrew can get a front-to-back team fight, they can just shred. Because, like, yes, you look at Bomber's comp and it's like, oh, okay, we have the Kindred ulti, we can keep everyone alive. But then, as soon as it pops, Ryze can hit genuinely everyone if he's prepped it, and Sivir gets to ricochet through genuinely everyone. So it's very difficult for the Bombers to go even in a team fight and use the reset of that Lamb's Respite and then come out favorably on the other end. It's probably going to be much more likely they get a pick with a binding, or Dire Cubs are going to watch the team fight, and you're kind of seeing that play out, right? Bushy Boob is looking to split off the side coming from a flank, as is Shaw, whereas Dire Cubs, they're much more happy to just play straight front to back.
Dire Cubs still biding their time. Baron has been on the map for about 5 minutes, but neither team has turned their attention onto it just yet. All of these fights are happening in the jungle.
Yeah, Vision now in control of the Bombers, which is surprising. Kweku dealing with the bottom wave as best as possible, just looking to push that one in and provide some pressure right now. Dire Cubs have access to mid lane, though.
Kweku has his TP up as well, so if they're in a pinch, can do. Now they're doing the dance around Baron, trading. And the dance begins.
Yeah,
Always get to
Kweku.
this point.
That's just League of Legends.
Yeah.
Unless you're just running it down in solo queue.
Oh no, don't even. Everyone's at the computer screen. I'm like, no, too real.
But mid wave is highly contested. That's an ulti.
Andrew
Seb's in
spotting
danger.
out Seb on that ward, seeing if they can get enough of the vision, and now turning their attention onto Zang. That's going to be
Big
Ubisoft
ulti.
with the Cataclysm. He needs to back on out, but the teleport is here. Kweku is already first to try and steal.
Stuns him.
Kweku gets the stun. This time, it's going to be Ubisoft who falls. Rest of the members locked in that Cataclysm. Gamble has to do the stopwatch. That's going to be Kweku who's next to fall. Kindred's ultimate, the Lamb's Respite, keeps him alive, but they need to back on out. Kindred falls. Shaw needs to disengage. Andrew is still very, very healthy. Corporal trying to CC him in spot, and it works.
And exactly like that, Lamb's Respite comes through, Get Back sets up the play, and they immediately turn that around. That was a 3 versus 4, but Sivir and Ryze still being alive meant Dire Cubs, they're still willing to contest these fights, walking towards the Baron without a jungler. Yes, 8 seconds on the death timers, but they have all the vision control in the world. Bombers are walking over. Binding is a tool they can use to contest this one. Heal is still available. That's just dead Morgana.
That's going to be Gamble who gets taken out. Get Back still very, very healthy, protecting the backline. Corporal
Bushy's
is
in.
low. Baron is at about 2k health. Bushy in amongst it, forced to use a pop watch, but it's Zank who gets taken out by Get Back. The ace comes through.
Yeah, Baron barely just resets, but now Ubisoft arrives. Didn't regen that much HP. Dire Cubs, 2 back-to-back team fights. The victories, the TPs, the returns, and that's a Baron and that's a gold lead.
Andrew just dancing constantly, just out of reach. But in saying that, you have to get through Kweku, you have to get through Ubisoft, and then you have Corporal as well, just to add even more of a wall.
Because once again, that team fight looked good for the Bombers. The hard commit onto Seb, he gets away with murder, kind of walks back around, re-engages, and Shaw lands the stun onto Ubisoft post-Gargoyle proc. So Jarvan just dies immediately, but because they're focusing all of their efforts onto taking down the Jarvan, you see Andrew just free hitting, ricocheting through everyone. Get Back is doing exactly the same, and once the team fight isn't over in a snap, the consistent damage just outshines for the Dire Cubs.
I think Andrew went 11-2 on Xayah last week, and now he's 6-0 on the Sivir, but 100 CS above. Almost. I mean, I have to make it sound like 100, because it sounds amazing.
I mean, it's 100 this wave. He's going to pick that one up and
get the one.
Straight up Flame Horizoning his opponent here.
Like, that's
feels good, man.
Yeah. But that just shows the hard yards. And it doesn't matter, like Ubisoft, Corporal, Kweku, they're happy to lay down their lives as long as they can keep these guys who are dishing their damage, who are winning the team fights.
Yeah, and Get Back started this game 0-2, was getting mega bullied out by the Kindred, and really was that early skirmish, turned the tide over to the Dire Cubs, and once they had the gold lead, really haven't relented here. 8-3 now on the rise, completely turnaround game here for Get Back, and double carry threat Andrew and Get Back been playing together for a very long time. Inhib now being broken here for the
Baron
Diacubs.
making very short work of that bottom turret. The inhibitor is soon to fall. And Diacubs back on out, happy with that one. Seeing what else they can pressure. Kweku already priming the mid lane.
And Seb cancelled his recall from topside as well, so he's still another 8 seconds away from being at this fight. First Inhib falls won't even be at the crash of this wave, so Diacubs have another opportunity. A little bit of damage here onto the turret. Do they want to commit for it?
Kweku takes a little bit of damage, doesn't matter. They can still escort that cannon minion. It's just out of the reach of bombers. And now, with this next wave, surely it's going to fall. The binding is good, but no one can follow up. No one wants to follow up. And just one Q from Andrew, Chunks, Bushy, and Gamble.
Couple of auto attacks is all it takes now. 2 inhibs fallen down. The front line, you can see Kweku and Ubisoft just straight up standing in front of the carries. That's just depressing as a bottom lane, getting left behind. They have to walk the long way around.
Hop in. I said hop in.
Turret does fall down, and the entire ring, or inner ring rather, is broken. Double inhib's gone. Very effective usage of Baron by the Diacubs.
So Seb priming that top lane means that they couldn't quite push in, but still 2 inhibitors down. Huge gold lead starting to happen, and you still have the problem of Andrew and Get Back to deal with.
Yeah. And it is like a multi-carry threat versus a one-carry threat. Right? Like the Kindred sitting 8 and 4. Devourer, Bork, IE, and Rapid. Weird build, but he dishes out damage. Critting, auto attack speed off the charts, but unfortunately it is just onto the one member, whereas both the Sivir and the Rise get to hit multiple there, and one man is looking like not enough to deal with the 2 of Diacubs. Have the front line to boot, and now no Baron needed when you have 2 inhibs, just looking to set up top side of the map and completely steamroll down this one remaining lane.
It's just no burst to take down Andrew as well. In the race of consistent damage, Andrew's already just laughing at him. He's very close to finishing his 6th item. He has the stopwatch in no real hurry to build that Guardian Angel just yet.
He's got a spell shield, got a stopwatch, has a redemption, a Knight's Vow, and literally has a Braum to stand behind of. So a lot of things going the way of Diacubs 80 carry, and certainly putting on work right now. Last lane remaining.
Baron totally expired, but doesn't mean that Diacubs are going to be stopped. They're just taking the slow but sure route to victory.
Can Andrew realistically hit the turret? The answer is yes, as Bushy just pops her an extra ulti.
Couple of autos from Seb. You can see that damage that you were talking about onto Ubisoft. Shore is going for a little bit of the Dora the Explorer. Just thinking about a play. They
does have
vision.
flash.
Gamble!
Gamble? What?
No. Maybe DC.
I don't want to call it, but that looked like lag. That was...
Seb having to use the ultimate. The flag and drag is there. Cataclysm locking up both members. Zank falls. Shore has got no team to defend. Bushu Boo Boo is there. And Diacubs, they say thank you very much for this win.
I am so upset. That was a sad way to go. That was just a sad way to go. Kweku gets dogged by the boys. First it was the bottom lane, now it's the top laner. But that just, look, I don't think it mattered. I think that game was over. I think Gamble probably would have died, but he genuinely, he just keeps going, and then eventually,
I'm just giving him the.
He died.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. It felt like lag.
It has to be.
It has to be.
I played a lot of games of League of Legends. That looked like lag. That's look, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it. But what was in otherwise actually a fairly close game, right?
It really was. They were bringing it blow for blow from the early, from the mid. Yes, we had that weird fight at the beginning.
That was the turning point. That was it. As soon as Seb died once, right? It went from 5-2 to 5-3 on the Kindred.
It just kind of started adding up.
The train didn't get back on the rails.
Yeah.
Like it was from that point they were losing bottom side. Get Back sort of has some time to get back into the game. Diacubs from then on out.
See what you did there. But it also just felt like you could see the cracks coming through in terms of late game. They just had no assassin for Andrew as well. And in a battle of the consistent damage, when they're grouping up like that, Get Back is like, thank you very much for standing in the Kindred ult.
Front to back gets ahead, and unfortunately team fights go one way very quickly. But that was the Diacubs picking up the victory over the Bombers despite a rough early game. Last game of the day is coming up after this 3-minute break. I'm going to get my pen. See you there. Hello everyone, this is my phone. I forgot to take it off camera. Welcome back to the
Hi,
OCS. It's been a very interesting day of games. Once again, Vandy, Ejim, welcome back to our desk. It's lovely. I have received my pen. Last game of the day.
It's going to be a banger. We saved the best for last.
Yeah, potentially. I thought the last couple of games, you know what I mean? Like Dire Cubs versus Bombers.
That was
Super interesting
enjoyable.
going into it. Chiefs versus Mammoth. Both of the Academy squads rounding out the rest of it. We've, yeah, as I said, had some interesting ones. We've had some longies. We've had some absolute stomps. We've had a couple of
everything.
comeback victories. What more can we get?
Some unfortunate lag.
Yeah, that was
Sorry.
that
I
was
bet you
really
guys got
sad.
clipped 100 times.
I hope so. That was just that's he just
And
I
with
don't know.
the Hello Darkness, my old friend, track
Yeah.
over it.
That's just like that's soft inting that gets you banned. Like in solo queue, you know what I mean? Like obviously it wasn't his, well, I don't think it was his fault.
No.
But like that's the guy who I don't know, like talked shit like 3 games ago, and then you're still in his lobby and you've just been on repeat. And then like he's so angry to the point that he's just soft inting, genuinely just running it down. That was
I hate that.
that was a little bit of a roughie. But yes, it is going to be Mammoth versus Chiefs, 2 of the top performing squads in the OCS this split. And I feel like both of these guys are like interesting their approach. They do some different things. Mammoth is a lot more of the individual style, I think, whereas Chiefs come together as a team. But both very strong. And I've blanked on what I was going to say. I was going to say top of the tables, trying to cement themselves into second place. The winner of this gets hardcore second place. Gravitas, unfortunately, didn't pick up the win today.
Yep.
So
They're
you
out
get-
of the running for it.
Yeah, Dire Cubs still now sitting at 6 points undefeated.
Yep.
So whoever wins this, that's a number 2.
Well, Chiefs, I mean, they had a really good game against Gravitas last week. And then we also saw on the side of Mammoth, UTS just fell apart versus them. So again, both of these teams, fresh off of, both of them had very convincing wins. Like it wasn't even
Yeah.
close.
Mhm.
So both of them feeling good. First spot is up for grabs. We already saw the first team to break out of that 1-4 placing. It
Yeah.
was UQU,
Mhm.
I think. No,
Order?
QUT, sorry, the other Queensland team.
Yeah.
QT. And yeah, so when you got this on the line, I feel like there's also that like extra pride. You want it.
Yeah, certainly the case. And we do have interesting rosters to talk about, right? Like Mammoth, this is going to be, I expect the last week we see Fudge on the roster, has been around a good performing member for them. And Redemps has been filling the 80 carry position in the meantime, but of course he's been announced as the Mammoth top laner for the OPL squad. So
He's
I
moving
expect, much like Pap Rise, of course he's had another week of games, but I expect this is going to be the last time we see him. Maybe he wants to go out with a bang.
Yeah.
Maybe wants to kind of, I don't know.
Don't say it.
Well, no, I was going to say try and style all over Tien, the
Oh,
top
okay.
side.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Oh, okay. No, he's another guy that's had some OPL experience as well. Tien had the game last split. And yeah,
I love
Chiefs.
seeing their debuts from OCS to OPL. It's always
Yeah.
exciting to see. It's a totally different environment.
Oh, 100%. You go from like playing at home to playing on a stage. That's already just incredibly different. And the worst thing about stage play is that your sense is always the tiniest bit wrong. You
Just
cannot
can't
get it the
even
same.
if you copy it on like a little
like,
notepad at home.
yeah, like you have I use a Logitech mouse. You have your like Logitech settings, like your DPI, then
Ready
you
to
have like
go?
your Windows DPI settings.
Yeah.
I think 6 is the best, but I use 5 because I'm a noob. But like
Okay,
in the
you said
thing,
it, not me.
yeah. If you also at home, for everybody watching, go into your mouse settings on Windows, and if enhanced pointer precision is on, it's in like the second tab of the mouse settings. Please turn it off because it's
I'm gonna
utter
go check.
garbage.
I'm going to go check at home.
It's if you have it on, you're a rookie gamer.
Do you know what's really weird? I remember... So, like, when I had my break from League, someone hacked my account while I was gone.
Oh no.
Yeah, so, like, I got it back and everything, but it was so different in terms of all the settings, and I didn't know what
Oh.
was weird about it. Like, the UI was super small.
Yeah,
And, like,
yeah.
things were
This
missing.
isn't
There
the
were
game
no, like,
I remember.
Yeah, there were, like, no character names on the user bars and things like that. I was just like, what is
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
It was
Nah.
so weird. And I was
I-
like, reset.
There's genuinely an art, I swear, to like optimizing your league settings. Like nameplates
Everyone's
off,
got something.
make
yeah.
the minimap huge, chat tiny,
Yeah.
lots of little
Everyone's
things
got
that you
something
can
that
actually
works
do.
for them. We are into the pick
Yeah.
ban phase, which is going to be super exciting. This was the game that I personally was waiting for. So I'm glad that we get straight into it.
Tarek, Yumi, double support bans, Edge, put with the Silas against Chiefs Academy. On the other side, Aurelia, Rise, and Zaya is actually going to be the ban. Potentially denying a Zaya Rakan here.
We saw Rakan being the odd one out to be banned.
Yeah, okay.
And this time Desire, which
So-
leaves Aatrox open and available. You'd be silly to pass that one up.
Confident play here from the Chiefs. We've seen an Aatrox lose massively today. We've seen an Aatrox boom massively today. So we've kind of seen the best from both worlds. See what answer they have. I expect it to once again be on the top side. And Nico could be it.
So that's a bit of jungle priority as well, with the Jarvan following suit. They made sure that they've got a plan. That's already a lot of AoE. That's a lot of boom. You've got the Cataclysm, you've got Nico. That's some good synergy.
Yeah, and it's yet to be seen what iteration of the Nico do we see. Is it going to be an AP one? Is it going to be more of the on-hit build? Options are open. Jarvan kind of doesn't allude too much, if anything. His bad matchups aren't that bad. He's not going to probably do a whole lot in the early game, but just a very stable pick that is locked away. Sivir is going to be the answer here for Redemps, just locking that one away blind. Do they want to pair it with a support, or do they want to match the jungle lock-in?
No, they want their support before it gets denied or picked away. So the Nautilus Sivir, very, very scary combination together, but we could be getting bamboozled. Nautilus still has that flexibility to maybe go mid if something calls for it.
Potentially, I'd like this one. We've seen the Bard be played before. I feel like it's a Sivir. It's actually a very rough time, so I expect Nausicaa to not be able to pick that one up. Galio makes a whole lot more sense. I feel like, especially given that the Nautilus has been locked in, it makes sense to not blind necessarily, but take your support here rather than your AD. Xayah is the only one that's banned, and Sivir isn't going to punish a bunch of the picks that are available, but if you, as Chiefs right now, you're like Nausicaa, okay, let's take an AD, let's take Kai'Sa or something, and leave open the support pool, then all of a sudden Braum gets banned, Galio gets banned, you're kind of forced more into the Meiji supports, and then potentially Nautilus has a better time. So, smart pick up there, I think, to kind of negate the aggression from Mammoth's bottom side.
We often saw that when the Naut was picked up, the answer was the Galio. It works. And like, both of them can trade pretty evenly, and both of them bring the same sort of play to the lane.
It's like the proactivity, I think, lands in the Nautilus camp. Like, he has an instant hook. Galio has to dash back before he can dash forward, so proactivity is always on the Nautilus, but then it's so broadcast. And the ulti has that channel time that it doesn't matter that Galio has the delay. He has to charge the taunt. You know exactly what is happening because it takes a couple of seconds.
It's very telegraphed.
Yeah, the re-engage is always going to be there. The potential to deny certainly is the case. Second phase of bans is gone.
Look at these bans coming out from Mammoth, really prioritizing a lot of those top side picks, whittling them out, very, very much targeted on the side of the end in case the Nico is going mid.
Yeah, maybe not comfortable that the Nico is straight up going to be going to the top side. So, Riven ban for Tien, as is the Fiora. Syndra and Rek'Sai is the counterpart on Chief's side, but Ezreal Galio, old school bottom lane. But that's a power pick to make it through all 10 bans this game. The Kali locked in very late for Mammoth.
I just see so much wombo on the side of Chiefs. Like, now you added the Galio to it. You have Ezreal who can play very, very safe. I feel like in terms of their laning, they're setting themselves up very, very well, but also their team fights.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. Last pick, a couple of seconds away. That is, okay.
I haven't seen Kayn in ages.
Yeah.
I love Kayn. Especially now that blue Kayn doesn't feel like a meme to pick anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking from solo queue. I don't know how it's going to work in OCS. You can feed for days.
I feel, actually, have we seen Blue Kayn in competitive in Os? I
don't think so.
If we have, it was Swaith, and I don't remember if he actually did it one game. I know he was spamming it in solo queue last split, but
you just never went blue unless you were trolling.
Yeah.
Like, that was just literally it.
It's definitely like a win more.
I still think it's frowned upon, but the fact is that if you play it well, the mobility that he gets, the damage that he gets, it's
I think it's not even like the damage, the mobility. Like, yes, they're a big part, but the problem is the healing. Like, he can do everything he does, and then he just gets like one tick of being in a wall is like full HP. Super obnoxious to go up against. So it will be interesting to see what he goes towards. I think Blue Kayn takes Electrocute, whereas the current iteration of Red Kayn goes more towards the Conqueror.
And took Victor in that top lane.
Yeah.
So it was the mid Nico as they suspected.
Yeah, bans make a lot of sense then. Remove a couple of the options there, and of course, as you mentioned, Victor in the hands of Tien was kind of the old school counter to the first iteration of Aatrox's top after he got reworked and people were still figuring it out. It's like, yes, every time he dashes towards you, you kind of need that little burst of move speed that the Q provides to dodge out of all the CC, get out of the rip back that he places on the floor. So have a lot of tools to deal with what Aatrox can do. I feel like these are two of the best top laners in the league, so matchup will be definitely one to watch this game. But last game of the day, Mammoth Academy versus the Chiefs on red side. A lot of pings happening level 1.
Yeah, everyone's getting really excited, still clumping on up. I wonder if we're going to see an invade or just at least the defending of one.
Oh, this could be disastrous for Mammoth if they actually face check the bush.
Oh, they're actually going for it. Kevy, at least for the ward.
He
it's
goes!
Gonna be the flash taunt coming out from Nausicaa. The root is there. Kevy does flash. Minham is trying to get that last hit. He's just running at him. Isles is there to connect. Minham has the Ignite ticking on him, and now Halo is incredibly low. He flashes, but the Ignite collects the kill.
The turnaround into turnaround. Somehow Mincam flashes out of range of the auto attack. Can't clean up first blood, but was it the Ignite from Nausicaa able to take that one down? And he gets to live. All right, interesting level 1. Starting this one early.
No summoners, all completely gone from Nausicaa, but at least he gets the kill. Minham, when he was just running at him, he's like, why am I level 1?
Yep.
Oh,
Certainly
but
a roughie.
He got the kill.
I thought it was an immediate overextension from Nausicaa. I'm like, they didn't face check the bush. You don't have any follow-up CC. It's just a taunt into flash, and then it's Jarvan throws down the flag and gets like an auto attack. That's kind of all you've got.
And he just runs menacingly at them, like, get back here.
No, but they actually make it work there. Chiefs, they hard commit to the play. Every single member going forward, and Mincam goes over the wall. Nausicaa did pick up the kill with the Ignite, of course, so Boots is able to be picked up, which honestly, fairly nice into a Sivir Nautilus lane. Doesn't offer you any tankiness, of course, by nature of the Boots, but into skill shot opponents, having Boots can be a very subtle but very useful way to kind of have a bit of laning phase.
I think it's also just the mental that you get from getting that first blood. When you were so close from Mammoth and then you just get denied.
Yeah.
It's that mental factor.
Yeah, Mincam was literal 1 HP. Very close to falling down, but Halo coming in. I think an unfortunate start to this lane, and I feel like no flash on the Akali into
bot lane. Nausicaa. He needs to run, but he still has no flash. But Redempts, he's very, very low. Spacer actually has to flash across the wall as soon as he sees the jungler.
And such a weird 2v2. Kevy walks over to the play and everything just disengages. But yeah, Spacer burns the flash there. A little bit of over-aggression from the Chiefs bottom lane. Caught in enemy territory despite the jungler being there. Maybe a little bit of lackluster tracking there as to where the Kayn could be on the map.
Isles is healed back completely to full. Nausicaa as well, dipping into his pot. So at least refreshing the lane. But they still have no tabs on the jungle. They don't know where he's going to be just yet. I mean, obviously it'd be weird if he was camping, but they're just being very cautious in that bot lane.
Yeah, there wasn't on the way ping that I expect was maybe by the Chiefs bottom laner. They're like, hey, Mincam, if you come down here, like it's a Galio E, it's a W. Potentially we can set this one up onto the Nautilus maybe, but given the state of the lane, does just equalize somewhat. Both flashes still there for Mammoth Academy, whereas no combat summoners are available for Chiefs, so it's probably hard to pull off.
Trying to guess where Halo is in the Shroud. Beats just chucking a couple of skill shots.
Is Isles going to face check? Doesn't have a ward.
It's going to be Nausicaa again with the flash. The knockup does connect. They're surrounding Isles. He has to flash. Need a little bit more damage, and they're going to get it. Spacer with the kill.
Blows the summoner, but unfortunately blows that one a little bit too late. Red buff is already down. The slow is ticking, and damage is barely just there. Spacer copped a lot of minion damage at the back end of that one. Can't push out the wave, so despite it being a 1v2, Redempts is actually able to push this wave in a little bit further. Fortunately for him, it's not going to crash all the way underneath the turret, but both ADs have TP, so not the biggest problem in the world.
Beats, he's able to out-sustain in this lane, even though we do see Halo with the Doran's shield. The potion meaning that he can still push on a lot easier and just keep this wave pushed, keeping tabs.
Yeah, and I feel like it does have a lot to do with what happened in the level 1. Actually, hold that thought. This is a flash.
Here we go, through the wall. It's going to be Kevy onto the end. The knock-up does connect. A little bit more damage, unfortunately. They're not able to get it. The teleport is there. They need to retreat. Kevy suddenly in a lot of trouble. Beats has completely isolated him, and he falls.
Yep, they concede the Aatrox. They let Fudge live, but unfortunately the same cannot be said for Kevy. A little bit of miscommunication there. The stutter step backwards from both of them denied themselves the kill. Didn't really want to hard commit to the play. Maybe spooked a little bit by the TP of Beats coming in from behind. So very nice punish there from Chiefs. Fudge was able to get the flash out of Tien just straight up 1v1. I don't believe that was used level 1. Would have been on the same timer as the other guys like Jarvan, like Galio, but they set it up. The gank is there, but unfortunately cannot quite commit to the kill.
Teleport burnt by Beats. Halo still has his available. Double taunt coming out from Nausicaa. The connection from Spacer is good.
Kane
and
is
this
here,
is
though.
the counter engage. Kevy is here. Isles is very, very low, but now he comes. The smite comes out onto Nausicaa.
Oh.
Nausicaa will fall.
And very well played there from Kevy. Actually pops the E early to get the movement speed from the furthest wall away. Indicator does not show him until he's in that vision range from Chief Academy, so Nausicaa had absolutely no idea the Kane was there till it was way too late. Huckamig to the play. Galio and Nautilus, both of these guys have to commit if they want to go in for a trade. They both land the hook or the dash respectively, and once you're in, it's very difficult to get out, so in this game, we've had some very slow starts to games in the first couple of the games of the day, but towards the back end, it's just trading kills back and forth.
Blow for blow in that bot lane, blow for blow in the top lane, but at the end, he has that blue buff. So, I mean, I feel like he gets a bit of that advantage, even though we have the farm from Fudge coming out very, very well.
You can see it. There it is.
He's having a bit of a play.
All right, question. That ping that he just used, the like area is watered ping,
Yep.
what do you have it bound to?
Honestly, do you want the real answer?
You don't have it bound.
No. And I'm like, I'm going to do it next game.
damn
I'm going
it.
to do it next game. I never do
When
it. I want it so badly.
Coaching Gravitas, I was, oh my god.
How many of them didn't have
I
it?
think it was something like 2 or 3.
Oh, no.
Oh, I was so pissed. And the only one I can remember that absolutely didn't use it was Decoy. So I'm just calling him out right now. He's gross human being.
Look,
Cannot believe.
It's not from lack of wanting to do it. Wait, he's a support?
He's a support.
Oh, you need
have
a
an
support.
extra ping?
Yeah.
Oh, Danny boy.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
What did you get him to rebound? What's yours rebound?
Mine's on T. A lot of people use T for trinket, but my trinket's actually on my mouse. It's on like Alt, mouse button 5.
Ah. I don't have, unfortunately, I bought a mouse without side mouse buttons and I hate it so much.
Yeah,
my old one
okay.
used to have 2 and it was so good. I'm going to buy a new one. I think get one of those Zowie mice. I don't know.
Okay.
Because they're small apparently, but we'll see. But I definitely need the side button. So when I get it, I will rebind it. You've reminded me. I can't be shamed now.
It has to be done. It's such a useful thing.
I've wanted to. It's not for lack of. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, how did everyone get that? I need that ping.
I
just don't know why it's not on the wheel. Because if you press G, I'm like, surely that could be a good one to add to the wheel.
Oh, I've actually never seen the wheel.
What?
I don't know.
The wheel, so
Hold
you
that.
like, I think it's G. Whoa! It was
Okay.
always going to go
Fight
for the
brewing.
skill, but it doesn't matter. Minham's forced to flash into Beats with a big ulti. Halo wants to go in for it. It's going to be the trade. 3 members of the Chiefs fall on down.
Yeah, and a very rough start to the lane for Halo, but picking up a double kill off the back of that contest. We were having a completely different conversation, but Kevy gets into the backline, now level 6, can dodge out of the ulti from Beats, and wasn't enough to turn that one around. So now you can see almost a 1,000 gold difference here for Halo in the mid lane out of seemingly nowhere. That was gross.
He knew exactly the play that he wanted to. Beats had the ultimate already burnt, and he just went straight for it, but very well telegraphed, having that patience.
Yeah. I like Mr. Observer as well, counting out, or rather calling out, players walking past the dot push without actually going into it. Did take Beats upon like the second phase going through the bush. On return to mid lane, he eventually found a pink that he kind of spot him out, kind of led precursor to that fight happening, but it was Chiefs having the larger amount of kills this game, but that fight completely turns it on its head. 1,000 gold is the lead. Not the biggest we've seen today, but both of these teams still just trading blow for blow.
With these team fights that are brewing as well, they're decided by just small margins. But the biggest thing is that Halo is starting to snowball. On such a snowball-prone champ, you want to try and stall as much as possible. Akali is scary. We keep talking about the ones that get really scary. Akali's one of them. Definitely fits in that
because this was an
category.
even to negative lane for the Akali towards the start of this one. Burns flash level 1. Nico can be very oppressive. If she has the ability to just kind of like sit there, auto-attack, land the Qs, and just poke away without any recourse for the Akali, especially early. So wasn't going too well, but now Halo picks himself up a double kill, as does the Sivir off the back end of that fight. And now is a much better time in the mid lane.
Things. Spotting out Mincam.
Mincam. Can he land the
Halo
E?
is keen. He uses the E. He's got the Shroud. Beats is trying to come across, trying to dissuade. Halo retreats to the safety of the Shroud. Nice play.
Yeah, very well played there. Dodges out from the EQ from Jarvan.
Whee!
Ulti.
From
Doesn't
downtown.
aggravate Shelly, but hits Kevy in the face.
From downtown.
Yeah.
It was good reaction.
Trying to get a piece of the action towards top side. Bottom lane has somewhat stabilized between the two. It was a tier purchase versus that of a cull for Redempt, so kind of expected in a TP versus TP matchup. Once all the summoners come back online, you saw all the trades kind of went to the person who didn't start it up. As soon as Galio goes in for the play and Isles gets to use the hook reactively, Nausicaa was taking hella retreat damage on the exit of those fights, and the same can be said whenever Isles went into the play. So very hard to kind of make things happen straight up in the 2v2 when summoners are available.
I guess gold margin difference we see is going to be the mid and the top. Sorry, mid and the jungle. Sorry. And it kind of just goes to show with the plays that they've been making and the kills that they picked up. So that's pretty standard. I was also looking, Nausicaa took a very, very long time to get his 6 unlocked. But now that he's got it, at least now they have that global presence. But the taunt does come out. It's going to be onto Kevy. Rest of the members trying to buy some time. Nausicaa, he's completely surrounded. Surely he's going to be falling. Halo picks up that one. Halo is dancing around the backline, but Mincam, he spots Isles very, very low, who ducks into the bush. Beats with the ultimate. It doesn't quite connect. Fudge is dishing out the damage. He's trying to clean up onto the end. But in the meantime, Halo picks up a triple kill, and Fudge finishes them off for the ace.
And the solo lane is from Mammoth. Fudge and Halo just wreck the backline of Chiefs Academy. That's going to be the Rift Herald started up, and basically an ace there coming out. That's completely wiping the floor of the Chiefs. This is back-to-back team fights or skirmishes in the river going heavily in the favor of Mammoth.
Mammoth would be very pleased with that one. I mean, now they're starting to get their gold lead. They're really starting to pull it back. And just took that one fight. And I cannot believe almost Isles. He dodged enough time, but unfortunately that bush had wards. Yeah.
Eventually falls down. 2,000 gold now is the lead just for the Akali.
We just checked it, right?
Yep, 4K for the entire team. So that's 50% of his team's gold lead. Certainly feels good. Please pick it up. Thank you, Kevy.
Look at you. You're in your coaching mode at the moment.
It's all... Look.
Got your coaching pants on.
Nobody likes to see people not pick up the Rift Herald. Like, it's one of those frustrating... Like, you sit there at home and you're watching it and you kind of get that cringe. You're like, oh, no. Oh, is he going to do it? Oh, he's not going to get it. Oh, what is he doing? It's such like an easy dumbass thing to do, but it's so funny.
Oh, dear.
Watching... I feel like...
No, you literally put on your coaching pants ever since that ward discussion came up in the Binding Thor vision here.
No, I just like
that's it.
Yeah, no. I just have to say the best thing about watching competitive League of Legends is watching pro players screw up. That's the fun. Like
you are such a sadist.
And I mean, well, somewhat, but it's like I was a pro for years, 100%. Watching other players, that's the best time, and then watching yourself back. And now, like as a caster, right, I watch games for a living, and it's just like, watching people make dumbass mistakes. Oh, that is the best thing.
I want to see like Bryce after dark.
That's the best time.
Dragon has been started by Kevy. He has picked up the Rift Herald earlier. There's really no way that we can start to see Chiefs edging up into this one. He should be able to safely get it. Halo is there just in case.
So, second Mountain Dragon of the game is going to go over to Mammoth this time. Last time the contest was there, but they could not secure it. Air Dragon is going to be the next one to spawn, but Blue Buff is looking like the prize for now.
It's going to be the jungle taken, blue buff taken, and bit by bit now Mammoth is starting to get a bit more bold. They know they can. They have the members.
15 seconds on plates. I'm surprised to see that the Rift Herald wasn't popped earlier just to get some gold, potentially in the bottom lane, but it looks like they may just be wanting to use that one to break open the mid turret instead. TP is not there from Halo, so he won't be able to get to the play, but Fudge is walking.
Rift Herald, Shelly's charging up, going to get that, and it's immediately go time for these guys, forcing out a very early stopwatch from the end. Nausicaa is there to try and help, but Mincam completely died by Kevy, who manages to get the kill. Shelly is still on that turret. The end is completely surrounded. Fudge wants that kill. The middle turret's going to fall, and they get 2 kills.
Yeah, off the back end of that one, they're going to continue. Nausicaa ripped back into the minion line, and Shelly hits the turret. Can they actually break 2 for 2 off the back end of this one? Redem's tanking. And no, the reset will come through. That was also Beats just dying. There he is on the floor.
I like the zoom in.
It's like a dead avatar, like the blue avatar.
Apparently there's a sequel to that coming out.
Oh yeah, like a movie sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What could they possibly... I don't even remember how it ended. It was like... apparently the plot is someone compared it with Pocahontas and it was like literally the same.
Ah, okay. I just remember really tall blue people and then...
Some guy in a wheelchair.
Army guys in...
Yeah, and then that guy made friends with them, aka Pocahontas, and then something about saving their natural
Oh,
land?
yeah, and then they attach themselves to, like, the plant.
What plant?
The plant. Yeah, like the tree. The tree's a plant.
Oh, I gotta rewatch Avatar.
Yeah.
And I'll be thinking of Nico when I do.
Yeah.
Hopefully not Beats dead on the floor, though.
Yeah, bit of a
too
roughie.
dark. Yeah.
Of course, on the Nico has gone for the Glacial this build, so has the Super Soaker now completed, probably opting in for something like the Spooky Ghost secondary.
Super Soaker. I love it. But I was just going to bring attention. Halo was 2 for 1. Now he's 6 for 1. That's the snowball effect starting to happen bit by bit.
Kali, incredibly strong at this point in the game. And once again, we mentioned it in the draft. Fell through very deep from Chiefs. Not willing to ban that one away. And they took the Ezreal in 4th pick. So they had the option to pick it up for themselves. Of course, had already locked in the Nico. And Kali can be flexed around, but not the same situation. But potentially biting them in the ass here somewhat. Early game cleanup has led to a very big problem in the top lane that is incredibly hard for them to deal with. Isles.
Isles just walks straight into this, and that's going to be a free kill going over to the Chiefs. They're hungry for more. Kevy is just stalling out. He flashes to bring him closer into the team, trying to block off his escape. Cataclysm will lock him there, but Midcam, so low. They get a double. They suddenly reverse it on the side of Mammoth.
And a 4v5. They're actually looking for the fight. Chiefs have to back away. Fudge may be in trouble.
The end procs his ultimate. Fudge needing to go, but unfortunately, a little bit of damage over time will pick it up.
Yeah, over the wall, burns the flash, and he does fall down. Halo walks all the way from top side, trying to get a piece of the action, but only makes it to mid lane before everything subsides. But Mammoth still able to go equal, toe-to-toe 4-2 at the back end of that fight. Given that their Akali, the strongest member on their lineup, was not even there.
And Isles was the one that just literally got blind caught.
Yeah.
So I'd say they've done that one pretty well. That's
Somehow.
nuts to see. Mammoth, they've had their wheat bix or something. They're feeling it tonight.
Gold lead, definitely significant. 17 minutes and 7,000 is the lead right now. Mountain Dragons apiece. So no one way or the other. Isles now.
I joke you not, I literally had Mountain Dragons apiece in my head, and you said it as I thought of it.
Those words for words.
Yeah.
Words for words?
Yeah, that was creepy. Are you in my head right now? Get out, bro.
Get out, bro.
Get out, bro. All right, now what am I thinking about?
I don't know.
Good, because I didn't know.
Interesting.
So Sweeper coming out from Kevy, trying to regain control of his jungle. I really did like that play when Kevy was ultimated like the flash to just keep him into the team, but it didn't matter ultimately.
Yeah, I like it. Every single time he dodges Pop Blossom with his ulti. Kevy goes in and he targets Beats as soon as he goes into the air. Of course, yeah, as you mentioned, Beats did kind of rip him back into the rest of the team, but Kanye is a very mobile champion. Just dash over a wall, and if that's not up, then he can just go through it anyway, so... Kind of has the best of both worlds. Multiple members, and I say multiple in the case of 4 spent topside to try and deal with Halo, kind of pick him off, but unfortunately the opportunity did not arise, so Chiefs going to lose their bottom outer turret. Probably going to drop anyway, so I like the opportunity looked at topside. Not going to lose anything they weren't going to lose despite that fact. But
He's primed that bot lane. The rest of the members coming across from Mammoth. They do manage to get about a third of the turret, almost half of it down. But they're also setting up for the Drake. That's why everyone's been called to this bottom half of the map.
It's just an air Drake, though, so I'm surprised that everybody is coming down here, potentially looking to fight over this one. Maybe just wanting to deny the push through the bottom lane, but does mean that Halo has now had some more time solo in the top side. 30 CS is the lead here for the Akali, only getting bigger and bigger. 700 gold shutdown available and 500 on the 80 carries. So
Halo has just not grouped with the team for the last like 5 minutes, and it just goes to show because he's their strongest duelist. They don't need him as well.
Yeah, I don't think he should. Certainly, like every time he pushes in that wave, if somebody is answering him, yes, he's going to push in that wave and do exactly this. Float around the jungle, look to clear out some pink
wards. Maybe even kill them, not just push him.
Yeah, and if somebody face checks, he will one-hit them. Even the Jarvan, even the Galio, everybody
like
dies to Akali right now.
on that LeBlanc earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Kevy solos the Air Drake. I hear Max at home being like, yay, Air Drake. That's his thing.
That is his thing. Infernal Dragon's going to be the next one to spawn, so...
That will be something that everyone hopefully will come and contest. Baron is going to be up in just about 30 seconds. Trying to deny my words so I can get it just about.
But Scuttle Crab's going to be picked up, so Chiefs maintain some vision control around the area, despite the fact that they will probably lose it as soon as Mammoth step up towards that direction. Still have access to triple TP on both teams, rather, but given that Mammoth are winning, probably have more uses for it. They can send Aatrox to the bottom lane. They can put Akali in the top side, and Redems, if he needs to, can find himself a recall and a buy just before a Baron fight starts, anything like that. So Mammoth certainly have control of the map right now. Chiefs, I like that they've been looking for picks off in the side lane. Unfortunately for them, they haven't been sticking so far, but try enough times. Maybe one of them will land eventually.
Sounds like, you know those Japanese or Chinese proverbs? Sounds like one of those.
Japanese proverbs.
Yeah.
Like, you miss every shot you don't take.
I don't know if that's a Japanese proverb.
It's definitely
just a
not
proverb.
Japanese.
But,
not
you know,
Japanese
something
proverb.
like that. Like, I don't know, sturdy foundation, something.
Oh, yeah.
Kevy just doing a little bit of bamboozling in the top. But also, so too is the Nico. That's not the real Mincam, as we can see.
Yeah, Jarvan just kind of face-checking a bush on cooldown every time that was up. Beats was just throwing him in to try and get that vision. They do have deeper vision than the pit. They have a flank ward there for Tien. If he gets into the backside, he can TP behind Mammoth if they do want to start that one up. And they do have the Scuttle Crab, so... Mammoth, without the ability to deny the Scuttle Crab, aren't really willing to step up into the pit just as of yet. But Chiefs Vision will be timing out shortly, so... Yes, they're buying some time for now. I feel like it's only going to get harder and harder as time goes on, though.
They are making it very, very difficult for Chiefs to really try and encroach in that space. They control so much of the pit. They control so much of the jungle. And any chance that Chiefs want to do, they have to go through very, very cautiously. You can see Minham just from one bush to the other, not wanting to bump into them, not wanting to get picked off, because that would be a free Baron.
Certainly is the case. The last remaining ward does get spotted out by a scrying plant, so... Everything gored from the Chiefs, bar the one on your screen. About 20 seconds left on that. But this is actually just going to be the straight-up start here from Kevy. Bottom lane and Fudge rotating over. Akali kind of creating a diversion topside, but Chiefs have to know something is up.
Chiefs still cautiously approaching. They know that they've got vision. The ghosts are coming on out, trying to grant them even more vision. If these can hit,
Didn't make
just
it.
a little bit short.
Over the wall.
On 2K, it doesn't matter. They're hungry for the fight. Cataclysm locks up 3 members. Pop Blossom will mean that they can dish out a little bit of damage, but it doesn't matter. Beats is going to fall on down. Rest of the members being bullied out. Baron completely reset.
Yeah, Mammoth start the Baron with no intention to complete that one. Immediately, multiple flashes over the wall. Sivir and Kevy get into the back line. One death is all it takes. Beats falls down. He does have TP to get back, so he doesn't have to pay the walk time, but the respawn timer is still going to be ticking away. You can see Mammoth split calling here, but multiple pings back onto the Baron. They're just going to start this one up again.
Mammoth very, very confident, happy to just take that kill. Yes, they can burn more resources from the Chiefs, but still very much in control. They know they have the gold lead. They know that they have the level advantage. Again, though, Baron is very, very low, almost about 2K. This time they do get it. Kevy now trying to go across the wall, trying to see what he can do onto Mincam, knocking him up. It's going to be Nausicaa, who does get Isles. Very, very low, but Thien manages to take out Sivir.
Yeah, 1,000 gold shutdown into the hands of the victor. Definitely feels good. Only 2 deaths is the way, though, so Mammoth retained 3 Baron buffs. Ezreal just kind of being annoying is going to deny the reset of Halo there, but Mammoth, they do walk away with the buff they opted in for. A couple of deaths, not the worst price to pay.
Nausicaa's heroic entrance literally just popped Isles on the face. But it still goes in the favor of Mammoth. Yes, they lost 2 members. Still plenty that they can do if they do want to opt for a 1-3-1. They have all the right members to make sure each lane can be covered by Baron.
Certainly is the case. Goes back and finishes his stopwatch, does the victor, so big burst of gold. Certainly not going to go astray. Space is also gone for fairly interesting Ezreal build here. Late on the Ludens, I expect, but goes towards the Hex Drinker just to try and live from Halo. Makes a lot of sense when the Akali that is already 6-1 is diving the backline. Needs something to be able to stay alive.
Very close to finishing a Rabadon's as well. Gross, going to become even more stronger. Even more of that one-shot attempt. Heavy.
Oh, God, that's annoying. Through the wall, smites it away. Blue buff is in the hands of Kanye.
Oh, forgot to say, we're not getting trolled tonight. It's not Blue Cane.
Yeah, he's gone for the Conqueror, upgraded to the red.
It's good stuff. It makes sense versus their team comp. You don't need it. You already have your Akali filling that role of that burst assassin.
Yeah, you don't really need...
You just want to be that front line.
Double up on that front.
Yeah.
Certainly agree. Next Infernal Dragon, going to be free, handed over to Mammoth, and very nicely suited to their composition. Akali benefits, Sivir benefits, Kayn benefits, as does the Aatrox, so certainly like that one. They're now opting in for what was almost a 1-3-1, but given the mid lane turret is already down, they're kind of just trending over towards Fudge's side of the map, just looking to pressure as many turrets as they can so far. Baron, I believe they have one in every lane. Halo has it in the side lane, as does Fudge, and they definitely have one in the 3, so Mammoth, despite 2 people falling down earlier, they still retain access to the Baron buff all across the map.
Fudge is just going to hold his stand, so at least they've got the 4-1 split going. Not really willing to commit just yet to a full 1-3-1.
Yep. Turret in the bottom lane is probably going to pay the price fairly soon, but Chiefs have waited out a fairly long time on this Baron, able to stall out fairly well. You can see Tian's going back for a reset, gets himself another item. Heavy proxying the wave as best he can, but turret is not long for the world.
Mammoth is so hungry for that fight. I also feel that's why they're posturing with more of a 4-1 split. They know that if they can get the fight, they can probably end.
Yeah. And I really like Halo being the one that is split off. He can get into the base with his E, and Akali coming from a flank is very difficult for Chiefs to deal with. A lot of their CC is on a delay. Victor can't deal with Akali immediately, neither can the Galio, and neither can the Nico. Everything has half a second buffer at the minimum there, so Halo can certainly cause a ruckus and still has access to the stopwatch he picked up earlier, so a lot of options here from Mammoth, but not willing to pull the trigger just yet. 10,000 gold lead, but not too much aggression here from the blue side of the map. Just want to take down the complete inner ring and get all of the standing gold off the map.
I've got to hand it to Chiefs, though. They are weathering the Baron Storm very, very well. Mammoth are also being very, very cautious. They're respecting the team fight that Chiefs can bring, especially under a turret. They have so many resources. Yes, they can't do it immediately, but if they dive a little bit too far, that AoE would be devastating.
Yeah, certainly the case. Recall is actually going to be cancelled.
Double deny.
Spooky Ghost and True Shot Barrage is going to be enough to deny that one. Baron now gone, so Mammoth do just opt in for the full reset. Kevy has himself a cheeky little 70 CS lead. This is something that Kane does very well. If his team is winning, he farms incredibly quickly and really isn't gated by the amount of farm that is on the map. So kind of walks around one-shotting everything, and then walls definitely don't matter to a man that can walk through them.
My brain. I don't even know. My words aren't coming. I was just going to say he can just go through the walls very, very fast.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. My mouth brain made it so difficult.
Yeah.
We get those moments. It's fine.
Yeah, you do. You say a lot of words,
You do.
and then sometimes some hot trash falls out. That's fine.
At least you said trash and not garbage. I feel a little bit better. I think it
Is
would
trash better than garbage? I
Yeah.
feel like trash
Garbage
is just American
so harsh.
garbage.
Oh, trash?
Yeah, like, do Australians say trash?
No, only you. Are you American?
No, well, I mean, like, trash is like a League of Legends meme, though.
Yeah, you're trash.
Yeah. So it's like, that's like a...
Yeah, but garbage still feels more harsh.
somewhat. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like,
Hot garbage.
yeah, hot
Yeah.
hot trash sounds a bit better. Maybe because I don't know.
You got options.
You got options. Yes,
You got
I like it.
options.
Let's leave it at that.
But Vision Denial is the aim of the game here for Mammoth. Chiefs, you can literally see nothing outside of their
They can't venture out.
Their
They're
own
just
base.
trying to turtle, get as much CS as they can, but it's really going to be a slow death. Once the next Baron is up, they're going to be forced to fight.
And I really like what Mammoth is doing here, right? They're not looking for a fight. They're just pressuring all three lanes. They don't want to commit to anything because they know the timer of Baron. They know Chiefs haven't had access to top side of the map, therefore they have absolutely zero vision. So as soon as Baron spawns, they can walk over towards that one, look for the one hit on that, and pick up the buff for one last time. Chiefs are going to have a very difficult time contesting that one without walking into a 5-man stack.
Kevy just being a little bit cheeky. Will manage to collect that ward. You have 3 members. Oh, sorry. Halo actually popped 16 as we were talking. So you've got Kevy and Redemp's just about to hit level 16 as well. And you look at the level difference between them and Chiefs.
Yep, level 14 in the mid laner of Chiefs, 14 on the Ezreal. Tien is the closest there on the top side, but is not going to be enough. And this is exactly it. Chiefs have absolutely no vision in their own top side jungle. Now walking over, but way too little too late.
They can get the vision using the True Shot Barrage, but what then?
Here they go.
It's actually going to be perhaps a little bit of an engage. Halo wants to go in for it, but he gets completely stopped. The Pop Blossom doesn't get him. He actually manages to use his ultimate to get on out. Mincam in a bit of trouble himself. Fudge is first to fall. This might be going a little bit different, but Chiefs, they're fighting on back. They managed to collect another one, but Redemp's in the back line. Dishes out so much damage. The end is running for his life. Halo is suddenly back, ready to play. The E doesn't connect. It's a quadra kill for Redem.
Sivir Kane combination of the back end of the team, but it's a knock up into multiple ricochets, and they one-hit the Chiefs that looked like they were turning this around. But Mammoth straight onto the Nexus.
Chiefs thought that they had their one in the bag. Mammoth are now knocking on their doorstep. Mammoth will take this game tonight and cement themselves firmly in that second place of the OCS.
Yes, you're exactly right. They improved their score. 5 victories so far in week number 6, standing at 5-1. We'll take a look at the ladder later, but that was a fairly dominant game there from the Mammoth lineup. It was close early, I will say. Chiefs, a couple of early kills across the board, but as soon as the skirmishes started happening, Halo picks up 2 kills, turns it to 6 kills, and...
Snowball.
Yep, 5k turns to 10k. Very easy close out there for the Mammoth guys.
Almost a very good pick at the end there. Halo, he had the impeccable timing to get that hourglass, and he even used the second ultimate charge to dash on away.
Yeah.
And then he even rejoined the fight. I think he might have teleported.
He resets and then TP'd back.
And
We saw some interesting plays like that. There was like, I've actually seen recently a level 1 fight where a Ryze has almost died, reset, and then TP back to the level 1 fight that's still going on. So
that's committing.
Interesting stuff can happen, but that is, of course, all 6 games are done for the day. Let's take a look at the results, see what happened. It started off AV and QUT Tigers. They actually picked up the victory there, did the Tigers, and a fairly long one, I believe. Mprox versus Gravitas. Mprox pick up the victory. Legacy Genesis take down the guys from UQ Union. UTS, very, very strong early game up against Auto Academy, but the turnaround is just too strong. Series on the rumble. Bloody red carpets galore. Dire Cubs versus the Bombers in what was a very hotly contested match, but the Cubs pick up the victory. And as we just saw, Mammoth Academy, resounding success over Chiefs Academy. So we'll see where that leaves us in terms of the standings. Dire Cubs still undefeated, 6-0, top of the table, feels very good. Mammoth Academy 5-1 as we just saw. And then we have the next lot of chunk. 4 teams, 4 victories. Gravitas, Legacy, Genesis, Chiefs Academy, Mprox. We have some delineation in the bottom half of the ladder now. Bombers sitting on 3 wins. Tigers, Auto Academy on 2. AV, Union, and then unfortunately UTS. Still haven't picked up a victory. That's your guys.
I've still got my hoodie ready. Just one win, guys. Just one win. We can do it.
That's all we need. But this is, of course, next week. Same time is going to be Dire Cubs, Mammoth Academy, Order versus Bombers, UTS, Mprox, Chiefs, UQ Union, QT Tigers, Gravitas, and Legacy Genesis versus AV Academy.
Some very lopsided looking games, but they're still going to be interesting.
Yeah,
Dire Cubs and Mammoth, very hotly contested.
Yeah, I feel like definitely first game of the day is going to be a banger. Dire Cubs versus Mammoth coming off a victory. Both of them will be coming off victories, but that is, of course, going to be next week. We will be here, same time, same place. I am Jim. This is Vandy. OPL also starts tomorrow.
Woo!
I don't know what time it starts. I'm pretty sure it's something like 4 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Yeah, always in the oven.
We start at 5. Next week, be here, same time, same place. OPL tomorrow. See you there.
Woo!